that?
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's a ball driven high into the air, deep down the left field line. That ball sails way out of here. Wyatt Langford with his 14th home run of the year. With a man on board, it makes it 13-1 Texas.
That's the way we start the Hump Day edition
Hump Day.
of Sean and RJ on your home for Rangers Baseball 105.3 The Fan. Matt Hicks with the call on DFW Sports Station. As you get an offensive explosion, we have to go back and track the Wednesday morning Brett Boone offensive output for the Tuesday game. Because it feels like we're on a couple of weeks now where Booney should be in a good mood when he joins us live from Cali at 9:20 this morning.
He should be. He'll be very early. That'll be, 7:20 a.m. Cali time off a night game. He should be, he should be ready to go.
Ooh, we are on a heater the last 3 weeks. The last 3 Wednesdays, or going into the Wednesday interview, they've won 6-5, 10-2, and 13-1. And if you want to include the actual day of that he talks to us, the last 2 weeks, there are combined 13 runs scored, none allowed. So we're pretty much his good luck charm.
Yeah, you know what that means?
No.
He should just come on every day.
Oh, yeah. Naturally.
That'd be nice.
I mean, if he cares about winning.
Nate Eovaldi allowed 1 unearned run in 6 innings. Wyatt went deep. You heard that. Jake Berger also drove in 4 runs. Seager went yard. Evan Carter drove in 3. Everybody got healthy in this one. Rangers beat down the Angels 13-1.
This was an easy, one of those easy ones where you can kind of relax. I was a little surprised they brought Eovaldi back for the 6th. I guess they have a plan from a pitch count perspective to try to work him back in after coming off the injured list. Because when you're up 9-1, and I guess it would have been 10-1 by the time the bottom of the 6th got around. It would have been one of those, hey, let's just get him out, save the bullets. What's the point? But they wanted to, I think his pitch count was so low that they wanted to get him that extra inning to work to get him closer, above 70 pitches maybe. So that's the only thing I could think of. It was otherwise, save him. He qualified for the win after 5. So what's the point in bringing him out? But they've got a plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to see, obviously, a night like this whenever the offense performs itself. But the good thing that you're seeing right now is just consistently every single night in the last, 2 weeks, basically, it feels like you've got Corey Seager back. And that, to me, that was going to be the biggest part of the equation the whole time of if your offense could click, was can you get him on track? Can he be himself? If he's himself, you can kind of fill in around that. And that's what you've gotten recently has been Corey Seager hitting like Corey Seager.
You got a good game from Wyatt, which you needed, because there's no reason he should be outside your top 4 of the lineup. Ideally, that's where you want him. He shouldn't be down. 6 is fine. 6 is still a run producing position, but you really ideally want him probably 2, 3, 4.
And this is where home runs can be a little bit misleading. You heard Hicksy say number 14, so he's on pace for 28 home runs. If I told you before the year that he was going to hit 28, you're like, damn right, I'm signing up for that. But we've had some Wyatt Langford hesitation and frustrations in the first half.
Yeah, the problem was, before the season, you'd be like, yeah, that sounds good. But then you got to the end of April, and you're like, well, he's on pace for 45 home runs and hitting 350. And then it's he has just gone so cold. And that's, look, they deserve credit right now. Brett Boone, Bruce Bochy, Chris Young, the organization, whoever it is. They deserve credit for seemingly rallying Evan Carter back from kind of his tailspin between the ears, and then hopefully kind of rebuilding Wyatt's confidence a little bit after that clearly got shaken. And then if you're able to do that, it gives you confidence that maybe Josh Young can rally at some point.
And you got 2 more against the Angels, and it'd be lovely if you could win these 2. As you're going to have Kumar Rocker and then Corbin go in the final games of the series, because after this, the murderer's row of the Houston Astros, who have been dominant, and then the Detroit Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, you got the All-Star break thrown in there, so you're going to have you'll be able to reset your rotation between the 2. But look, after that, even the A's are pesky. Atlanta can always bite you. Then you got Seattle and the Yankees and Philadelphia. And then you got Toronto. I mean, on the road. It's a tough stretch. They probably should have made up. I got Steve's coming on. They probably should have made up a little bit more ground over these last 3-4 weeks than they did. It would have been nice to be, in a position where you're maybe 2 games closer to the wild card.
2 games.
2 games closer to the division. Over 500. but you're going to have to wind up. You're going to have to find a way to take 2 or 3 from the Yankees, take 2 or 3 from Philly somewhere.
Yeah, because when they entered this stretch that you're referencing where, all right, this is going to be in a section where you hope like you can clean up a little bit or you might be able to get ahead a little bit, like we've talked about with the Cowboys first half of their schedule this year. From that point to now, they are exactly 500. And like you don't want to just be 500 going through the stretch because you're right. Next up, it's going to get a lot more difficult with Houston and Detroit and everything else that you got ahead of you.
And Jared Sandler with more Nate Eovaldi post All-Star decision praise. He should be an All-Star. Make it make sense. AL ranks minimum 80 innings pitched. First in ERA, second in WHIP, fifth in batting average against, second in on-base percentage, second in slugging, second in OPS. Those are definitely all-star numbers. Nate gets the easy W yesterday, but let's take a little different look and perspective at the Rangers' young talent. I was waiting for Langford and Carter to do something in the same game in order to go to baseball's redraft of the young talent that we've seen recently go before the actual draft comes up here again.
Yeah, we got the MLB draft coming up here shortly, and the Rangers will be in a decent position. They're going to be picking 12th in the draft coming up, and so there's a look back that ESPN had done on the top 10 picks from the MLB draft each of the last decade. And like, all right, okay, if you got a chance to redraft it, where would you slot guys? And so obviously somebody who was maybe really good who went in the third round would now be redrafted potentially in the top 10, just given what you would know. So I was looking at this and I was trying to see how many times have the Rangers over the last decade produced somebody that you would redraft in the top 10, specifically knowing you had 4 picks in the top 10 over the last decade. And those 4 picks actually were all, I believe 4 of those picks were in the top 4 because it was Dylan Tate, Wyatt Langford, Kumar Rocker, Jack Leiter. So when you look at this redraft over the last decade, it's half of the drafts, 5 of them have had a top 10 pick from the Rangers, 4 in those top 4. Just one of Texas's original selections in the top 10 were still picked in the top 10. It was Wyatt Langford went 1 spot ahead of them in the redraft to the Tigers. And then if you look at Leiter, Rocker, Young, Dylan Tate, they all fell out of the top 10. And in the case of Leiter, Rocker, and Tate, those were, again, all guys who went in the top 4 who couldn't even stick in the top 10 on the redraft. There's only one other Ranger that managed to fall in the top 10 over the last decade who went ahead of where they were originally drafted, and that was Evan Carter. He went 7th in the 2020 class when they redrafted it. But it's pretty bad when every other year you're picking in the top 10 and you're supposed to be a team that's building for the future and not barely any of the last 10 drafts you're able to redraft any of them in the top 10.
It is a crapshoot with the base. It's a bigger crapshoot with baseball than it is with football.
With anything really, basketball too.
Because hockey's like the biggest lock up top.
It seems it. Yeah, like it's it's not one of those things where like you should have this. I mean, if you get like even one, like Bassick is considered a hit of a draft pick.
Man,
if you make it to the and he's even said that, like if you make it to the major leagues, you're considered a hit.
Yeah, because you're still so many steps away.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys are high school kids, and that's why a lot of teams and the Rangers have had a philosophy for at least a lot of JD's tenure. Their philosophy was we take high school kids, high upside high school kids. College players are a little bit more stable. You knew Wyatt Langford was going to be good. I don't remember who I saw this article. Who did they redraft in the Wyatt Langford spot?
Who went number 1 or who went 4?
Wyatt went 4th, but he went 3 in the redraft, right?
Yeah, so he went right ahead of them. The Rangers' new pick was Max Clark.
Well, I think he went to Detroit, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that would. He's supposed to be an up and coming player. The Leiter thing surprises me, and so does Rucker because they're already up.
I think it's just people probably have not adjusted nationally yet to like shifts on expectations for Leiter is probably what a lot of that is. Rocker still is. There's a little bit of a just uncertainty about who he is right now. Leiter, you feel like a little bit more confident, like, okay, I've got somebody who's a decent major league starter. Rocker, there's not as much certainty with. So I think that's just more about catching up to the curve.
Were there any names that jumped out and it was like, oh no, this kid is already a big name and the Rangers skipped over him?
Not anything that would have been egregious necessarily in that in that range. So it's not like they're picking 4th, somebody went 6th and they really cleaned up. So you don't really have anything like that. There was in the Dylan Tate draft, Kyle Tucker went the next pick. That's probably the biggest one, where they picked Tate at 4. They end up trading him a year later when they realized, oh, this is a reliever. He's not a starter. And the very next pick, Kyle Tucker went to the Astros.
That 2015, that's a low. That's Bregman, Kyle Tucker. The Astros got the top 2 picks. They wound up drafting the top 2 picks that year. They went Bregman, Tucker, Austin Riley, Dansby, Walker Buehler's in the top 10, Andrew Benintendi. I mean, these have been like solid players. Martin Mountcastle, Josh Naylor, whoever we're thinking of getting, Trent Grisham, Richland High.
But this is also why it's like so critical to me to really be sure that if this is the team you like, fine, go for it. But if you're not in love with this team, you've got to start picking off prospects that you've seen them develop a little bit in other systems. Like something. Just do something to replenish your minor leagues a little bit. Because if you're not drafting well enough, you need to start finding young talent somewhere else to replenish your depth.
Props to the Rangers and Astros, each pledging $1 million towards the relief with what is happening in Central Texas. We have an update on that and another celebrity name who appears to have suffered a loss.
Pat Green, family was swept away, as the article reads. Just a awful.
How many?
His little brother John, his wife Julia, and 2 of their children were swept away.
Oh my God.
That's awful.
Parents. The parents were there.
Parents and the children. Yeah. And his wife posted that on Instagram this week. So now the death toll is over 100 now. And that's just that one. I mean, the Ruidoso, New Mexico one from yesterday was like, did you see that video? Mm-hmm. That was there was another house just flying down the river. Just awful. Like, what's going on right now? Like that Ruidoso flood was treacherous.
Bobby, you said flash flood would present a different meaning moving forward. I got that on my phone.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Or I saw it on TV and I was like, uh-oh. Like, not just because I'm just looking instantly for tornado.
Yeah.
If I don't see tornado, I'm like, all good. And then I see pictures of mesquite flooding.
Dude.
And I start losing power in my house yesterday twice without a drop of rain even hitting the ground. And I'm like, what is going on?
I can't remember which exit it was, but there was a shot somebody had put up of I-30 where the water was just like cascading down the highway, like down I-30 onto the service road, just like everywhere. And yeah, I mean, that was really fast yesterday. All the mesquite videos came out of just the area being saturated in just a blink. And we barely got any rain in Flower Mound.
I didn't get anything. It was sunny in Roanoke.
That's again, it's just one of those things where it can sneak up on you like that. This thing in South Texas, Abbott announced yesterday it's now 160 missing. So it went from like 20 to 30 to where now it's 160. Because they had set up a call line basically for like, hey, let us know if you have anybody missing. And that caused a fresh surge of new cases that they found out about.
877-881-1053, the way to get in on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, the way to win Rangers Tigers tickets during the 720 commercial-free expressway, where we will chop it up on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. The controversy over Fat Mahomes and Dak Prescott saying this is as healthy as I'm going to be. What is up with that statement? We take you inside the star of the home of the Cowboys next.
It's true, you've got to forget something else to remember, but each has those.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
What are the Seaman sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first. 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to cars wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
The build-up towards Cowboys training camp in Oxnard continues. Where else? This radio station is your official home of the Dallas Cowboys radio network. Here with Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And we got a 5-year Oxnard, California extension for training camp announced yesterday.
Yeah, are you happy about that, Chop?
I love going there. It's you're jumping into a pool, 70 degrees in the middle of July.
I love the trip on its own. The 3 a.m. wake-up calls are a bit much. You got to remember, I have trouble getting here at 6. You're telling me I got to be up at 3, and also like engaging in things during the week. That's a lot. That's a lot to ask. But they did extend it through 2030, which is surprising because we've heard it the last couple of years. I'm not remembering how much of this is public, but I mean, in general, we've heard rumblings about the city being sticklers about code all of a sudden that maybe they haven't in the past, or just kind of nitpicking on things, which maybe they were just setting it up for.
Well, they also built facilities in front of people's property to block their balconies.
Yes, that was bad. That was bad. But specifically, their relations with the city of Oxnard have seemed at times to like kind of be a little more tense. And I don't know, maybe it was all setting up for this. It's just the negotiation. Both sides were just kind of trying to set a standard. But yeah, we'll be out in Oxnard through 2030 for training camp.
I don't envision them ever leaving. They've basically been out there for 60 years in some form or fashion. Outside of the Jimmy era, they were, and the early part of Bill, they were always out in Southern California or Oregon. Right back in early Landry days, they went to Oregon. But they've always had, it would be the Thousand Oaks or Oxnard. It's just where they go.
Where was Dak speaking?
So Dak was having his yearly, every year, right around 2 weeks out, 3 weeks out from training camp, he will do his like youth camp that he does, his free youth camp that he puts on. And so he was doing that yesterday and this was going on yesterday, I think from like 8 to 10 or something like that. But yeah, Dak Prescott was out there doing his camp between a partnership that he had, and this is like the same thing that George Pickens got killed for recently when he canceled.
And he gave an update on the status of his rehab for camp in the season.
I'm healthy. I'll be full go for camp. I'm healthy. Yeah, look, I think soon here I'll probably get an official sign off from Doc, but I'm healthy.
I don't love that because I
didn't hear your.
I'm healthy as I'll be. Play it again, Peyton.
I'm healthy. I'll be full go for camp.
Okay. Healthy
as I'll be.
Now
like it's the the ankle feels good. It'll never be 100%.
Yeah.
It's like my finger. It'll never straighten out. It feels fine. I'll never be able to straighten it out again.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Yeah, this is tough because you got to look at it from like you got to, when you hear him say that, it's like, okay, now I've got to start interpreting. Are you saying what Chop's saying, basically? Like, yeah, dude, this is never going to be right ever again. This is just as healthy as it's going to be. Or is he saying, like, the Kyrie sense, where Kyrie's like, I can't even predict tomorrow. Why would I do that? Like, is he saying, like, in that sense? Or the third option, and this requires a lot of judgment and reading into it, did he just mean to say something like, I'm healthy as I can be, and said, I'll be? And then, because, I mean, he kind of really quickly pivoted over in what he was saying.
Also, I'm waiting. I have to wait for the doctor to sign off.
Well, because he still was not cleared for like full contact stuff or anything else. That was where they had left it off, and they've just had a dead period since then. So he just hasn't seen the doctor since then.
Sure. Okay.
Which he should be good. Like all indications are he was going to be ready to go for training camp, and he looked like he was going to be ready to go when we were out there.
Yeah, I hope it's not as healthy as I'll be. I hope that was not the answer, and there was just a little audio skip in there that I did not hear the first time. Dak was also asked how he feels about a couple minicamp OTA sessions with his new receiver, George Pickens.
I mean, that's a guy that loves football. I mean, the guy's telling me about my college days, and you don't know about Mississippi State college days unless you're a football guy, right? And sure, he's from Alabama, and I was right there in that region, but, I mean, players that I played with, guys from his region, that right there, that knowledge, that involvement, that shows you a guy loves football, and that, to me, that deletes a lot of things that you've heard in the past about him. Great dude, loves his teammates, and excited as hell for this season. I know he is. I know he's happy to be in a fresh new spot, and I'm excited for what he's going to do for us.
You know, if you were a George Pickens defender, which now everyone in the Metroplex conveniently is, including us, you would say in Pittsburgh, yeah, he was guilty of just loving football too much. It's like T.O., like he wanted the ball in order to help his team win. And the tantrums and all the media skirmishes and the personal fouls, it was just a result of the passion for the sport boiling over.
Yeah, it's like when you sit down for a job interview and they're like, what's your biggest weakness? He's like, I care too much. Like, that's George Pickens. He cares too much. I think everything you hear is that no one who plays with him has a big problem with him. And they enjoy playing with him. He can just be kind of a pain for people who are in charge of making sure operations run smoothly. He doesn't want to be told what to do, it feels like. He's probably got a little bit of an authority problem. But in terms of like the team, the chemistry fit, he's not T.O. in that sense. Like in that sense, he's more just kind of a guy that guys tend to get along with. He's still shouting out his Pittsburgh teammates, his former, when Minkah Fitzpatrick gets traded. He's shouting him out, giving him so like he clearly had good relationships there in Pittsburgh. It was just none of it was with anybody who was above him in a position of authority.
The football controversy that has actually gone national comes from my old stomping grounds of Kansas City.
Well,
and this guy's name is Kevin Keatsman. So Kevin Keatsman was on the opposing station that I was on. I was on 610. He was on 810. He was the big dog of the entire city. The big dog afternoon host, and we all knew he was a douchebag. He was a douchebag. He is a douchebag. He lost a job. I think he had attacked Andy Reid, calling him a bad father and a bad parent.
I heard about that.
Yeah. And now he does some type of podcast, and someone decided to pick up his quotes attacking the local legendary quarterback with the Kevin Keatsman pod.
Meanwhile, vacation photos are popping up of Patrick Mahomes, and he's fat. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to tell you the truth. That's why you hit the play button. He's an embarrassment. You're a $500 million quarterback. You've made all these comments in the offseason that we're going to do our talking on the field. We got our butts kicked in the Super Bowl. We're coming back with a vengeance. Dude, you're fat. Your belly would be fat at my pool, hanging out with us, 60-year-olds, okay? My skin's flabbier than yours. I get it. Stop. Stop the fast food. Do a sit-up. Do something. Yeah, I'm sure he's worked out and strengthened his arm, and he's done all kinds of different things, quarterback things, but there's no training to this man. I don't understand it. He's not a kid anymore.
You know, I actually thought that Pat and Aiden, we'll see if we can get up some of these pictures on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I actually thought Pat looked better than he usually does.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, there's some pec work there. There's some chest work there. RJ, you can go ahead and break it down after your Oshkosh Bagoshes last week, showing off the physique. There's some hippage. The belly doesn't have a six-pack, but I did not look at Mahomes before Keatsman's comments. I saw these vacay photos. I did not look at Pat and go, oh, my God, what is he doing?
Yeah, it's not like what is he doing? I think there's no change. There's no difference. It's Pat. That's Pat's body. That's Pat's physique. That's what Pat walks around with that kind of a body. And like history shows you that quarterbacks, that's kind of how a lot of them are. I never saw Phillip Rivers shirtless. Like I don't remember. But I've seen the Manning brothers shirtless, and they've got a few Super Bowls, and they got a few bellies. You could eat a bowl of cereal out of Manning's chest conclave. So I don't know. I don't know that it's a big deal.
Here's Kevin Keatsman, part 2.
He's got a wonderful family, loves his kids, is a good person, all of these things. I can't believe that this guy's on page 6 of the New York Post or People Magazine or TMZ on vacation with his family with his dad bod. I mean, I just can't believe it. He knows they're going to get his picture, and he knows they're going to post it, and he's made jokes about it. It's not a weight thing for me. It's not. It's a core thing. It's a muscle thing. Again, do some crunches, do some sit-ups. You've got a $500 million contract. It's your job.
We did an interview the other day recapping our 14 years together, and I was expecting the interviewer to ask, what is the dumbest thing you could ever do in DFW sports radio? And my answer would be attack Dirk Nowitzki. Like, go at Dirk.
Yeah.
And I think that same type of thinking may apply to Pat Mahomes in Kansas City, especially after you're not going through a Dallas Cowboy type Stephen Jones drought.
Yeah, I mean, look, they didn't win the
Stop
Super
the
Bowl
fast
this year.
food.
They didn't win the Super Bowl this year. That's a drought. That's a drought. I mean, haven't they made the Super Bowl like 6 times in 8 years?
Yeah, but look, I mean, if he ever wants to win more than one Super Bowl, he's got to be in shape.
That's right.
That's a big thing. I think this is great.
How is this different? Let me just ask a couple questions off the top of my head. How is this different from us with Luka's conditioning? Because I know Luka hasn't won the titles, but
they're legitimately not even in the same stratosphere of in or out of shape to me. But like Pat Mahomes is much more closer to what the average looks like at the position than Luka is. Like Luka, for all the, I never wanted Luka to go. Anything else? Luka absolutely was always out of shape at the start of the season. Like it's a Shaq-like problem. It's not that big, but it's the guard version of Shaq in a lot of ways. It's the James Harden thing. Mahomes looks like every other quarterback basically in football. Like generally, I feel like the ripped six-pack quarterbacks aren't great. Like that, isn't that Will Levis? Hasn't he been that guy?
You don't have to be like you don't have to be in. And by the way, having a little belly flap doesn't mean that you're not in good physical shape. It means your diet stinks. Doesn't mean that you're cardiovascular where you can run around. There are plenty of people who can run around all day that have flab.
And look how Pat runs around with his game late in fourth quarters coming back. He's not sitting there gassed and exhausted.
Exactly.
He's winning the game.
If he was gassed and exhausted, it's a different story. You don't have to be in great like physical looking shape to be a quarterback, and to be a running back, be nice. Wide receiver, linebacker, quarterback, I don't think you need it.
940 says, Bobby was my speed camp. That's Bobby Stroop, who's Mahomes' trainer. Bobby was my speed camp coach growing up in Pilot Point. Doesn't take crap from anyone, calls it out anytime, including athletes in camp.
He went off on this radio guy, podcast guy. He said, you obviously need attention. If you want to see what in shape is, go make it through a practice at St. Joe or run hurry-up offense, scrambling back-to-back place. You don't have a clue what it takes. It's not a look, it's performance.
I've seen Bobby tell professional athletes to their face, you're fat right now. Like, I've seen him do it. He doesn't have he is absolutely somebody who will kind of keep guys in line and stay on top of them. If Mahomes had an issue, he would tell him.
I watched their workout stuff with Netflix in the first quarterback season, and never did I think, man, Pat's really struggling here. Like, he was going through really hard workouts. This guy's a loser.
He's a thicker guy.
Everyone, for the most part, except for 75-year-olds in Kansas City, were thrilled and happy that he lost his job. He is the most arrogant, he's like the Mike Francesa of Kansas City. I'm surprised Nick Wright. So this was Nick Wright's chief rival. Nick's strategy doing afternoons on our station was to attack and destroy this guy in any way possible. And Reitman's now paying attention to the show. I saw his head peep over Radio Insight, Radio Wars. And I'm surprised yesterday on his show, I don't know if he did or not, that Nick did not try to take personal shots at Kevin Keatsman, who we all absolutely despised. So that was him making national news, and he is that type of dude like Bayless. He doesn't even care over the backlash.
Do some sit-ups.
He gets his high off of any type of attention and his name being in the headlines, it doesn't matter that he's now a pariah in the city.
Bayless was the first name I thought of listening to that clip. That's exactly who it sounded like something Bayless would do. But I mean, 817 brings up a good point. They should trade him. He's fat and lazy. That's true.
Yeah.
The Chiefs should trade him. They should get rid of him.
Definitely move on.
Got to move on.
The audio of the week comes from the golf fight, including a former NHL enforcer. We have the audio. It's RJ Choppy's number one pet peeve in the world. You got to hear this next on Sean and RJ 105.3.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
A Rangers-Tigers ticket giveaway starting with the 720 commercial-free expressway for 40 minutes. No reason to go anywhere else. That's what TOLO stands for. Turn it on. Leave it on. With Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. My favorite story and audio of the week, it's not even close. Hopefully a G-Bag of the Day nominee and winner comes from the golf course and comes as a result of slow play.
Slow play, man. There's nothing worse than slow play. Even if you're a bad golfer, just if you keep the pace up, that's all that matters, man. We're not out there on the PGA Tour. Well, this comes from Canada, and you can tell that because of the accents. If you watch the entire video,
it's a very tough bleep. I'll give you props, Peyton. You did a good job here.
So.
Don't even name who the enforcer is yet.
This is a very emasculating moment. So the backstory here is that it's a very long video. Nathan's going to get up on the fan cam. It's got a very long video of a bunch of guys essentially starting to get into it on a golf course over slow play. One of the guys yells out, "You've been on the tee box for 23 minutes. This one dude, by the way, is wearing a button-down, full-on button-down.
Do people do this for 20 minutes, 23 minutes?
They were so hammered, he couldn't tee the ball up. All right? But yeah, sometimes it's like guys are just like shooting the you-know-what. They're talking, and it's like, guys, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
You look up at 6 minutes later, you haven't hit.
Let the people behind you play through.
Let them behind you play through. They were not allowing them to play through. They're like, let us play through. You'll never see us again. Trust me. We'll be off this hole, and you'll just have teed off. So this one guy's like, he starts getting ready to go. He's like, you want to go? Let's go.
And he's this short little dude. He's hammered.
Bowing up. And the guy says, I'm going to throw you into this lake.
Here's the audio of the exchange. Enjoy.
They've been sitting there for 23 minutes.
I'll cry about it. Cry about it.
I'm going to
cry about it.
I'm a
try about it.
Buddy, you're going to get shit.
I don't give a
like badly.
Good. Let's go, man.
Buddy. Oh. No, I'm not filming this.
He's like, you don't want to go.
All right, so little man is like bowing up. He's ready. He's got the high ground. Cry about it. That's a drop. That's a drop the next time we fight, Pepe. But little man here is like slowly taking off his golf gloves.
Yeah.
He's got the higher ground. He's on the green.
Yeah, so now he's eye level with the other guy.
He's eye level. I mean, this guy has to be like 5'8", and he wants to go.
He wants to go.
He's going at the wrong individual.
I'm not stopping. No. You guys need to get off the golf course. No, now. Pack up. Go now.
All right, stop. So what he's trying to do here is to intimidate and scare, like, oh my God, I'm getting ready to fight a crazy person.
Oh yeah, he's peacocking now. He's like, let's go! Yeah!
And the big guy on the other side is like, that's not doing anything for me. You're not scaring me whatsoever.
Park and go. I don't know what you're doing. You're not scaring anybody. You're just making yourself.
Hey, man. Come on, man.
Hey.
Bushes, he got thrown in.
Hey. Off to a good start, buddy. I told you. Man, leave him alone. You want to know? You want to? At me. Alone, man. I got it all on record. I got it all on record. Bang! Hey. You want to go, guy? Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man. I wouldn't keep going back, you moron. Bang! Bang! Come on, man. Bang! I'm not trying to get in there. Like, just... Enough! Are you still cheering on you? Enough! Get out! Hey, hey! Oh. Enough! Things going well for him. Get him the out of here!
When you're first of all, you knew this guy was a hockey player because he's grabbing him by the shirt, like they do when they're standing up fighting and just wailing away. And when you're getting punched and the other guy is doing Batman 1950s Adam West sound effects.
Your commentary on that, I did a LOL, and I don't even like saying LOL as a man.
Bang! Bang! Like you're just like doing the sound effects.
He's
for
commentating it.
He's commentating
the punches. Bang! bang. And Lil Man kept coming back for more.
Yeah.
It didn't. He threw him into, I thought, the water. He comes back, wails on him with 3 punches, knocks him down, punches him again, and then heaves him across the golf cart path. It looks like Barstool got a still shot of the guy horizontal sideways to the ground.
When he got heaved at the end there, and you heard the thud of his body just landing 11 feet away from where he was thrown.
Go, man!
It was, what a fight. What a fight.
It's as dominant a fight as you can have. Because he does have him by the collar, and so you mentioned he literally pulls him in when he wants to punch him, and then anytime the guy gets shot up, he just extends him out because he's also got the reach. And so it's just like, all right, let me pull you in when I want to hit you, and when you're going to hit me, I'll just pull you back away. There was literally no chance for this dude.
Bang! Bang! Well, the reason it was such a lopsided fight is because the internet discovered that the big man was Nick Tarnasky, who played 245 games in the National Hockey League. He racked up more penalty minutes than games played, 297. Played 486 games in the AHL over 9 years, putting up a staggering 881 penalty minutes. His plus minus in the AHL was minus 76. He was out there to fight. He was out there to beat down. How big do you think this dude is?
Well, he's a lot bigger than his playing weight. Okay, he's listed at 6'2", 220. I'm 220. He's not. He's much bigger than me. This guy is 260.
Yes.
He is a mammoth human being. From one of my favorite cities in the world, Rocky Mountain House is the name of it. Just a wonderful name. Wonderful name for us, Rocky Mountain House.
That's my favorite story, my favorite audio of the entire week.
It's great, man.
Amazing.
Bang!
All right, how to solve your nightmares. I've been having a bad week of nightmares myself. So why?
It's this is something where what's been the classic, maybe it's an old wives' tale. What's been the classic remedy since the 50s for you're having trouble going to sleep? Well, why don't you go get a warm glass of what?
Milk?
Yeah, go get a warm glass of milk. So the idea is because it's it's a warm drink and there's tryptophan in the milk, and so it'll help you get to sleep. You'll be sleepy. Well, it turns out it may make you go to sleep. It's going to give you nightmares. So new research shows that ingesting dairy before bed gives you nightmares. At least this is what this initial study is suggesting. It's one from Canada, which is where you get that abote or cryobote.
Record.
Exactly. Record. I recorded you. Scientists in Canada conducted the study by surveying college students. People who reported having regular nightmares and poorer sleep in general were also more likely to report having food allergies, including lactose intolerance. They found the researchers speculate that the distress caused by people's stomach issues can seep into our non-waking hours. So, given all the issues people have with dairy, which even if you're not lactose intolerant, dairy is generally considered really hard on the digestive system. And so anybody who's taking that before they go to bed, they're saying, yeah, that's probably leading to an epidemic of nightmares right now. So if you want them to stop eating dairy before bed.
I mean, that's my child every night, both my children every night before bed with the milk. I thought it was going to be late this morning. Something was going on with my daughter. She was crying at 4:35. I was up there trying to rock her to sleep. Maybe it was a nightmare.
It was a nightmare. Look, the good news, though, is if you do suffer from nightmares, it's all going to be over very soon for you, because research shows that if you have about 3 nightmares a week, you have a 3 times greater chance of dying before the age of 70.
Now, that one makes a lot more sense to me than the milk.
The stress, you think you have a heart attack. You're not sleeping.
You're not sleeping. Now, I will say this. Out of 5 nightmares that I have, I do have the ability at some point in the nightmare, 3 out of 5 times, I'll say, all right, try to wake up and see if this is fake. I've been able to go, okay, stop. And then I'll wake up and I'm like, oh my God, thank God that wasn't real. So I can do that kind of 3 out of 5 times.
See, I had a bad one the other day. I was a backup goalie. Okay.
Pete DeBoer's favorite.
And between periods, we had just given up 5 goals in the first. Between periods, I was like, well, shoot, man. I wasn't even dressed. I was like, I'm going to go to the old number 7, Jack Daniels Club. And then I was like,
you were at the AAC playing.
Yeah, I was in there for an awful long time. And I walk out and I see the main goalie just standing there on the concourse without his gear on. I said, hey, aren't we about to start the period? He goes, yeah. I was like, aren't you playing? He goes, no, I got pulled. You're in. I'm like, well, I'm not dressed. Start at 30 seconds. And then you start the run, the nightmare run, and you'll go anywhere.
So that's exactly my question, though. When they're saying 3 nightmares a week, when you say a nightmare, are you talking about I'm being chased by a monster or I'm being shot by...
my dad passed away.
Okay, so like, because that's is that some people say, oh, I showed up to school with no clothes on. Like, is that
right?
Is that equal to monster nightmare? Is that what that's talking about when they talk about those studies?
To me, it's a nightmare of like being in a college math class and being unprepared and being humiliated, failing the class and failing college. That'll be a recurring one for me. I'm back in a classroom.
So the other night I had a dream that the Mavericks did not take Cooper Flagg with the first pick. That instead they picked
that's
someone.
a dream, not a nightmare, Bobby?
No. They picked someone else. I don't even remember who they picked. They picked someone else. You were so upset you quit. Like you were just like, I'm not doing radio anymore. This is ridiculous. They're gonna keep making us mad. I'm not doing this anymore. So you quit. But like, for instance, if you would have had that dream, would Cooper Flagg have risen to the level of that's a nightmare if the Mavericks were to not draft Cooper Flagg?
Yes.
That's upsetting enough.
Yes.
Fortune favors the bold.
All right. If that's how we were. Then it must be just a stress or anxiety related thing.
All right, there it is. Sean, RJ, and Roberto with the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. That's why we want you to win the Rangers Tigers ticket giveaway. Speaking of the Mavericks and Cooper Flagg, how he's already the hottest ticket of the summer. And forget about Anthony Davis being called street clothes. Apparently, the new nickname is Goggles after another AD injury report. That's next on DFW Sports Station. But let me...
Products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, for you.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to you for turning it on, leaving it on, radio, YouTube, FanCam, Twitch, or the Odyssey app. Cooper Flag's debut tomorrow in the Summer League is already the most expensive ticket in Summer League history. According to Front Office Sports, the get-in price is $83, with courtside seats against the Lakers reaching over $2,500.
Yeah, be clear here. Yeah, that's like you just said Angel Reese is responsible for the highest ticket. This is about Bronny. Bronny drives up prices.
Yeah,
he dunked the other day. Didn't play in the Lakers' first game for some reason. Played in the second game, got an early dunk.
Did he have to have somebody like on their hands and knees and like step on their back to jump up?
Wow.
What is it about the allure of Summer League that everyone likes? It's a really cool thing. It may be the coolest thing the NBA has going. It's like it's like a balance between like Rucker Park, going out there and seeing the new talent.
It's the most immediate access to the hype after a player's drafted of any league. Like you're instant.
Yeah.
Like if Flag was drafted 2 weeks ago, we see him play in a competitive atmosphere.
It's also that you're in the stands and you're sitting next to Rick Carlisle.
Yeah.
You're sitting next to
Steph was there the other day.
Yeah, like that's
all the NBA players go out there.
Yeah, is this the one? Are they in Salt Lake still? I know they were in Salt Lake last week.
They've been in Vegas before.
Well, no, they have two. They do a Salt Lake Summer League and then they go to Vegas. And I don't know if they've already transitioned over to Vegas.
Right, McMahon was in Salt Lake the other day.
I did the summer league in Vegas one year. It's fun. Like it's fun. It's like a calmer All-Star game because everyone's there. But yeah, you're just in the crowd. You're just sitting there in the stands, and GMs are there, and coaches are there, and then it's like coaches looking for jobs are there.
Is it like the Combine, Indy?
Yeah, kind of. It's just it's Combine. It's winter meetings.
Yeah.
Super Bowl, Final Four. Like a lot of the players, former players are there. Coaches are there trying to find. It's a job fair. It's a job fair for a lot of people.
Well, and it's got to be. I mean, the fact that it's so much immediate access to GMs and coaches right after big moves would have been made, whether it's the draft or free agency or trades or whatever else. A lot of times, for instance, when the NFL's together in the Combine, you got all those people there, but it's kind of a look ahead before they've even done free agency or anything else. You're not getting like the opportunity to really maximize it. It is a really unique environment relative to the rest of the sports.
But when you're just watching, like it's like watching the game is like secondary. It's really wild. Like I remember one thing from the 6 games I went to, and that was a single Porzingis dunk. It was he went up and got I was like, oh, this guy, there's no way he's gonna get this, and I was like, oh my god, he's got ups.
One of the Brian Windhorst rules that he was going over the other day on the Hoop Collective is don't fall for all the hype of Summer League. The downside of Summer League and the bad performances mean a lot more than the really good performances. So maybe 76er fans should pump the brakes a little bit on their new kid from Baylor.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the one that I saw. I think I saw something else, but somebody had said basically first-year players don't get any excitement out of them playing good or bad generally if it's in their first year. They said a second-year player who comes in here and plays bad, that's the biggest thing you can take away because that's bad if you're bad in that setting.
From the 956, if the NFL really looks into this, they may see them missing out on an opportunity to make some money. They could do a 7-on-7 league of rookies from May to June.
No. Not with the injury.
Yeah,
you're looking at
I get scared if someone's jogging on a beach.
7-on-7, you're looking at it's basically flag football.
Oh yeah, if you had all the rookies, people would watch.
Yeah,
people would
doubt
watch.
about it.
People would start complaining when Achilles injuries and ACLs are popping up everywhere.
Or eye injuries, because Shams yesterday reported Anthony Davis underwent a procedure to repair a detached retina that he suffered during the season. Davis played through multiple hits to the face last year. He's expected to be healthy for next training camp. RJ, you start with your take, which I agree with, and then the most impressive aspect of any of the emails last night, Bobby Belt's retina research.
Oh, okay. Well, as you know, I don't read Bobby's emails, so I want to be surprised. So.
Yep. I can see that when you guys send the same stories.
Absolutely. Listen, I could not care less about off-season cleanup surgeries. Could not care less about them. The detached retina is a good size surgery, right? It is. Mm-hmm. But on a scale of 1 to 10, it's a 1 for me. And the only reason it's a 1 is because he actually played through this, which shows some toughness. I didn't think that he would play through. I mean, the guy doesn't play through anything, and he plays through an eyeball that's fallen out.
Probably because he was just new here, trying to make an impression.
Yeah.
And as all the insiders will tell you, trying to help and save Nico, that AD rushed back to play too soon for the Mavericks to help Nico, and then got hurt immediately in the initial game.
Right. And like it, to me, like if it doesn't impact a player playing in the following year, then like he might as well have gotten a colonoscopy. Like, it's okay. All right, fine, cool. I don't need to know about this.
Bobby, take us inside the research. This was impressive.
Yeah, the problem is it does impact the guy the following year, and largely for the rest of his career. At least the anecdotal evidence that's out there. So I went and looked over. I was like, all right, who are some examples of detached retinas? Because I can't ever remember this being a thing. Until I then was reminded later, Amari Stoudemire had this happen to him in Phoenix. That was one that I remembered.
He wore goggles after that, right?
Yeah. And so Stoudemire, Dave Bing with the Pistons back in the 70s.
Alan Ray. Remember Alan Ray?
No. Chris Douglas Roberts and Orlando Woolridge, who used to be like a sixth-man guy for Chicago and stuff like
goggles as well.
So, we may see AD with the goggles next year is what's coming from this. But those are like the four biggest examples of guys who had this happen and had to have the surgery. So, Orlando Woolridge, his field goal percentage went down by 4 percentage points for the remainder of his career. His free throw percentage went down by 7 for the remainder of his career. Chris Douglas Roberts, his field goal percentage declined by 4 points for the rest of his career after he had the injury in his third season in the NBA. Dave Bing had it happen before his sixth season. He averaged 25 points per game before the injury. He never averaged more than 22 in a single season after that, and it was 17 for the rest of his career. He also dealt with blurriness in the eye for the rest of his life. And then the only one who didn't see like a super significant drop was Amari Stoudemire, as he still made a few all-star teams after that. But he also saw his field goal percentage drop by about 4 points from the previous 4 years after the injury happened.
Wow.
So pretty standard, like, as a 4-point percentage drop. Is it coincident? It's a very small number of examples. We don't have a lot of that, but it's enough to just say, man, he's injury prone everywhere else, and it's like now the eyeball can't even stay in his head.
Like I said, Alan Ray, Villanova. Go Google that, Bobby. You would like this. Sean, don't
Let's look it up.
Big East tournament, whatever year it was, 03, 04. That was the Kyle Lowry team. Alan Ray, a very good team. Well, he goes and he gets a swipe across the eye, and his eyeball.
Yeah, I've seen this one. I don't like this.
Right out, or pops halfway out. I mean, I was just like, oh,
yeah,
just gives me the willies.
We also have some details on the Kyrie extension.
Yes, we do, as I tried to push down my lunch from yesterday after Choppy reminded me of that video. Kyrie Irving, the details of his contract have come out courtesy of Mark Stein. It was a 3-year, $118 million extension that he signed recently. And the specific part of this that is probably the most relevant is there is a 15% trade kicker in his deal, which means if he gets traded, a team now owes him a bonus equal to 15% of his remaining contract. So if the Mavs wanted to trade him after year one, for instance, he would have 2 years and $82 million left on his deal. It would become a 2-year, $94 million deal for whoever traded for him. It's not just like we're going to give you an advance on your salary. It's an additional 15 tacked onto it. So it doesn't give a team a whole lot of incentive to trade for him unless they're willing to then also eat $12 million or 6 if it's with 1 year left. But the thing I wondered about a trade kicker being put in there is that Kyrie trying to create leverage for himself and just say, I don't want to be dealt out of here? Or is that the Mavs insisting on something so like, hey, if you get upset with anything, you're not going to be able to just easily bail out of here?
Right. So trade kicker, 15% kicks in if you get
They
dealt.
have so many names, exceptions, kickers.
$12 million. That's a lot of money to tack on to a deal that's already really expensive.
We also had, speaking of Kyrie, AD, we know that LeBron James, former teammate of both, and we just had the anniversary.
Anniversary of the decision, the 15th anniversary of the decision. That was a made-for-TV event. I'm not sure if you're aware of this.
Does everyone remember where they were? I was in my apartment in Kansas City.
Yeah,
I don't remember where I was. I was watching it, but I don't remember. I assume I was at home.
I was at my dad's house. It was probably the last time I was in a house.
Or talk to your dad.
Well, the decision, I went back and did a little research on the decision, and it's kind of like the exact problem the NBA might be facing here in the next couple of years once LeBron retires. The Decision TV show drew a peak of 13.1 million. 13.1 million. So to put that in perspective, since the 2019 NBA Finals, there have been 35 NBA Finals games in that span. How many beat 13.1 million viewers? This includes the games in the bubble. 2.
Oh, my.
Game 7 of this year and Game 6, 2022.
That's a problem.
That's a problem. MLB World Series games since the end of 2019, there's been 28 total games. That includes the games in the bubble. 7. But 5 of them were all from this past year, which is Yankees-Dodgers, which skews everything. So other than that, 2. A 2019 game. Games 5 and 6 from 2021. So not great either. And this is what the league is looking at. They're looking a meaningless, made-for-TV show to announce where someone was going to play has outdrawn all but 2 of their finals games in the last 6 years.
But they would also say, look at the pot. They would reverse it, and I get it, to say a non-game drew 13 million because we have the biggest individual stars.
Yes, they do. Yeah, they have the biggest individual stars or star.
Because you could just reverse that and say, oh, my God, that's really impressive.
It is. It's
versus comparing it to the game ratings.
It's incredibly impressive. I think, though, that is the problem is that all their eggs have been in LeBron and the Warriors, baskets for years. Where are they going to go?
And Bill Simmons could probably do 8 straight hours on this, but the shockwave and the ripple effects of that with the way the league went and teams being built.
Dude, it's I mean, like, not just the way teams are built. You talk about how it
should have had the drop, taking my talents to South Beach.
I was about to say that was arguably the biggest quote that year of I'm taking my talents to South Beach. Like, if you look back at the year, like you include politics and everything else, that was arguably like right up there as the biggest quote of that year. It's probably would have done bigger than 13 million had it not, because you remember they were trying really hard to keep under wraps who LeBron was going to because they had this event coming up. And that was like 3 hours before everything shifted really heavy in betting markets and reports that it's going to be Miami.
Yeah, and I wonder,
and that had a lot of people, I remember at the time, all of a sudden going, well, I'm not watching tonight. He's going to Miami. And
I didn't know.
I didn't know.
I didn't know at the time.
I had no idea. I think a lot of people thought the Knicks were a team or Cleveland, obviously. And also, because he said in there, I woke up this morning and decided, I want to see the documentary of when he actually decided.
Right.
It's still the arguably the worst sports PR decision I can remember in my life.
Is that his cringiest moment?
Man, I just think I don't know that it's like individually the worst. It just encapsulates everything about the problems he has.
Yeah. If there was no TV show and he just went to Miami, then he just went to Miami.
Right.
It was especially the I'm taking my talents to set. The way he said it was so brutal.
The G-Bag Nation is going to be at one of my wife's favorite restaurant, Shell Shack, on Henderson Avenue today. While they last, they're giving away limited edition Crown Royal Cowboy jerseys. I think that's the jersey that's been sitting in there in the meeting room desk. That thing is sweet. So G-Bag Nation at Shell Shack, kitchen sink, hot, let the fries sit in the juice. Don't sleep on the shrimp. That's my Shell Shack advice. And thank you, Jalen Smith, for letting me know about the kitchen sink. Yeah,
kitchen sink?
Kitchen sink is the flavor of the bag for your crab legs, your shrimp, your corn, your sausage, the potato. And sometimes I got to get hot depending on, sometimes I got to get medium depending on Amanda's heat tolerance for the day. But if Amanda's in the bathroom and not paying attention while I'm ordering, I'll order the hot. If she's there, I got to order the medium. But the flavor of this, oh my God.
Broadus, it gets the Broadus seal of approval, for which Broadus is very picky about seafood
My
stuff.
boy from Maryland came and we took him there, and Amanda's like, just take him. I said, no, you can't take a blue crab picking boy from Maryland to a Texas crab leg place. He was blown away because
all about the tuna.
You don't get that mix. It's the mix in the bag. It's the different flavors. So they got lemon pepper. The kitchen sink is actually, I think, their hot sauce mix. I'm talking about this way too much. It's G-Bags broadcast today, 2 o'clock on Henderson with DFW Sports Station. Let's hook you up with our Rangers Tigers ticket giveaway. You're going to go see a battle involving maybe the best team in baseball. When we hook you up commercial free, we'll chop it up as well. And where do the Cowboys offensive rankings come in right now compared to the rest of the league. We'll go back inside the Star on the home of America's team next.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Tree Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. As the announcer man said, well, I don't even know if he said it, but it sounded formal, so I'm going to follow up and say, we are your home of the Dallas Cowboys. In case you did not know, we are officially commercial-free for the next 40 minutes in the Expressway with a Rangers Detroit Tigers ticket giveaway. We will also chop it up, but let's look at the Dallas Cowboys' weapons compared to everybody else.
Just the weapons. This is from Bill Barnwell at ESPN. This is not a ranking of the offenses. This is just running back, wide receiver, tight end. They are completely separated from the offensive lines and the quarterbacks and the coaching staffs. So basically, his exercise is trying to figure out if every team had a league average quarterback, league average offensive line, and a league average play caller / coordinator with average luck, who would be the best offenses?
Already a better study than Bobby's.
And
mine is based in math, not in Bill Barnwell's feelings.
One day we'll get the results of it instead of hearing about the formula every day.
I've done the 1958 and 63 season
with 5 results.
I'm just trying to figure out how to soften and preserve your feelings when you find out John Elway in the modern era would have been 19 touchdowns and 17 interceptions.
I don't have to. I'll just call your work stupid.
So you go down the list. It's Titans at 32. They're just awful. And Carolina, New England, Cleveland, Buffalo at 28.
Whoa.
Buffalo at 20. Last year, they were 24th. The year before that, they were 20th. So Dalton Kincaid, and you're going to have, obviously, Cook.
I mean, give me their receivers. I guess it makes sense after Diggs left. Who are the receivers?
Yeah, if they don't have James Cook, if they don't have James Cook, that might be enough to drop them to 32.
Man, this looks like Elway's 1993 year. In all seriousness, Shakir led the way with 76 catches. Number 2 was Dalton Kincaid with 44 catches. Then James Cook. It goes receiver, tight end, running back for last year's Buffalo. Now, a lot of people would say, hey, look at the balance you achieved. You need to get some off of Josh's plate. James Cook, as Peyton knows, won me all my fantasy championships. So I guess you can't knock it too much.
The Jets at 27. The Giants at 26. Giants have been in the bottom 6 for the last 3 years. The Bears. The Bears went from 6th last year to 25th.
Okay, this still surprises me because I remember some names on Chicago. Bobby, you're making a stink face.
Yeah, well,
They had Roma Dunze they drafted.
Yeah, I was. They have Roma Dunze. They have DJ Moore.
Yeah.
They had Keenan Allen.
The tight end decision that everyone lost their draft mind over.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not the Michigan. They have Colton Loveland. Yeah. And so the one I was making a face at was that might be too low for the Giants. Like, I mean,
Malik.
Tyrone Tracy's a good player at running back. Malik Neighbors is a really good receiver. Daniel Bellinger's not a bad tight end. Like, I don't think that they've got terrible weapons. I'm not saying they're top of the league, but putting them basically bottom 10 feels a little.
Don't forget Scattaboo.
Is Keenan Allen still? Is he still unemployed?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
But
So the
DJ
Bears.
Moore, Adunze, tight ends. A little surprised at that low.
The Saints at 24. The Broncos at 23. Broncos were 30th last year. Here come the Chargers. San Diego Superchargers, Labaconki. Pittsburgh at 21, adding DK. The Raiders at 20.
By the way, didn't you say all these sexy Steeler additions is not moving the line in Vegas?
No, yeah, it hasn't moved them at all. In fact, they're still 8.5. So Vegas is not buying into them. That just feels like the easy. Everybody talks about the NFC East. Nobody wins a back-to-back, things like that. It feels like the easiest one would be over for the Steelers this year on 8.5.
You had the over?
I mean, I like it for the last 22 years or whatever it is.
Julian Edelman also took a little shot at the Steelers' new quarterback on the herd, comparing Brady's final year with Aaron's.
You can't even put those guys in the same sentence because we didn't know it was Tom Brady's last year when it was last year.
Right.
He didn't want the distraction of that. He wanted to go out and play his best possible football that he could play the last year of his career without making it a distraction. Now, we know it's his last year, and we've heard that before.
It's a little funny that we're talking about like he didn't want to make it a distraction, really, because he did retire and then he came back. Like he made a lot of distractions, including in his own home from it.
Right.
So.
It's true. Seattle is at 19, Jacksonville at 18. So you got Brian Thomas, then obviously you had Travis Hunter. Green Bay at 17. Green Bay's got 48 receivers.
So this is the midway point right here. I just think it's
number one.
I think it's fascinating to look at Buffalo, Denver, Chargers, Steelers, Packers. Those are 5 teams in the bottom half of the league in weapons, and those teams on average last year won 11 games.
Wow.
So, that's...
Give me those teams again.
It's Buffalo, Denver, Chargers, Steelers, Packers.
Steelers, Packers. I was going to say, all 5 obviously have just an amazing quarterback, but that qualifies for Josh Allen. Doesn't qualify for Pittsburgh last year. Jordan Love is good. Herbert, disappointing, or limited last year, handcuffed, it felt like. And then Bo Nix, not established as great. So it's not just writing that off to all 5 great quarterbacks. Is that telling us something bigger about the league?
It just makes me wonder are you investing in the wrong thing potentially if you're going the direction of skill position above everything else, which some teams do. Like Miami's done that in recent years. Miami a lot of times will prioritize speed and skill positions. What all of those teams generally have in common is probably just the generic toughness thing, which if we're talking about Dallas, that's the thing we felt like maybe they've lacked sometimes, that they're just not gritty glass eaters. That's what stands out to me when I see those 5 teams. I think of, those are tough football teams.
Yeah, also when you don't pay your wide receivers and running backs and tight ends big bucks, you can have a really loaded team too.
Outside of Buffalo, which has the MVP, the other 4, I love their coach. It's Sean Payton, it's Jim Harbaugh, Mike Tomlin, and Matt LaFleur.
It is the ranking of the NFL wide receiver, tight end, running back tandems. This is completely separated from quarterback, offensive line, play caller, etc. It's just these skill positions. So Green Bay at 17, Indianapolis at 16.
Little high?
Yeah, for me probably, but
give me the weapons.
It's Taylor, it's Alec Pierce. Those are going to be 2 of the ones right off the top. Jonathan Taylor and Alec Pierce. I'm trying to think who else there. Those are the 2 that just popped to mind for me. I can't
name a receiver.
Alec Pierce is a receiver.
Alec Pierce. Pittman.
Yeah, Michael Pittman.
But then Josh Downs, he had 72 catches. Downs and Pittman each had 70 catches apiece. Pierce had 37. But still seems a little bit high, but maybe they love Jonathan Taylor.
Arizona at 15. They've gone from 30th to 21st to 15th.
Marvin
and Trey McBride. I'm trying to think who the running back is. James Conner. Yeah, so that's a pretty good collection.
Houston drops from 4th to 14th. Washington up from 26th to 13th. They added Debo.
Got Terry.
Kind of. Kansas City at 12. Last 3 years, they've been 19, 14, and this year 12.
And Pat Mahomes.
Fatty.
Fat Mahomes. That's a Kansas City podcast joke. He was asked by Kay Adams. He's been hearing a lot of the chirping this offseason.
I'm honestly just ready to play football again. Whenever you lose, you kind of have this taste in your mouth that you want to go out there and revenge that or whatever you want to say. But at the same time, I feel like I've had to sit back and just listen to people talk. And I'm like, let's just play football and just handle it all out there. And I don't really want to talk about it. I just want to go out and show who we are as a Kansas City Chiefs.
I am announcing my fantasy football quarterback. I'm ruining and giving away my draft strategy like Jerry and showing off the board.
Joe Milton.
Pat Mahomes he's going to have a revenge year. Without the revenge bod. He's going to come out. He's going to come out and destroy and tear up the entire league.
Kansas City at 12. I don't think that's crazy. Number 11.
It's nice to also have a revenge year right after coming off a Super Bowl.
I know, right? I know. Yeah, a lot of people revenge year is like, you Joe Burrow would be a revenge year coming off of a missing the postseason.
Right.
Number 11. After being ranked 7th in 2023 and 18th last year, it is the Cowboys.
Oh, Cowboys.
Last season was this is the write-up from Bill Barnwell. Last season was a step backward for CeeDee Lamb, but it seems reasonable to chalk up some of his decline to Dak's injury.
Yeah, seems reasonable.
And also
seem
him
reasonable.
missing all of training camp.
Even at what felt like a down year before a shoulder injury led the Cowboys to wave the white flag, he ranked 17th among wide receivers in yards per route run. Working so often out of the slot, he benefits from having a quarterback with elite accuracy, willingness to put the ball into tight space like Dak. He might be a little more susceptible to a change under center than Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase, which represents a very tiny tier gap at the top of the wide receiver food chain. He will finally get some help. George Pickens should, on what can only be described as the most paper-ish substance imaginable, be an upgrade over the likes of Michael Gallup and Brandon Cooks. Throwing a steady stream of back shoulders and 50-50 balls in Pittsburgh, he had the second lowest expected catch rate, 53%, and sixth highest catch rate over expectation, plus 6.1%, among wideouts with at least 200 targets over the last 3 years. It should boost his efficiency. He won't have a clear path to as massive of a target share, given what happened to many Steeler receivers when they left the protection of the Mike Tomlin behavioral cocoon. It's only realistic to wonder if he will melt down in spectacular fashion. There's also a Pro Bowl caliber upside here, however.
Dak Prescott, speaking yesterday at his camp, was talking about the new wide receiver chemistry with GP in town.
That might be the best part about it. That's two guys that's one the other guy to succeed just as much. That is literally the best part about.
All right, let's restart this. Why do you want to mess up right now?
It's like he's on the phone with us.
That might be the best part about it. That's two guys that want the other guy to succeed just as much. That is literally the best part about those two men is seeing it firsthand, just them two hanging out, and me, the bystander, I go in the house, purposely for a little bit, and just peeking at them. They love each other. They love each other's company. They love each other's game. They're just watch them on the field, them talking to each other, to them just being one-on-one, like I said, on the porch. They're going to push each other. And to be the guy that gets to get them the ball, it's exciting as hell because you can turn on the OTA tapes and one of the guys, the ball's in the air, and the other one's got his hands up celebrating already. That we just got to continue to grow that and continue to, make sure that that's trending the right way.
Tad Carper, PR director in Frisco, look out because number 4 could be taking your job very soon. Wow, I want him as my agent if I'm Pickens. I mean, just glowing reviews.
Yeah, this is. He had said it during OTAs the first time they talked about it. What was it? He was like, "Yeah, I think George kind of proves why the phrase "don't judge a book by its cover." Like you shouldn't listen to what people say and blah blah blah. And so he's been.
I'm saying this with a wink, as Jerry would say, a smile on my face. Yeah, Dak is basically eviscerating the Pittsburgh Steelers organization and Mike Tomlin
on behalf of George. It sounds like that's probably the way.
It's just whatever they couldn't control him. How are they not seeing the glory of this guy? Are you kidding me? He loves football. Oh, we got a gem here. What were they doing over in Pittsburgh? Again, smile on my face.
All right, so he would end this with, I'm not entirely sure why Dallas downgraded from Rico to Javonte Williams by choice. This is arguably the league's worst backfield on paper. While these ranking index more heavily on wide receiver, the Cowboys seem entirely disinterested in even taking fun flyers at running back.
Miles Sanders is not a fun flyer on the surface because nobody's excited about it. I am going to be interested when we see him at camp. I think he's at least got a little bit of juice that I think we saw during OTAs and mini camp that has me a little interested. They're obviously banking on they think Jaden Blue will be a guy that into the future can be electric for them as a receiver, as a running back, doing various things. I think it's hilarious listening to this. He's right, but I still think it's hilarious that we're talking about CeeDee Lamb having just this massively disappointing year last year. And it's massively disappointing is he goes from first team All-Pro to he was a second team All-Pro receiver. He had 101 receptions instead of 135.
Right.
In fact, if you look last year, that 1194 that he had on yards over the last decade, the last 10 seasons that they've played, the number of receivers to have 1,194 yards not named CeeDee Lamb for the Cowboys is 0. Coop never did it. Gallup never did it. Des Bryant didn't do it the last couple of years. It's he performed at a high level.
So what number did they come in on the weapons list?
11th.
All right, let's knock out the top 10.
All right, number 10, Miami. They go from 8 to 3rd to 10th. Number 9.
Number 9.
Atlanta. 10, 10, and then 9th. So up one spot. Number 8 is Baltimore, who spent the previous 2 years at 15th.
No excuses, Sean. No excuses for Lamar anymore.
Number 7, Tampa.
Makes sense.
Makes sense. Number 6 is Minnesota. They've been 6th, 5th, and 6th for the last 3 years.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins had that Minnesota withdrawal. Yeah.
You know, he went from a 9 in Minnesota to an 8. It's not like Atlanta's got bums. Like they're in the top 10 here, too. The Rams at 5th.
Atlanta's got the Ted McMillan comp.
That's right.
Too high.
For
Rams.
Really?
Yep.
Puka, Devontae,
sure. If this
Kyron Williams?
If this is 2 years ago, sure.
Higbee?
I'm all about it.
Well, he's got a quarterback now, Bobby. He didn't have one in Aaron Rodgers. He does in Stafford.
Would you, like, for instance, I think as much as, Atlanta is not a team that's fulfilled their potential at all, I'm taking Atlanta's weapons over the Rams.
San Fran, number 4. They have been number 1 for each of the last 2 years.
Number 4?
After getting rid of half their roster, they're number 4. This is Bill.
How? Ayuk?
Well, Ayuk, obviously.
Ayuk is on fire.
George Brittle. That's my new nickname for him.
That's good.
George, Kittle.
He said he's factoring injuries into this. Ayuk is coming off an ACL, and Kittle's hurt all the time.
And isn't McCaffrey coming off an Achilles?
Come on, man.
Juwan Jennings.
I mean, they're
Ricky Pearsall?
Ricky Pearsall had a nice. He's a fantasy sleeper as well. Cover your ears.
Number 3, Cincinnati. Cincinnati was somehow 11th last year. I don't know how.
This would have been number 1 for me. Cincy.
See, to me, I think there was 2 choices for number 1, and you could interchange them, and it would have been Detroit or Philly, and that who winds up being 1 and 2.
I don't think that Detroit's weapons are as good as Cincinnati's.
Well, their receivers are not. Mm-hmm. So Chase and Higgins are better than Amon-Ra and Jameson, but is the gap there, like the Detroit running backs, Montgomery and Gibbs are much better than anything Cincinnati throws out there.
Chase Brown's pretty good.
Yeah, but he's not Jameer
But Chase
Gibbs.
Brown and Mike Gesicki are good enough that when Barnwell says that part of what he's doing for this formula is receivers are weighted heavier than any of the other skill position players, it doesn't sound like it is then.
But then Laporte is much better than is it who's there? Cole Kmet?
No, Mike Gesicki.
Is Kmet not there? Not there?
I'm talking about Cincinnati. Like Gesicki has been there, and he was good. Like Laporte was good, but Laporte also had a down year last year relative to his first season.
Yeah. So 3 is Cincinnati. Detroit is number 2, and then Philadelphia is number 1.
Fair.
Philly deserve 1.
I would have put Cincy, but I'm not going to fight. Like if you want to put Philly number 1, it's Devontae Smith, AJ Brown, Saquon coming off of the season that he's had. Yeah, it's a really, really good skill position group.
All right, there it is. Inside the Star and around the NFL. No one loves football in the mornings. It's not even a contest more than Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt, and we also hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call on number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Detroit Tigers at Globe Life Field on Friday, July 18th. And Tolos, you want to be one of the first 15,000 fans in the ballpark to also get a pickleball paddle. That's call on number 10 at 877-881-1053.
A Texas Ranger legend absolutely being disrespected. Friend of the KMC Masterpiece. KNC Masterpiece. I cannot include my Bassick in that.
Medford.
Perfect.
Yeah, don't include him either.
Oh, yeah. We'll have that in Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers at 8. Right now, it's a hump day. Commercial-free expressway. We chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Keep your shoes on. The TSA
right after I got my TSA approval.
Yeah, the pre-check?
Yep.
You finally did the pre-check.
Finally did the pre-check.
Oh, man, your life will never be the same.
I think it's overrated.
Really?
While traveling with you, I've seen that it's overrated.
It's a convenience. I don't have to take anything out.
It's a convenience. Yes, it's a convenience once you get in your line.
Yeah.
But sometimes the
line's longer.
or not even available. Like they're like, oh, go
Sun
down
Airport,
to that
yeah.
section of the airport.
Right.
You know, it's
so
not,
in Indy, we had to go to the other terminal.
Yeah.
Not. It wasn't worth it, right? But the keeping the shoes on was always a big boost.
Yep.
Never taking out the laptop or the iPad or anything.
Yep.
Always good. Well, now
let you know what a racket. We were talking about different rackets in the commercial break. Lets you know what a racket airport security can be.
So the new screening rules are to be a part of the agency's new and innovative ways to enhance the passenger experience. So you no longer, they're going to start rolling this out. They are soon going to allow selected airports, and I assume DFW and Level B1 because they're big major airports with massive money that they can throw at new.
DFW's often like one of the test spots for a lot of this stuff.
Yeah. So
I wish they test a new baggage claim.
Did you see the bag that was just laying on the tarmac the other day at DFW? Like it fell off the cart, and there was like a bag just sitting there, like between airplanes. It was there for like hours.
No.
They freak out if I leave my bag next to my chair. The security's going to get called if I walk away for 2 seconds to throw trash away.
So, yeah, they are soon going to allow you to no longer take your shoes off when traveling. This I do. The one thing I'm going to miss about this is it gave me two things. I always got to find out about. I always got to be able to pick out the germaphobes. Right? If you took your shoes off,
Jasmine,
and put those booties on.
Jasmine did that.
Yeah, if you put the booties on, or see whose sock game had holes in it.
Yeah.
You know, if you're one of these people, like my kids, oh my God, they do not own a pair of socks that doesn't have multiple holes in the bottom.
By the way, just so you know, the shorts you wore at the pool the other day, massive hole in the crotch.
I knew it. It was literally when I was crouching down talking to you and Reetma, I was like, I know they're looking at this hole right now that's in the seam of the shorts.
You put them on knowing there was the hole there?
Uh-huh.
Okay, that's embarrassing.
That's also me. Like, I mean, would you have expected
less? Were they
less?
swim trunks or just gym shorts?
No, just shorts.
With the
I wasn't
sweatshirt.
getting in the pool. Come on.
So there you go. Keep your shoes on. That's all you got to do.
Now, as a fellow pre-checker,
yes,
I kind of don't like this because it's giving the commoners now.
I agree.
even playing field.
I agree. This is like if you get a first class ticket, and they start giving free drinks back there.
Exactly.
Like, what are we doing?
Exactly.
I don't. You know,
I don't like this.
If I'm in first class, they don't even deserve peanuts.
I agree.
Don't give me anything.
I agree.
Don't give me anything.
Yeah.
The commoners.
Is this that like big a convenience thing? I know a lot of people have complained about the shoes thing.
No, but what you preferred, it would have been better.
Which is the whole take your laptop out, put it in a separate bin.
Yes.
Can I put anything else in with the bin? Nope. Just has to be But see, that's not even consistent because when we went through Indy and we were coming back, they told us we didn't have to take them out. But then when you were going out of Dallas, you did. So get that.
Mexico, whatever security Mexico has, copy that. Flying into Cabo.
That's why we want them to build the walls.
In, out, quick, bam, boom, boom. I'm like, why can't we get this in America?
No, that's like to me the get that one universally on board. That's the biggest anxiety I have. I will check my bag with my laptop in it just so I don't have to do the whole little separate this out and put this. I hate that.
I look. I mean, that's one thing. That's the biggest thing for me for pre-check is that you get to keep your laptop in. It's the biggest thing. The shoes were the other biggest thing. Now you don't have to worry about that.
The other racket I feel like is what you always get dinged for because of your substance smuggling on the way back. I got dinged for it going out to Maryland. Over 50 pounds.
Yeah.
So why am I getting dinged? If I can't fly with it, you'd make me
pay extra.
Take the stuff out.
Yeah, and then if you're in first class, they give you like 70 pounds, not 50. It's like, why they get more?
Right.
So it's not a weight thing.
Yeah.
It's not a weight thing. It's
Now, I understand if everyone has a 65-pound bag, that's going to probably screw up the weight of the plane.
Probably.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, you got 200 people times an extra 10 pounds.
So you're saying it's class warfare.
It's class warfare.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which, I mean, look.
That's society, right?
That's society, right? Yeah. It is chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Shout out to Gen Z. Y'all continue to do it. They have invented a new trend called micro-retirement. We know this as vacation.
Here it is again.
Okay, we've been calling this vacation. But these
Are you kidding me? Is it really what they're calling vacation?
Yeah, so it's called micro-retirement. So it's called every 6 months for 2 weeks. This guy, he's like, I'm going to start I'm going to micro-retire. He takes a break for work from 2 weeks. He takes a 2-week vacation, and they call it a micro-retirement.
So Bobby's micro-retiring starting tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm having a micro-retire. It's not 2, it's 1.
This is the greatest thing this generation has brought to us is they have decided that they get to rename everything, no matter what it is and how long it's been in use for. They get to name it, and that's what it's called from here on out.
See, that hasn't been like, I know we always say, oh, our generation was the same. Like when you talk about anything related to, oh, we complained about this or we didn't like this. That's usually true. This one is not true. I don't remember previous generations renaming something the previous one had done.
It's like stealing music lyrics. This is like copyright infringement.
Yeah, it's a cover song. It's a cover song.
It's a cover song.
Yeah,
it is.
That's really what this is. Now, according to a survey from Side Hustles, 75% of people think employees should offer unpaid sabbaticals to their employees. So, like, if you want to take, I know there are some companies that like require you to take.
So the Chicoline rule,
right? There are. I know some companies that require you to take like a month off every 5 years, like a recharge called a sabbatical.
A full month.
A full month, and it's paid. They pay you, but it's a full recharge month every 5 years. Got to take it.
Love it.
That's yeah. I mean, I think that's good long term.
Sounds very European.
It does
sounds like
European.
something that would happen over there,
or like me. The Sharif rule.
That's just called having a baby.
Yeah, that's called having a baby. That's called having a baby. But another thing that Gen Z has decided to name: bathroom camping.
Camping?
Bathroom camping. This is where you go to the bathroom without going to the bathroom.
Oh,
you go into the stall at work.
This is parenthood.
And yeah, this is parenthood.
That's what Amanda does.
I do this nowadays. I don't want to listen to McKinsey. I just say, I got to go to the bathroom. I just go in there and I sit for 45 minutes. I'm on TikTok, Instagram, I'm on everything.
You don't even pull your pants out. You just sit on the toilet.
Just sit on the toilet. Well, I pull my pants down just in case.
You're really supposed to, I think, do it to get away from the kids, not your fiance who you're not even married to yet.
Or definitely, like he just mentioned, a lot of people have used it for years. But again, for years, have used it as the like, oh, I'm going to use this as extra time where I don't have to work. Like I'm clocking hours, but I'm just going to get a little quiet time to myself.
That's the thing. Like how many hours of work a week does the average person get by without doing simply by spending it in the bathroom? Because
ask Corey Majors.
Nowadays,
every morning I see these Fred Flintstone feet with these sandals in the stall sitting down. It's like clockwork with Corey.
Pre-phone, you were in and out of there in a couple of minutes. Now the phone, it's added 15 minutes to every bathroom.
The filth of the cell phone.
The filth of the amount of hemorrhoids people have to have nowadays just because they're sitting there for so long.
My dad, even when we didn't have the phones, my dad was always, there was a newspaper in there though, or there was like the like books that he had in there, and he would just like read while he was in there.
Yeah, I can't go to the restroom without my phone.
I know, it feels like
sit down.
I'm missing something.
Yeah,
I can't either. I had to do it yesterday because I couldn't find it. Turns out it was in like the garage or something, and I was panicking because I was like, I really had to go. And I was like, well, this is gonna be a quick one. I can't find my phone.
Yeah,
I was gonna do anything. I would have gone to the floor as opposed to going to the bathroom without my phone.
Oh, I'll push it towards the edge if I can't find it. I will be looking for it until the last possible moment.
One more from my favorite generation. Have you been cookie jarred? Cookie jarred is
where you buy Girl Scout cookies and then you put them in the fridge. That's the cookie jar.
This is a practice where you're dating two people. You have a main squeeze and then someone that you put in the cookie jar just in case the main squeeze doesn't work out.
So pimping.
We called it a backup plan.
Or backup plan, or
play in the
depending
field.
on how committed it was, side piece,
side
or
piece.
Just
side piece
options. But have you been a victim of cookie jarring that you know of in the past?
So basically, have you been cheated on or been put to the side, even if it was not official yet?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is this specified to like? It wouldn't include somebody who's in a committed, like, long-term relationship. It's just for the people
dating.
Who are like,
it's early on, but like, you're not the first choice.
Yeah, maybe once, but I don't know. Like, it was more a suspicion or like connecting dots. I don't know for certain.
Me, same thing. High school girlfriend.
High school
suspicion.
Yeah, I don't know.
And I always tell Amanda, like, you pick what ditch you want to end up in if I ever catch you.
Like, I know I wasn't Sarah's first choice.
You picked the terrain.
Yeah.
Who was?
Oh no, it wasn't any other guy. It was literally anybody else.
Oh,
it wasn't a particular.
It was the
person.
field.
It was just the field. Yeah, it was. she
Norm Hitzkes.
She placed a field bet and she lost. She lost the field bet. Secretariat won.
I don't know. You're gonna have to figure out. You're gonna have to prognosticate, forecast into the future what is the next like dozen trends Gen Z is gonna claim for their own and come up with a stupid name for it.
It is chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. You want culinary advice from South Carolina or and water?
And water.
And water.
That's what you say when you get fouled.
This is a girl on TikTok who is getting kind of destroyed, I think. A lot of people are agreeing with her. I think she's an idiot. For saying they need to stop a practice. This is just a lazy server. That's what this is. Stop the practice of ordering water with another beverage at a restaurant.
Stop the practice.
Stop the practice.
So I can't say I want a Diet Coke and a water.
Right. She doesn't. She doesn't.
Why
want
is this?
She says because nobody drinks. She calls it the and water. She says nobody drinks the and water.
Don't you now find when you sit down at restaurants you have to specifically ask for water versus it being a given?
Oh, in Europe,
like 6 waters.
Yeah, in Europe they don't offer water. Like you gotta ask for it, and then they always ask, do you want it still or carbonated or whatever?
And
right?
no ice in Italy either.
Ice.
Apparently
No
they don't have
ice.
ice there, man.
No ice,
That's
man.
awful.
What's double water? I mean, you can't have you're already used up one water.
But her thing is like a lot of times the straw doesn't even go in the water. Nobody drinks it. It just sits there. Kids never drink it. They never, the kid, a 6-year-old orders a Coke and a water, and they never touch the water. I get that with the kids.
Yeah, I don't know why the kids. My boy would never order water. He's 5. He would never order water. He would just want junk. But the older you get, I know I speak for you, Choppy. I don't know about Bobby. He's still a child.
Mm-hmm.
I'm crushing water.
Crushing the water.
Yeah.
Crushing it. You have to.
Especially if I'm drinking, I'm using that as my balance.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. You've got to have both.
Does this extend are they just saying with like your dinner drink, like sodas, or are they saying with alcohol? Because alcohol, everybody does order a separate water for the most part, I feel like, and does drink
You
those.
think people order more waters to sit down at the bar to drink than their food?
I think if they're going to be I think you're more likely to see somebody consume a water with their alcohol over the course of the evening than a water with their whatever dinner soda they got.
Interesting. I disagree.
I've done that a couple times, I think, where I get the water first while they're making the drink. I down the water, then I drink the alcohol afterwards.
Right. I always ask for that.
I don't go back and forth.
Mixing a water is something people say for a reason. Because it's like generally it's brought in with that. But yeah, I'm not generally ordering a water and a soda.
I always want a water there.
I always like to have water. I think it's just lazy. She's like, she said this thing. I've got to bring a whole new tray out. Oh darn. I mean, you're there. That's kind of what you're there for.
Chopping it up every hump day. During the commercial-free Expressway, congrats to the Rangers-Tigers ticket winner. 2 more chances to win tomorrow and Friday during the Expressway on Sean and RJ. A Texas Rangers legend, friend of the KMC masterpiece, absolutely disrespected. Brett Boone will be in a good mood today after what happened last night on the home of the Rangers. Diamond Cavs, next on 105.3 The...
Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
what was it? Pepper lady. Pepper lady? Razor waves. Nutmeg maybe? No. I just said that. Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's that one called?
On 105.3 The Fan.
With the Angels leading 1-0, Corey's walk started the rally. He swings here, and that one is hammered to right field. Wade turns, looks, out of here! Over the high wall, about 10 rows back into the right field bleachers, Corey Seager leaves the yard for the second straight game. He continues to terrorize the Angels, and the Rangers' lead grows to 10-1.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about an issue between a former great on a team and someone who is just getting there? This is the Diamond Caps here at 105 through the Fan, but this is the story of Rafael Devers, who was traded to San Francisco not even a month ago, right? Not even a month ago.
Yeah.
And one of the big issues in the offseason with the Boston Red Sox and him, they got Alex Bregman. Well, Rafael Devers plays third, and Alex Bregman plays third base as well. So they asked Devers to, DH, and that was the big thing in the offseason. He's like, I play third, man. I don't play DH. I play third. They asked him to move to first, and he wouldn't do it. So finally they had enough, and they move on from him. Well, we're not even a month into this thing, and there was a report on a Boston radio station about Devers and former Ranger great, former Giant great, first baseman, Will Clark.
He's going to hit home runs. Of course he is. They don't yet know what is going to happen with the player. I was there the second day. Will Clark was there to work on ground balls with him at first base, and Rafi didn't show up. So that's the person that these guys have been dealing with for a long time.
All right, so that's Will Fleming on WEEI. Okay, it's a reporter on WEEI. Basically saying that
there's some reports that he blew him off 3 times.
Blew him off 3 times.
Will Clark says he was blown off 3 times.
Will Clark says that, but real quick on the Will Clark thing, he also says something kind of else, and he gives him a little bit of an out, which I happen to think is it's a viable excuse that he gives him here.
So Matt Williams and Bob Melvin want me to go out there and work with him around first base. No problem. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, he did not come out early at all, period. Not at all. Now, in fact, he didn't even hit on the field. But Rafael Devers, the next time I'm in San Francisco, your ass will be on the field at first base.
Now, one of the things he mentioned in this interview is also that I get why he wasn't there. First base is 20 feet away from the visiting dugout in San Fran, where the Red Sox were. He's like, he did not want to go out there and basically be taking ground balls 20 feet away from a place he just refused to take ground balls in.
It's even worse. That's worse to me. Go out. You were Mr. Like, you were out there in the press conference spiking the football and going, I'll do anything the Giants want. Like, you were being so in your face about it. Go take the ground balls in your own home ballpark against they're visiting fans. It's still your ballpark. Go take the ground balls.
This guy sounds like the ultimate loser.
Oh, put him on the list from yesterday. He's the Chris Paul of baseball.
Yes. If my team if I was the owner of these teams, I would call in my scouting department and say, who's responsible for the background check? Who is responsible for not picking up on this guy's attitude and laziness? Because whoever it is, you're fired after we gave that investment. Now, maybe he was a great actor before signing his humongous life-changing deal. I don't know. Raphael, I think it's Devers, not Devers, Will Clark. I don't know Devers really at all, but that's the first place my mind goes. And if this was like a Dallas Cowboy draft pick, a second rounder who was acting like this, I would want answers from Will McClay and the people around him. Who was in charge of finding out about this guy's character before we gave him $300 million?
Yeah, because you signed, like the Red Sox obviously signed him. They knew him. They already knew who they had. The Giants, they just basically bought into a 9-year agreement or 10-year, however long the deal is.
Paid it all off.
That he has left. They're going to pay it all off, right? They're cooked. It's a guaranteed contract, man.
I mean, the equivalent to this, if you're talking Cowboys, would be you've got a corner that you're moving to safety, and then 3 practices in a row they don't show up for Darren Woodson.
Yeah.
Like, we would be crushing that person.
Yes.
And by the way, he's not hitting well in San Francisco at all. His average is down 30 points than it was with the Red Sox. His OPS is down over 100, and his strikeout rate has gone from 22% to 35%. So Rafael Devers isn't even hitting well. He's not even playing well out there at the plate, and he hasn't taken a single ball in the infield yet or in the field in general for San Francisco to this point.
He will, and Will is. I have no idea if Rafael Devers has any idea who Will Clark is.
Right.
Will hasn't played Major League Baseball in 30 years.
Great storyteller on KNC. Amazing.
Yeah, and his podcast with Eric Burns is really good. He loves to crap on the current major leaguer on how they can't hit.
I mean, Will was known as an all-time jackass.
Absolutely.
Let's be true. Like an all-time bad interview or jerk.
If you told me.
But I doubt Devers blew him off because of that.
Yeah, like the way he would look, he would just glare at reporters. If you told me he was a serial killer, I'd be like, oh man,
yep,
buy it, right? He had those psychotic eyes, but he was a good hitter and he was a really good fielder and probably could teach Rafael Devers a thing or two.
Not knowing who he is after Friday, fine. You missed Friday because you didn't understand the weight of it. Saturday and Sunday. Clearly the Giants are apologizing to Will Clark. Somebody communicated to him and he blew it off.
Absolutely. It is Diamond Cavs here on 105 through the Fan. Rangers 13-1 victors over the Angels last night out at the Big A. Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach, will join us at 9:20 this morning. But this was a easy one. Easy cruise to victory. Nathan Eovaldi, 6 just easy, super easy innings. 1 run, not earned. 72 pitches. I thought they may have taken him out after the 5th inning just so because he qualified for the win, because when he went out there for the bottom of the 6th, they were already up 10-1.
Evan, Wyatt, Corey, the big names that you want to see produce. Burger getting it done as well.
Yeah, and you see that. We start seeing guys like Burger go the other way. I think it's a good sign. Evan Carter, luck is on your side and it's going to be a good night when his lazy fly ball to left becomes a ground rule double that scores 2 runs in the 4th inning.
That almost flew out. Like, that thing looked like it was thing almost carried all the way. That stopped 8 feet short of the wall.
Right, and that ball doesn't carry very well there. Anywhere in Southern California at night, it just doesn't carry well. But this was it was a good win, and I want to say it was a must win. But the Angels and the Rangers are those 2 teams that are fighting for that 3rd wild card spot, and you want to be able to not drop the first 2 games of the series.
I'd like to throw something in the Diamond Cavs here, and this is a rare statement for me, that I had other game FOMO in Major League Baseball. I don't think it was on a national broadcaster channel, but I really wish that Brewers Padres yesterday was on like NBC, ABC, regular Fox. That is a game that should have been a showcase. There's been 2 this year for Major League Baseball, and they both involve this kid from Milwaukee.
Jacob Mizorowski?
Yes. Mizorowski Skeens, and then yesterday, Mizorowski Dodgers. That, they need to, now MLB Network played like 14 highlights. This needs to be a lot of time on ESPN and FS1 today. This is a showcase. That was a showcase game.
Yeah.
This young phenom, 12 strikeouts. The game had everything. Ohtani took him deep. He showed the emotion. It was a close game. Milwaukee ends up winning it for him. That is a game I would have sat down and watched from beginning to end.
Look, he was a.
This is the new Skeens right now.
It is the new Skeens. It is the new Skeens.
And we should know his name should be plastered all over national TV and the 4-letter.
Mm-hmm. It should be.
From someone's mouth outside of Chris Russo.
It absolutely should be. They call it Milwaukee instead of Milwaukee.
Love it.
He is the Mizzard of Oz.
Oh,
yeah. They're trying to really kind of put play on these words.
Kershaw was on the other side.
Yeah, he's fun. He's fun to watch. They need this. They need to capitalize on this. When you've got somebody like Skeens and you've got somebody like Miz, the starting pitcher has been dead.
Yes,
the dominant starting pitcher of Major League Baseball has really been dead, and they're trying to bring it back.
I'm excited more for the hyped-up pitching prospect than the hyped-up position player. I want to see...
Yeah, because you see him more. You see him more in that game. You know, when you watch a great pitcher in a game, you see them throw 100 pitches. When you see a great hitter, when Shohei Ohtani plays, when Aaron Judge comes here in a couple of weeks, you're going to see them 4 times in 3 hours.
Kershaw was asked before the game about Mizorowski. He said, I only know that he throws hard. 6'7". Yesterday, he goes, I know him now, huh? That was super impressive. That was unbelievable. It was really special. Everything. He's got 4 pitches, commands. I just don't know how you hit that, honestly. That's just really tough. But that game right there took me back to childhood, like National Game of the Week, Sunday Night Baseball. I wish someone would have made an adjustment to throw that on Big Boy TV.
Don't forget Scooble. So he's another one, a really great pitcher.
But there's not a newness there for me with Scooble.
Absolutely not.
This kid, I'm like, what's he going to do next?
So he's only the second pitcher in history, in the last 125 years, I should say, to have more than 30 strikeouts and 12 or fewer hits allowed in his first 5 career outings. He's got 5 outings, and he has allowed fewer than 12 hits.
Is he All-Star eligible? 80 innings? Probably not. No way.
His All-Star, they can pick.
They can pick.
Give him Kershaw's exemption.
Because they picked Skeens after just
he
like
had
a very
7
narrow
or
amount of
10
time.
starts or something like that.
The thing that
80 innings was for I think it was 80 innings according to Jared in terms of eligibility.
Qualification.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Bob.
So we were talking about this during one of the breaks that growing up, pitchers didn't do this generally as rookies. So I went and looked it up. In the 90s, the entire decade, there were 20 pitchers who as rookies, minimum 30 innings, so not many, had a 2.5 ERA or lower. Since 2020, there's been 20. And so you're talking about basically the rate has doubled in the modern
He's
era.
at 25 innings, so he's not eligible and he's not going to be there.
The Texas Rangers,
I don't think he's eligible.
May have just gotten a gift if they want to make a trade for a bat.
Oh.
Now, granted, this player is in the midst of a career worst year. Okay. Outside of the COVID year, this is his lowest batting average by more than 30 points, his lowest OPS by more than 100, and his lowest on base by about 50. It's Brian Reynolds with the Pirates. He has 0 protection in that lineup, so they can pitch him however they want to. But that's not the story. This is why the Rangers may have just gotten a gift. He has a limited no-trade clause, and he was able to give 6 teams and put them on his list. On the list are the Blue Jays, the Padres, the Giants, the Dodgers, the Mets, and the Yankees.
Does this guy look at standings?
No, he looks at taxes, I think. Or he looks at he doesn't want to go to certain states, maybe because of politics or whatever, right? Who knows? But he might have just gotten a bald eagle tattooed on his face. He's like, I am not going there or Canada. I am going to if he gets traded, he wants to go to Texas, he wants to go somewhere in Florida, wherever, right? But This means his value also just plummeted. Because when you take away 6 teams that are absolutely, unequivocally buyers this year, they're all Dodgers, Mets, Yankees, Blue Jays, Padres, they're all going to buy. And you just said, nope. Now, there's 2 things. One, he may be doing this, and a lot of people will put those teams on their no-trade list because they know that those teams will pay him to waive it. So the Dodgers might say, hey, we'll pay you $500,000 to waive your no-trade clause.
Oh.
Right? He might do that. That's happened. I don't know if that's still allowed. It has happened in the past. The other is maybe he just doesn't really want to go to those cities and he wants to live in a certain spot. Either way, value has gone down. He's already in a career worst year, so value might be damn near zero anyway. This is another guy you could get.
Yeah, I was trying to look at that. I don't know how much, though, this is like some of his peripherals don't look good. Like this looks like this might be an issue.
It might be.
It's not just bad luck.
Might be.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ. It is now time for the Wednesday random wheel spin.
Come on, high-low. Come on, high-low. Come on. Am I the a-hole?
Whoa! Love it! Love it!
You haven't done this one yet, Sean.
I have not.
We did this once without you. So we're going to go over some stories, some debates. We've got some saved up and determine who is actually in the wrong on those things next on the Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, it is, of course...
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Kids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He's an asshole, sir. I know that. What's his name? That is his name, sir. Asshole, major asshole.
All right, it is time for Am I the A-Hole here on 105.3 The Fan. This is one the wheel spin. We've done this once before. This will be the second time. If you have your own thoughts on any of these issues, you can weigh in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can also, if you have your own dilemma where you're trying to determine if you are in the wrong or if someone else is on an issue, you can text that in, and we'll address it here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, first one here. And these are all over on the another very popular subreddit over there, Sean. AITA, which is what that stands for. This is the first one that we got that was viral over there recently. My friend, 19, female, downloaded dating apps like Tinder and Hinge for the first time about a week ago. For reference, she's the type that always says she wants a boyfriend, wants to do a couple things, feels lonely, single, etc. She's also, in my opinion at least, very normal and average looking looks-wise. She goes, since then, she's been complaining to me that almost all the men are ugly, short, etc., and that she doesn't match with anybody hot. I asked to see these people she was calling ugly. She showed me, and it mostly showed people perfectly in her league. And I told her that. I told her that these guys were all in her league. Wow. And she should give them some chance since she always complains about being single. She denied she's in the same league and said that she's much more attractive than them. I pointed out that in her own words, she doesn't match with any of the guys she does find attractive, so she's not in their league. Am I the a-hole?
This is going to be hard to beat as a phenomenal topic and question. How do you tell your friend that they need to aim lower? To answer the question, technically, yes, you are the a-hole. But I get it. I respect you. I respect your a-holeness for saying it because I don't think I could.
It's cold.
I don't know how. It's cold. It's probably necessary and truthful. There may be no relationship afterwards. Yes, it's an a-hole thing to say and do, but I respect you for doing it because I don't know how.
I don't know how. It's also like,
we all know a person. It's not going to probably come to mind right now, who may need to hear this, lower your look standards. Don't think about the person. We'll talk about it in the commercial break like we do everything else. But none of us have said it.
Mm-hmm.
It's much easier to say lower the age or increase the age standards.
Mm-hmm.
But the looks thing, you need to get within your own ballpark. How do you do it?
This is also easier, I think, to say to a male friend.
Oh, yeah.
Neither one's totally easy, but this would still be easier to say to a male
Clarence
friend.
Hill tells you all the time your wife is way too good looking for you, Bobby.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean?
She is. That's just the game I got,
Yeah.
Will Chambers doesn't lower his look standard. He lowers his eye level. I don't think he's ever dated a girl who's seen her face.
He dates short girls?
No, just
chest.
They're obscured a little.
The flotations.
Can't see them.
Yeah, that's right.
It's so here's the thing, looks are subjective, right? So this guy or girl saying that that person is not as attractive or they're in the same league. I mean, he just might not be her type or she might not be his type. But, also it's not a bad thing nobody says, man, I can't wait to bag myself a 3.
Right.
So you always want to have higher standards than maybe you are. If you're a 6, you want to date an 8.
Yeah.
If you're a date, you want an 8.
But if you're going to cry and get frustrated because you can't date and no one's saying yes, then you gotta be told.
Right. Can't cry about it.
Fantex likes
Can't
this
cry
one.
about it. Can't cry about it.
Fantex likes his play here. 214 says, that's being honest. I respect that.
Yes, I respect it.
469, definitely put that girl in her place. She needs to hear that and face reality. Peyton, what would you do here?
I would like to create a website where I tell people through the judgment. You put your picture up and the person who's rejecting you, and I weigh out, I give the green check mark towards the better looking person or say in the league or out of the league. I'll workshop it.
I would be on the side of he's not an a-hole. Is it rude? Maybe be a little bit. But look, now I know you said he's just the friend, but if as a girl, if the girl's saying, well, this is my guy best friend, you got to be honest here. You got to tell the truth. You're not going to get anywhere in life with that. And the guy's going to be honest with you. So is it rude? Yes, but you got to dish out the truth.
I think the way to say it is if the person is super, super attractive who's rejecting your friend, you're like, that's like a supermodel, right? None of us in the real world are getting someone that good looking. That's maybe the way to say it.
Man, this might be a good point here from the 817. She says, coming from a female, she's probably into him. That might be a setup for him to then...
That's what Amanda believes. No such thing as best male-female friends. There's got to be something more. She's Mexican, though.
When Harry met Sally. But, that might be a little bit of an invitation. Hey, I'm setting this up. For I haven't found somebody. I've even tried the dating apps. I still haven't found somebody.
Yeah, if you ask most girls what they want, they would say a guy who's 6 feet tall, making 6 figures with 6 other things about them, which is 2% of the population.
My mom is listening. Mom, you're a genius. You're a genius, Mom. She's listening to the Odyssey app in Maryland, and she guessed the individual.
Oh!
Genius, Mom.
Ooh, now I'm going to have to guess. All right, we're doing Am I the A-hole here on 105 through the Fan. Let's go to the fan text. The fan text has already sent some in. 682. Every time one of my girlfriend's kids has a birthday and they're adult kids, I get them gifts. But when my birthday comes up, they don't give me anything. Should I stop getting them gifts or tell them?
You mean like the kids don't get her anything?
No, don't get him. So he buys gifts for his girlfriend's adult children.
Okay.
At their birthdays. When his birthday comes around, they don't get him anything.
But let's define adult kid. What's the age?
20 up, let's say.
And they don't get him anything in return?
And he gets them something. And none of them, not one of them will get him anything.
Well,
is he the a-hole if he just stops giving them gifts?
Well, to me, this is going to sound probably pretty bad, but this is all about, I'm not giving my girlfriend's adult kids. Yes, I'd like to give it for them. I'm really doing it to butter up to her.
Sure.
So how in are you with her? Is that over and done with? I would be making the comment like, I would tell her, I'm waiting on my gifts. Like, I got a great collection this year. I can't wait to see what I open up next. What do you think about this?
Man, I think if you stop, it shows like that you're kind of transactional with it. Like
Do your kids get Sarah anything?
They're 12 and 15,
right?
So
too young.
They're too young.
Isn't
right?
it transactional at that stage though? Like you're talking about, he probably is doing it transactional just to like build good rapport. Like it's not because he's not going to just walk in and like all of a sudden.
I mean, he might love the kids.
Yeah, he might really enjoy he might really like them. He might love them. Whatever. He might, just be like, hey, I'm just a generous person.
20's pretty old. Where I feel like you could think about cutting that off.
I would assume though that
that's a great question.
Like most things, I would assume they're going out for dinner for his birthday or something, right? Like it is an easy opportunity. It's not like just, I got to get you something because it's your birthday. I would assume there's like an event. You sit down, like, get him something.
Look, I'm in the stage of life. I don't even want the gifts. I don't care about the gifts. I really don't. Like I ask Amanda for a card. I'm turning into my old man. He's like, I just want an email. Write me a nice email. Tell me how great I am.
Write it from the heart.
That's all I want. I want a heartfelt card. I don't want the gift. So if this was me in this situation, I would not. I just want an acknowledgement and maybe like get me the beers at the pool for the day. I don't need a gift. I don't need a receipt.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need any money spent. I need a heartfelt acknowledgement and recognition that, hey, this is my birthday. That's all I need. I'm not going to stop giving you the gifts if I love you.
682 says this is 24 and up, and they've been together for 12 years. And no reciprocation. I would stop. I don't think you're the a-hole if you stop. A lot of the fan texts is disagreeing, though. A lot of them are saying gift giving is supposed to be selfless.
Yep.
If you do that, you're being the a-hole.
Always keep score.
940, giving gifts comes with no caveat. So that's some of the. I think that you're fine. You're in the right. We got some more here on the fan text as we do. Am I the a-hole? 817. I have a car for sale. My buddy wants to buy it and make payments to me. I want the full amount up front, so I'm not selling it to him. Am I the a-hole?
No, it's your car. You don't have to give like your buddy. This is why you don't sell
business
sell
and
things
pleasure.
To friends. Yeah, you don't sell things to friends because you always give them a deal.
Yep.
Or if something goes wrong with it, they come back and blame you.
I would say in the very beginning. Now, look, I'm more than happy to sell it to you. Like, I'm not changing my policy. My policy has been with Joe Schmo. I'm keeping it with you. It's got to be all up front. Or go to givemethevin.com.
Now, if he's saying, hey, I can give you half now and half next month or something, I'd be willing to work that. But if he's saying like he wants installment, like, hey, can you write me a 60-month note? No, I mean, that's completely reasonable to tell him, no, I'm not going to do this one. Peyton, what would you do on this one? Is he the a-hole or not?
Well, it depends what this guy's history is. If you're like, you guys go out to Oxnard, I don't get to go with you, but I hear countless amount of stories of people don't pay in Venmo. Yeah. So it's like, if it's someone like that, maybe, I don't know, Zach Walchuk.
Oh!
I don't know who it is. I just hear the stories, but maybe I get some things twisted up. But yeah, if they've been paid up, then yeah, I want it all up front. But it's like, if it's a good friend, if it's one of my best friends or one of y'all, I wouldn't mind payments.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be like, all right, the car's $15,000 up front, or you don't get it.
If it's you guys, I'm going to trust you.
817, nope, can ruin the friendship. 254, do not sell them the car, make them pay everything up front. I went through this once before, have never talked to the guy again. See, this is the problem, is that this is why typically whenever I've lent somebody money or anything else, I have to either say, I either need to be okay losing this relationship in the future, or I need to be okay never getting the money back. Yes. And I need to decide right when I do it, which one I'm okay with.
That's why I have a paranoia, man. Like RJ the other day, I was in Maryland. I was trying to bet on underdog. They wouldn't allow it in Maryland. I'm like, hey, can you put in this bet for me? I got it immediately Venmo. Got to.
Yeah, you got to.
Split the lottery tickets. I have to. I can't stand owing. Cannot stand it.
817, I did that to my brother. He wound up totaling the car. I would not do that. So he is not the a-hole. So that's some of the feedback there on the fan text.
Well done. I like this segment. Anything with a-hole involved. I like
Yeah, exactly. And now we got to find out who it is. I've been running through lists, and my name's who your mom guessed, because I want to guess who mine is.
It's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Is ChatGPT about to become the NFL's winningest coach of all time? That's next in Below on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Lil V product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, we express it. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Is Jordan Hudson about to dump Bill Belichick for HAL 9000? Let's talk about it in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. HAL 9000, who knows who that is?
Nope.
No.
No? Okay. HAL
It's a band.
9000. Sorry?
Sorry, it's a band.
No, but more on that here in just a second, actually. HAL 9000 was the artificial intelligence in 2001: A Space Odyssey that became too damn smart and kind of took over and basically became the bad guy in the film. It's everybody's worst nightmare about what artificial intelligence can be and how it can start manipulating and controlling and doing those sort of things. That's what HAL 9000 did. And that is coming to coaching circles, football coaching circles, it appears. The Athletic had a write-up recently on AI coming to the NFL. And before we get to the actual aspect of coaching and on the field, how often have you guys watched the next-gen stats version of the game on Amazon Prime? Where they have, like, they try and predict who's blitzing, basically.
Never.
So I didn't even know it was existed.
So if you go onto the next-gen stats version, it'll, as they're lining up at the line of scrimmage, it's wild.
So you can watch a game live?
When you're watching it, they will put little, like, circles, green circles under the players, superimpose them on the screen, of the players that are most likely to blitz based on the look they're giving.
And this is through every game or just the Amazon Thursday game?
Just the Amazon games, because it's through next-gen stats with AWS and everything else. But it's great. It's cool. Except it's wrong like half the time, I feel like. I feel like it's never correct. Like the quarterback is still clearly able to figure out the blitz easier than the computer is just looking at it. So it's still got a little ways to go. But this write-up at The Athletic talks about that in the summer of 2025, which is right now, Zach Robinson, who's the Atlanta Falcons offensive coordinator, a guy who's really got an ascending name and ascending profile. He's facing the idea of watching football and discussing strategy with a computer, and he's a little creeped out. The 38-year-old Falcons offensive coordinator worked as an analyst at Pro Football Focus before starting his coaching career in 2019, a stint that convinced him of the value and potential of advanced analytics. But that's a wide gulf between the math used to optimize fourth down decisions and a voiced AI agent telling you to look out for the weak side linebacker while you're sitting alone in your office on a Tuesday night, which is what the Falcons have set up. Zach Robinson says, I don't know. I'm a little scared. And he says, I'd have to see what it looks like, talking about a computer barking out orders, doing different things with practices, things like that. He goes, a computer telling people what to do, I might get a little frustrated. But if it ends up being a cool tool, that'll be interesting. Basically says he's open to anything. But The Athletic goes down this, and they talk to a number of different AI companies and different things like that have started working with the NFL. And the consensus coming out of this is that eventually you're going to see a lot of coaching staff roles in the future replaced by computers, like AI algorithms. They said the biggest problem right now is they don't know AI. They've not taught it yet to really watch football, quote unquote. And so they said, if you've got basically practice and you've got the computer looking at things, they said it's capable of watching film from two teams, formulating a game plan, and printing out call sheets for offensive and defensive coordinators. But they said that that's just one part of it in terms of live reaction, doing different things. That's where it's still struggling.
All right. By the way, I do feel good that we are in a business in which we can't be replaced by AI and computers talking on the radio with some different personality.
That's fair.
Maybe you'll change your mind here in a second when you hear the latest music.
Well, I can't be replaced. You can.
So, look, I mean, the AI or analytics or all the computer stuff, I mean, it's awesome. Like it is revolutionized sports. You can't replace humans though in football, in sports. The human element of the game doesn't allow you to replace that.
How so? Like, tell me why my coordinator couldn't be replaced.
Because so like the numbers, the analytics, like everything is based off of like the long form. And now that doesn't mean that you deviate from it. Like football and blackjack, fourth downs and blackjack are completely the same. You know, you've got your rules in blackjack. You hit on this, you don't hit on this. The same thing applies in football, right? You go for it on this fourth down, you don't go for it on this fourth down. And it's you really need to kind of stick to that. But analytics also fails in that they don't leave any room for human element. Or the reverse. So last night I posted on Instagram a video of all these catchers in Major League Baseball framing the pitch, right? And it's framing from 2015 to now. And the one change in catchers from 2015 to now is back then they were all in a normal catcher's crouch in 2015. Now they have one leg down, they're on a knee, and they're able to frame the ball, if you notice, because they have a base. Now they're connected to the ground. They can frame the ball better. But Ryan Drees, he saw it, he texted me, and he goes, this is what they're missing, the AI, the analytics are missing, is that, it helps the catchers. That type hurts the pitchers. Because you notice the pitchers can't throw strikes anymore. They don't have a target to throw to. The catchers immediately drop the glove. So while it has helped the catchers frame the ball better and steal strikes, it's hurt the pitchers in hitting spots. And that's what I'm fearful of this is that while it may help this, it's going to hurt something else on the other side.
Omar Ajmeri, who is the CEO of Slants, which is another AI company that's working with the NFL, says one of the ways that they're also behind is, he said, 4th and 1 decisions, for instance, like Chop's talking about. They can look at that and they can give you probabilities just based on that. They said the problem is, like, they have not trained it enough to understand the people involved in the 4th and 1. So he said 4th and 1 with Michael Vick and Algie Crumpler is a lot different than 4th and 1 with Kirk Cousins and Kyle Pitts. You're just talking about different skill sets, different opportunities.
And have you been stopped the 3 times prior? Is it raining?
Yeah, sometimes you have an off day, right? Yeah, there's an off day.
Yeah.
And this is where it comes down to the other talk of, like when we talk about the strike zone, and people say it's the human element. Like, do you want the robo strike zone as opposed to an umpire? Would it be weird, or would you feel weird if machine learning and different things like that was eventually just coaching the football games that you were watching?
Yeah, absolutely. It would be. I wouldn't want this. I was just asking questions about it. You need the coach in the headset to be like, hey, like, you're missing this, or pick it up, or your body language, or check him on the sideline. All the human interaction that goes into it. I'm too dumb to, get in on this stuff early and say this is the wave of the future, but I would be against it.
I think anything with probabilities, math, those sort of things that can compute it faster, fine. So yeah, you want to talk about 4th down probabilities, or hey, what's this? If we do this here, how likely is it to succeed? Fine, do some of that. But yeah, I think ultimately coaches still need to be in charge. Now, AI has not fully taken over the NFL yet. And I know this is an NFL segment, but this all ties in. And it's a good example of the power of AI and where it's at right now. So there's a story this week written over at Consequence. And the headline is, AI-generated band already boast over 500,000 monthly Spotify listeners. That number is out of date. They now have 1.1 million listeners a month listening to an AI band on Spotify. People know it is. It doesn't pretend like it's not. This is not Milli Vanilli where they're going, oh, yeah, we're doing this. No, this is like generated and they know it. So this is a band that has put out 2 albums in the month of June. They're putting out a third band, quote unquote. They're putting out a third in July, and they've got 1.1 million streamers already during the month. They already have a song that's close to 2 million streams on Spotify and continues to grow. And it made me think. I wanted to see if you guys are able to pick this out. I wanted to know if you could pick out AI, because this would cheapen it for me. I wouldn't like listening to music I know is not real.
I don't care. This is a profession I'd be terrified of being in. A music producer, a singer.
Yeah.
After I've heard some of the stuff you do, Bobby, I'd be terrified of being unemployed because of AI in the music field.
And this was the writer's strike a couple of years ago. It was related to the fact that writers were saying, no, you can't copyright AI content, and we need protections against that. But we got 3 songs here. I need you to tell me which of these is AI. They're about 14, 15-second clips. All right, so this is song number 1 here.
I hope it's AI because those people should not be singing.
That's one. 2 of these are real bands. One of them is AI. This is the second option. You're saying 2?
This is AI.
All right, and then this is number 3 right here. This is your third option.
Make them pay much for peace, not for pride.
That sounds legit. I'm going to say it's 1. Choppy says 2.
I said 2 because at the beginning it sounded like they were manufacturing crowd sound.
You are both wrong.
Wow.
That third song is the one that's AI. That's this band that has 1 million streams on Spotify. There's no real instruments. There are no real singers. The production was AI. This is all computer generated. And if it can do that, and if it can advance itself like that, the NFL might not be too far behind in different aspects like that.
The one thing is, like,
I don't need. Go ahead, Choppy.
The AI song, can be fine, it's catchy, you can kind of listen to it wherever, but like part of being a musician is telling a story of something that's happened to you, like Taylor Swift, right? All of her breakups.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean?
They
Like,
have songwriters.
Yeah, so
They have people writing the crap for them. Just put in, like I told you, it's easy to write country music. Just put in break up, whiskey bottle, truck, and American flag. And it'll crank out the same lyrics that a lot of these people do. I understand what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Like, you're not getting American Pie from AI.
Yeah, but I don't give a lot of these singers any credit nowadays anyway. Everything is put through a system. Everything is written for them for the most part. Nothing is live singing. It's all being played already in the background. So I wouldn't mind it as much as Bobby.
Just as an example of... Chop,
I'm pretty stunned that it was 3.
Chop, you say you can't replace that. Just as an example. And I don't even know if this is any good. We'll find out. I literally just opened ChatGPT. I was like, write an emotional pop country chorus that you think would hit number 1 right now. And these were the lyrics it spit out, Chop. I still set your place at the table, still hear your boots on the floor, still wait for the knock that ain't coming like you're walking through that door. Yeah, the lights are on and the porch swing sways, but it's just me and yesterday holding on to gone like it might come back someday.
Simple.
Yeah, but here's the problem.
If Taylor Swift wrote that, you'd be like, that only comes from her personal experience.
You know what? If it's an AI, we know it's fake.
Yes, that's a hurdle I would not be able to get past.
That's a hurdle.
Easily.
I know, even if Taylor Swift's embellishing...
But why are you okay with the Bill Cosby, what's the Kramer's real name? Michael Richards. Why are you okay with putting that to the side of maybe bad person I can still enjoy versus not a person I can still listen?
Well, I think...
Why can't I just enjoy the song?
You can, yes.
Versus knowing.
Right.
I mean, it's
my
each
own
their own.
It's my own entertainment. Yeah. I can put the side, because I'm not... When I watch Seinfeld, I'm not watching Michael Richards, I'm watching Kramer.
Yeah. And
right,
when I'm listening to the radio, I'm not watching anyone.
Right. That's fair. That's fair. I just think that, a song means more when it's true.
Okay.
And, if you know what I mean? If you know it's fake, if you know it's AI, it might not just have the same
I'm a different song listener anyway. I'm just listening for the catchiness and the beat. I don't know any words to any song. So to each their own. Be low, be belt. I'll do it by myself. Here on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Brett Boone is going to join us live from California at 9:20. So we got to move my favorite NFL list to 9. Is RJ Choppy about to blow a gasket? The edge rushers are out. Okay. Don't cheat. Don't look. We'll cover it next on the Home of the Board.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Get it, Jake Reetma, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt being a non-participant. Real cool.
I did it.
We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. I'm Sean Shreve here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Brett Boone from California after they dropped 13 runs on the Angels. Brett will join us at 9:20.
I just figured AI could replace my fist bump since he said I could be. Sean.
Well, all the nerdy stuff you produce with your numbers, it won't be long for you to get replaced.
Yeah, because AI's right all the time, so it's easy to replace me being right all the time.
All right, so usually at 9:20, it's the red zone. We put that aside for Booney on a hump day.
Okay.
So we are going to do the red zone right now, and that includes our first mention of the Dallas Cowboys. I'm guessing in today's executives, coaches, and scouts ranking of the edge rushers and where they stand in today's National Football League. It comes from Jeremy Fowler, ESPN. We start off with running backs, no Cowboys. Defensive tackles, top 10, no Cowboys. Let's see where Micah ends up. This is the league and personnel and coaches and everyone ranking those in today's game. Do not cheat.
No.
877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. Who wants to start at number one?
Miles.
Yeah, Miles.
It is Myles Garrett. Highest ranking 1, lowest ranking 4. Last year's ranking 1. Do you all agree he's the best?
Yes. Yeah. He's there's. I'll be stunned if I don't have the top 5 right. I might be
in order.
I might not be right about the order, but I'm saying I'll be stunned if I don't have the top 5 players right. Number 1, though, that's the one separator right now that everybody seems to agree on, is that Miles is above the other 4.
Why do you think he's clearly 1?
He is just the most complete and dominant. Like, there's nothing you can do to stop him in the run game. He's the best run defender of the group. He is equal or maybe just a step below in some instances in terms of just pure pass rushing. He's does not wear down in games. Like he is an absolute game wrecker.
First player since sacks were tracked with 4 consecutive seasons of at least 14 sacks. NFL coordinator, quote, "There's a short list of guys you have to shift your fronts to, and Garrett is the first person you think of. Every single second on the field, you know what he's doing or what he might do next. He earned at least 70% of the first place votes in back-to-back years. Nobody is quicker off the ball. His average get-off, 0.70 seconds per next-gen, tied for the quickest among edge rushers with at least 200 pass rushes. NFC personnel evaluator on the Aggie. He has significantly redefined his overall game over the years. A good tackle used to be able to give him problems, but that's less and less the case now. He's more consistent with his pass rush." Ralph, James, Choppy. Wait, did you guess Miles?
I did.
All right, Bobby, number 2.
Watt.
RJ, you want to do a should and is separator here? Who should it be and who is it?
It should be Micah.
Okay. And it is?
And it is Micah.
TJ Watt.
Boom.
You know, I'll tell you what, let me tell you something about ESPN. Do you notice how ESPN conveniently left off double team percentage off their pass rush win rate ranking system this year? Did you notice that? Because I did. Because TJ Watt is doubled at about half the rate that Micah is and has about, the same or less pass rush win rate percentage anyway. Yet he's never doubled it. Micah always is. So I don't know. They just conveniently. I found that to be a little interesting. They conveniently left it up.
Pass rush win rate is flawed.
Of course it is. Every stat's flawed.
In fact,
sacks are flawed.
If you want to talk about pass rush win rate, Dallas more likely is going to have the opportunity to win pass rush attempts because teams are not getting the ball out as quick against them. They feel like they can generally push the ball downfield on Dallas' secondary times. You've got the issue of the double team rate. Watt plays coverage too, and he's standing up. It's difficult. That shouldn't be a flaw.
They're telling you that he's not that good then because they're putting him in coverage.
That's not a Watt problem. That is a problem of how effectively are you using Micah to get favorable matchups, and Pittsburgh just does it right.
All right, so I'll say this at least. Then.
Wait, so do you disagree that Micah's doubled way more with the same sack production? Do you disagree with that statement?
Micah is doubled more. Watt's sack production is higher than Micah considerably. Not last year, but I mean, Watt's had 19.5, 22.5. He's got a ton more sack production.
So,
but to the double team part of it, why?
Because
Micah
he's a stand-up edge rusher who also drops into coverage occasionally, so it's more difficult to key in on him.
Here's one thing real quick. Micah had 212 plays and 49 wins.
Again, the win rate is a little murky.
It is, but it's a baseline here, right? With the TJ Watt had 304 plays and 57 wins. So in 100 more plays, he only got 8 more wins. I don't know. To me,
let me read you what the league says. Highest ranking 1, lowest ranking 3. 28 years old. His 108 career sacks ranked 3rd all time for a player's first 8 seasons behind Reggie and D. Ware. Near lock for All-Pro every year. Leads the NFL in forced fumbles over the past 10 seasons with 10, along with being 2nd in sacks and quarterback hits. AFC defensive coach. He's still the gold standard for me. He completely wrecks a game, and he can do everything. Coordinator said, I thought he wore down a little bit, but their whole defense did. I think they just got tired, and the struggles on offense could have played a role. Number 3.
Micah.
I think it's really close, and so because I think it's close, I'll represent the other side. Crosby.
It is Micah Parsons. Highest ranking at 1. Lowest ranking was 6. Last year's ranking was 3. I'm just going to read you the write-up because we are the home of the Cowboys. The numbers say Micah has a compelling case for number 1. His pressures and pass rush win rate since 23 lead the league. He's done this despite facing a 31.5% double team rate, RJ Choppy, in 2024. Highest among edge rushers on this list. Generated a league high 19% pressure rate last year. Led the Cowboys with a 24% pressure share, 8th highest clip in the league. His win rate of 25% ranked 2nd overall. And oh yeah, he's the second player in NFL history to produce 12 or more sacks in each of his first 4 pro seasons. Done all this as a hybrid off-ball linebacker who transitioned to a pure pass rushing role. Speed and bend are obvious, but he does more than that. An NFC personnel evaluator, quote, he does it with counter moves and the ability to finish. He rarely misses when he's within arm's reach of the quarterback. His run defense needs work, though. And then finally, NFL personnel director, explosiveness, motor, violence, can align inside and beat interior O-linemen with first-step quickness. He's such a tone setter. Everyone else feeds off his energy. Micah Parsons, number 3, according to the league.
No issue. I mean, he's, to me, there's 3 guys that are, ahead of the rest. That should, I think you could all guess the top 3. I know you throw Max Crosby in there. And there's some others that had really good years, like, Hunter had a tremendous year at Houston.
Who's 4?
Crosby.
I'm going to say Hunter.
It is Max Crosby. Pat Mahomes saying the other day the best pass rusher he's ever faced. He got a number 1 ranking on this list from executives, coaches, personnel directors. Lowest ranking was 6. He's 27, and last year's ranking, he was 5. Number 5, it is not Danielle Hunter.
It's Bosa.
It is Nick Bosa.
Those are the top 5, easy to me.
Highest ranking was 3. Lowest ranking, unranked. Last year's ranking, 4. Number 6.
Chop, you want to guess first?
It's not Hunter.
Hutch.
Trey Hendrickson.
It is Trey Hendrickson at 6. Highest ranking he got was 3. Lowest ranking, unranked. He's 30. Last year's ranking was 9, followed by Aiden Hutchinson. Highest ranking he got was 3. Lowest ranking, unranked. Last year's ranking, 6. Who wants to guess number 8? It is not Danielle Hunter.
It's not.
He was tops in win rate this year.
Will Anderson.
Good job, Bobby Belt. Will Anderson, 8. Highest ranking was 6. Danielle Hunter coming in at number 9. And number 10.
Burns?
Nope.
Ooh, not Burns.
NFC.
Jared Verse?
Good job. Well done.
Overrated. Wow.
Whoa. Highest ranking, 6.
Florida, right?
Florida State.
Lowest ranking, unranked. Coming off Defensive Rookie of the Year honors. See him working out with Aaron Donald, and he could barely survive an Aaron Donald workout. Honorable mention, best edge rushers. Brian Burns, Giants. Benito in Denver. Jonathan, is it Greenard?
Yep.
In Minnesota. Karlaftis in Kansas City. Also receiving votes, Josh Hines Allen, Khalil Mack, Rashawn Gary, Trayvon Walker, Montez Sweat, Russo in Buffalo, and Chop Robinson in Miami. There it is. The first Dallas Cowboy in the top 10 from Jeremy Fowler's ESPN survey.
The disrespect to Dante Fowler and Donovan Ezeraku. No. Actually, you didn't mention there, I don't think. Did you mention Will McDonald?
No.
That's interesting. I would have thought Will McDonald would have at least ended up in the honorable mentions from the Jets. I think he's really, really good.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up with your agreement or disagreement on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Tomorrow will be the safeties, a.k.a. no Cowboys mention, tight ends on Friday, and then over the weekend, interior offensive linemen and offensive tackles.
That'll be the next time somebody makes the top 10 for the Cowboys will be the interior offensive linemen. Because safeties and I wouldn't guess tight end aren't happening.
You don't think? No, Ferg might get honorable mention.
Maybe. He had a really down year last year. It was not good.
He did, but how recency bias are these guys? Maybe they are a lot.
Well, I mean, it's I don't know that it's that much recency bias. He's played 3 years. 1 year was like we were kind of surprised, like, oh, he was decent for a rookie. Second year was good, and then third year he didn't take the step.
The biggest NFL story of the day went national. Kevin Keatsman used to be afternoons in Kansas City. Everyone knew he's a douchebag. He's still a douchebag. And now he's podcasting, and he basically called Pat Mahomes fat and kind of went after his conditioning. That's not the worst thing he did, because a picture emerged yesterday of a man card violation, and we may have to bring this back for the random Wednesday wheel spin. Kevin Keatsman was caught sitting in a booth. It was a Culver's. He was sitting in a Culver's booth with both legs up and crossed Indian style.
Applesauce, that's what they call it now, crisscross applesauce. Sean?
This is man car violation. I said you should be forever banned from sports talk radio if you're caught doing this.
This is
60-year-old man.
I think this is a Kansas City thing because when we were at the Super Bowl, we saw Nick Wright doing this. He was sitting with.
He didn't do this. He didn't do both legs.
I don't think he did both legs.
He did
but
the one leg under up in the chair.
Yeah, he was sitting on his leg in the chair. That's 11-year-old to me. I don't know. You got to be 11-year-old.
It's on the fan cam.
I feel like one leg is different. Like that may just be like a postural
It's not as
thing
bad,
or-
but it's not great.
It's definitely not great.
It's definitely not great.
It's definitely not
But this from Keatsman, it's on the fan cam. This is.
This is a big time violation.
This is banishment worthy.
Like I could make the case if we're using Nick Wright, if he had Bobby's wallet, he's just evening out the legs. Right, that's how thick Bobby's wallet is, and it's not cash; it's receipts. This is a big time violation. Woo, big time.
That looks really weird. I don't. It's not even like he has great posture. It's not like, oh, I'm sitting here because my back or something. Like he's leaning forward.
Plus, where's his chin? He didn't have a chin.
Disqualified like the loser we all knew he was back in the day. He was a winner last night. His offense scored 13 runs. He's going to join us live, even on Cali time. The Texas Rangers hitting coach, always must listen. The great Brett Boone, next on the home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
Record Attorneys in Dallas.
This could be either quick or we could be in for a long one as Burger hammers one to left field. That one is back, and it's not going to stay in the yard. Home run for Jake Burger. A solo shot. The Rangers lead 11-1 on Burger's 11th ding-dong of the year.
Ding-dong of the year, Jared Sandler? Ding-dong of the...
I've never heard that.
I don't know if I've ever heard that. I guess we'll have to ask...
Ding-dong of the year.
We'll have to ask Brett Boone. How are we the Brett Boone Rangers good luck charm, Bobby?
Because they've won 3 in a row the day before he comes on with us. And actually, I think they've won definitely 2.
5.
It might be 3 in a row the day he comes on. In fact, they've gotten shutouts and scored 6.5 runs per game the last few
and
times.
the amount of games. And then prior to the 3 straight, they had a loss. But before that, they won 16-4.
We're joined by Odyssey Baseball insider Brett Boone. Insider calls presented by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. Would you like to start with us being your good luck charm or ding dong?
I like the ding dong. I've never heard ding dong before.
No. You hit a lot of ding dongs, though, in your career.
Baseball lifer who's never heard it.
Could you imagine ding dong? Yeah, that's the first. That's the first.
How is the sleep after 13 runs versus 1 run?
Well, it's a family trip. So San Diego is where we make my home. So we're in San Diego, and every day you got a lot of people to see and tickets to leave. And then we come up to Orange County. I've got more playing the Angels. I got more family here. So sleep for that reason. But yeah, it's a grind, and it's we've especially the last 10 days, 2 weeks, the intense games we've been in and came out on the shorter end of a lot of them. It's frustrating. I know the guys are frustrating, but the good thing is they're swinging the bats a lot better, and we're in every game. And the beginning, it seemed like when I first got here, if we got down in the middle of the game, it was rough. We didn't come back. We've been coming back every time. If we get down in a game, I know these guys are going to come back, tie it up, take the lead. It's just we haven't won those close ones yet. But last night was a good one. Soriano's tough. He's got that sinker curveball combo, and they kind of chipped away, and we didn't get anything going until the third. But they jumped on him and took advantage, and ended up in the end being a laugher. But they got on a good pitcher last night. It was great to see Nate come in, pitch like Nate, and that was definitely a nice win. And hopefully we can finish up this trip to Anaheim and win a series, and then go to Houston, take care of business, and the guys will get a few days off. But offense is definitely showing signs. Corey hitting the home run. Corey Seager's getting back. He's starting to hit homers and be more like Corey Seager. So that's definitely going to be an important part if this offense is going to have a big second half, which I think they're going to. It was good to see Jake have a nice night last night. I don't know, when these guys are going, it's fun. It's a good atmosphere. In that dugout right now, it's starting to feel good. These guys are starting to feel like, hey, we're going to start doing some damage, and that's good to watch. It's fun to watch that atmosphere, because when it's not, it's no fun down there. So long story short, my sleep was good last night.
Good.
Nice.
Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach, joining us here at 105 through the fan. Hey, I always wondered, because in a regular job, the week before vacation, you're mentally like you're already on vacation sometimes. How is that for a baseball player week before the All-Star break? I know y'all are so singularly focused on the next game. Half the time you don't even know who's coming up in the next series. But week before the All-Star break, is that like a kind of a dangerous time for a team just to mentally stay focused?
No, I think as a player, you kind of see that on yours. You're an all-star. You're looking forward to that. But when you're not, you're looking forward to a little bit of break and just kind of downtime. As a coach, it's like I'm not looking at anything. I'm looking at, all right, we got a game today. We got a game tomorrow. Where am I going for the break? I don't even know yet. So it's completely different. It really is. And I'm finding that out with just the experience I'm going through now, how different the player staff member is. It's, player, I was kind of, all right, I got a game tomorrow and I got to get it ready. And win, lose, or indifferent, I go home, I do my routine because I got a game tomorrow. And as staff, it's like, all right, how we gonna win 4 out of the next 5? And I guess that's probably not the perfect attitude. It's like, just let's take care of today. But yeah, completely different. I haven't even thought about the break at this stage or what I'm doing. I'm sure I'm going to go home, but I haven't even addressed it yet. I'm just worried about getting these guys in a good frame of mind to go out and win a game tonight.
Booney, I want to know how your past teammates, yourself, and these guys start acting around the trade deadline. Obviously, we're having buy-sell discussions every single week. What's CY going to do? How does that affect players who hear their names mentioned and could be on the block and could be moving?
Well, I can only go from my experience, and I never was affected by that. I never got traded or was traded for at the deadline, but my name was definitely bantered about a few times. It really, to be honest with you, it didn't affect me at all. I thought, this is a business. I do my job. The better I do, I can't worry about that. I can't worry about things I can't control. I have zero control over stuff like that. As do some of the, but if you're a player now and you're in a contract situation where you have it in your contract, no trade, that's one thing. But if you're a guy with a contract that, yeah, you can be traded, it's something that really doesn't come up. Nobody really talks about it. It's, hey, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But it's not something that on the daily is something a subject in the clubhouse. And you hear a few names here and there, and they're used to it. I mean, that's just part of the game. And every year there's a trade deadline and guys move teams. But right now it's not even a discussion. They're worried about winning games and finishing strong going into the break.
Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Booney, we were watching Wyatt Langford since he's returned, and he gets the hit a couple hits last night. He's looked like he's having a better approach at the plate. He's walked 3 times in the 4 games since he's been back. I think he'd walked in 3 different games over the course of like a month before that. What are you seeing from him since his return, and how do you feel like he's on the verge of breaking out here?
I think Wyatt is just, he's one of my guys. He's just he's a special kid. I mean, he's so young and in the middle of it right now. I mean, just a huge skill set that he has. And I think we've discussed that before. This guy, when it all clicks for him, he's going to be one of those guys you're talking about perennially as an MVP candidate. He's got that much ability, but he's kind of learning on the fly. He is. And we talk daily. All the hitting coaches with him talk daily. He's always working on something new to figure it out. When he gets his hands loaded, and if he's listening to this, he'll know what I'm talking about. When he gets his hands loaded, he's as dangerous as they come, and he fights that. He goes back and forth. He's just a trial and error guy. He's in the cage. He's still. I got to almost sometimes run him out of there. He wants to work so much, but he's just one of those skill sets that the trial and error and going through his career and just learning and getting more experience, he's going to get better and better, but you just got to let him go. And some days he's electric. He'll hit a ball 450 feet and he runs like the wind. And some days he's like the rest of us, has a time where he's trying to figure it out and learning and going through that learning curve. But he's just a guy. You let him go. And he can take over a game. He's got that kind of ability. But he's definitely in that process where he's learning. And, I call him the young Bo Jackson. And he kind of likes that. I get a smile out of him because he is. He's built like a young Bo. He's one of those guys. He gives me this handshake every day before the game. And it's like, man, he's strong. And I look at him, I say, that you kind of hurt me when you do that. He said, no, you're strong. I said, no, looks are deceiving. I said, you're that country strong. That just, but he's such a great kid, such a talented kid. He's fun to watch. But yeah, it's always good when these guys get it going. They get a couple hits. collectively. And it's not that this is a loud team that chirps a lot or talks a lot, but you can definitely feel a vibe when they get it going. And last night was one of those where you let them go. And as a coach, you just be quiet and let them enjoy the moment. Sometimes less is more. And hopefully we have a lot more of those games to come.
Booney, I'm sure you heard the comments that Kevin Pillar made last week. And I know you, I don't think you were here when he was here.
No, I was.
Oh, you were.
I was.
So, is this team? And he basically said that they don't take a lot of BP together. They don't stretch together. They're not as tight. He was surprised they're not as tight as they thought they should have been. Have you noticed that they're any less tight than any team you played on? And does it even matter? Like in baseball, it's such an individual sport anyway.
It is very individual. I found that the teams that I was on that were really successful. Well, I'll give you two examples. One, I was in Atlanta in 1999, won 104, 106 games. And it was very businesslike. It was come to the ballpark, put your time card in, do your work, play a game, win a game, go home. And I saw a lot of kind of, I had a lot of buddies on that team, but it was very workmanlike. It was very like a 9 to 5 or like I said, a 9 to 5 job where you check in, you do your job and you go home. Now I played on a 2001 Mariner team that won 116 games, and I couldn't imagine a group of guys being closer. We did everything. You'd go to dinner with people you normally wouldn't go to dinner with. It was just an unbelievable atmosphere. So it works both ways. This team, I think when Kevin was speaking, no, it's I think the culture in general now is from what I found from a hitting standpoint, there's a lot of individual work that goes on, but these guys have, we've incorporated a lot of BP. I see kind of since the beginning when I got here to now, I see guys hitting on the field a lot more together. I like that as a coach, and call me old school, call me what you want, but I love the baseball now is so intense. Everything's about the swing, and we're always breaking down swings and at bats and techniques, and my hands here and my foot's not getting down, and are you getting enough separation? That's nonstop when you're in the cage talking hitting. But getting out in the field, hitting batting practice like we used to every single day. I love the just around the cage talk, and it's not always about baseball and this and that. It's kind of guys getting on each other, giving each other a hard time. And that's where I, as a coach, I sit back and I just kind of smile and like, this is what it's all about, because it's so intense. It's so every day in your face for these guys to be able to talk about outside activities, what they're doing away from the field. Like I said, giving each other a hard time, which is what guys do. I think that's what brings a team together, and I see that a lot with this group. These guys are unbelievable. They're really good. I call them kids. I hate to say that. I don't mean it in a condescending way, but that's what I feel like with them, especially those hitting guys, those hitters. They're my kids, and I just sit out, and when they're having a good time and they're smiling and they're getting after each other. That's what it's all about. That's what brings teams together and brings that closeness. And I 100% see that with this group. And it seems like it gets better and better every day the longer I'm here.
Can't thank you enough. Didn't have to do it with the time zone change and the family in town. You're a beast. Thank you so much. Congrats on the win. And go ahead and get another one tonight.
Guys, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Our boy, Brett Boone, Rangers hitting coach, brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional grade products you deserve, delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. I think the defending champs just made a big mistake, and the most fascinating question of the week involving a wiener. We'll talk about it with the K&C Masterpiece next.
remember that Uber Eats has raised.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady? Hazel lady. Nutmeg lady? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it something good?
products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece here with Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Yes.
Your own personal Jesus.
I don't count it as a true sing-along unless Corey leads the way.
Yeah, this isn't my favorite song.
Oh.
Sorry.
He doesn't want to reach out and touch faith.
Is this Judas Priest?
No.
Who's this?
No, it's
Depeche Mode.
Yeah.
Depeche Mode, yeah.
Depeche Mode.
Yeah, Depeche Mode also has another one that's a little more edgier than this even, too. Blasphemous Rumors.
I think that the new Jerry West has finally made a mistake as the breaking news came out that Sam Presti and the Oklahoma City Thunder have given Chet Holmgren 5 for $250.
Oh.
50
million a year.
A year for Chet Holmgren.
The original A-Rod contract in half the time.
In half the time.
That is weird to think about.
It is because what's the max supermax, like 70 million now?
Yeah. And SGA, by the way, NBA 2K6 cover boy, as you would expect.
All right, very nice.
But Holmgren, I don't.
He's a 16-8 guy.
Yeah.
Now,
Holmgren is like the king of the first quarter to me. Like, it's going to be like, whoa, he's going to score 50 tonight. And then it's like, oh, he had 8 in the first quarter and he finished with 12.
He's 2.5 blocks. So that's pretty good.
Do you think they're looking back at
7-9?
Yeah, he should.
Do you think they're looking back at the way the old Oklahoma City fell apart because they didn't want to like give $2 extra million, and they're like, the hell with it, just pay everybody. We'll deal with the taxes and we'll keep winning championships.
Durant talked about that recently. Durant, when he went to Houston, they asked him why didn't it work out, and he's like, I think we just got good too fast. Like they weren't anticipating us maturing that quickly, and then they had to pay everybody like then. They weren't ready for it.
He has to turn into poor man's Durant in order to justify this, I think. He's coming off of 32 games.
So I guess my question, I don't disagree with that entirely, but I guess my question is, do we have to reset our thoughts about NBA money? Because there are some players that get ridiculous.
Beal getting 50.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but there's players that are getting like $30 billion. And you're like,
Chandler Parsons contract.
But Kyrie being under 40 and Chet getting 50, just even if Kyrie's older, it still seems kind of ridiculous.
And also, I don't know if you factored this in because I know he had a player option he could opt into anyway, but like realistically, his contract's more like $60 million per year because he ain't playing much, if at all, this year.
Yeah, there is.
But I realized he had a player option he could have opted into and stuff.
Shea is at 68. Tatum, 62. Embiid, 62. Giannis, 58. Anthony Davis, 58 off of the, what was it, retina? What happened? Detachment.
Yep.
Jaylen Brown, 57. Jimmy Butler, 55. Joker's going to delay his to get more. Devin Booker, 55. Cat, 55. Steph, 54. Evan Mobley, 54. Cade Cunningham, 54.
Start getting into those numbers. It doesn't sound as awful when you start getting into those numbers. You know, with those
Evan
names.
Mobley's better than Jimmy Butler.
He's nothing without Steve Francis, though.
Did Nick Harris know that you said that?
Coutinho Mobley.
Coutinho Mobley.
Yeah, like Jimmy Butler being up there. I think some of these guys just get accepted because they have a big name. But like Jimmy Butler's.
Julian, my 12-year-old, loved our Chris Paul discussion the other day.
Oh, he knew you were on the radio.
He's a super fan. Yeah, because he was in the car with Sarah.
There we go, Julian.
He is an NBA super fan. And he goes, who's the bum that said that Chris Paul is better than Derrick Rose? That's what he said. Who's the bum on the show?
Was he born when Derrick Rose still had like cartilage in his knees?
But he just goes back and watches. He goes, prime Derrick Rose is better than SGA. And I was like,
ask Julian.
Respect, buddy.
Ask Julian if he wants to bet on which one makes the Hall of Fame and see how much.
Who's that? Derrick Rose or Chris Paul?
Yeah. Tell him to bet his Rebecca Lobo shoes on that.
Yeah, that's a whole different discussion. That's an injury discussion, right? But yeah, I mean, prime Derrick Rose.
Prime Derrick Rose was like a more efficient Russ. Like, he would have eventually lost his athleticism and would have been the same player as Russ eventually.
I don't know. Did he rebound and assist like that?
No, like, I'm talking about like shooting wise. He was like more efficient than Russ in general. He was like generally like I think his peak he was like 25-5-5 or 25-6.
He reminded me of Steve Francis, really, like the explosion. But these peak guys, these peak / prime guys always get the sexy commentary over the long, consistent, sustainable guys. Like, prime Derrick Rose, man. I mean, that 2 years.
Well, I think when you have an injury like that, I do think you get that. If you just pop and then you go away because your skills diminish quickly.
But isn't that the same for a lot of things? I think that's the same for rock stars, actors, presidents. If you just went away, they're like, oh man,
I'll dispute it, like, because I'll say that literally prime Derrick Rose is doing one thing better than prime Chris Paul.
Scoring,
winning,
like it's honestly, it's just the ability to like get to the hoop and score. Like, that's it. Otherwise, outside jump shooting, it was Chris Paul. Passing, Chris Paul. Defense, Chris Paul. Like, all of that, Chris Paul was better, and by a wide gap.
Close to an MVP.
And how far did Derrick Rose? What's the farthest he got in the playoffs?
I think same thing, right? Well, no, he got to the conference finals, right? I think then he got hurt in the middle of that final.
They very well could have won that.
Yeah.
Corey, what's coming up on the program?
Man, we got big guests today. We do have Bruce Bochy joining us at 12:30 today. We'll talk with him about yet another win the night before they come on the KNC Masterpiece. And then at 10:20 today.
11-4.
No, you guys are tying our Brett Boone juju to Bruce Bochy when really it's us.
They were winning before Brett Boone got the job.
Ring of Honor World Women's Champion and Metroplex native Athena will join us in studio today.
Also, did you guys hear my tease that I did intentionally just to troll you?
No.
Dang it. I was really hoping it was going to play right before or after the 9:20 segment, but...
Let's hear it, Peyton. Let's go ahead and find that.
Yeah, let's see if we can find it.
He's looking.
Meanwhile, I saved this question that I spent way too much time thinking about for you guys.
Great.
The Joey Chestnut, Usain Bolt dilemma. Did that come from you, Bob, or Choppy?
I think both of us said it. I definitely did. But yeah, this was being asked to PGA Tour golfers on July 4th, and they asked them, hey, who would win in a race between Usain Bolt, 100-meter, between Usain Bolt and Joey Chestnut, but you have to finish an entire hot dog before you start running. And this is what the PGA golfers said.
Oh, man.
Just one 100 meters?
One hot dog, one 100 meters.
Oh, Joey Chestnut, I think.
Well, Usain Bolt, because he could eat a hot dog pretty quickly. Well, how fast does Joey Chestnut eat one hot dog? 1.5 seconds? Oh, man. I'm trying to think, like, if you were to eat a hot dog, Joey Chestnut would be done by now by the time I'm going to say, oh, man.
Oh, both of them have to eat a hot dog and then run 100.
It's like at the starting line. So he's going to eat it so fast, he's going to get that head start.
Like, swallow. Oh, I think Joey Chestnut, because I think Usain, even if he eats it as fast as he could and swallows, I don't see him eating it under 8-10 seconds. And even if Joey runs a 15-second 100-meter. So I just think, like, Usain eating a hot dog is going to take longer than 10 seconds.
I spent way too much time thinking about this. It put my brain in a pretzel.
It's Joey. Joey's going to win. Now, I think for safety purposes, they got to do the race first and then eat the hot dog. Because you don't want to eat and then run. You could choke it back up.
That's kind of fun.
You could vom.
You were shaking your head like this is a no-brainer.
Oh, yeah, it's Joey Chestnut winning.
No, Corey was shaking his head.
Yes.
Huh?
Bolt's fast.
Yeah, of course he's fast.
He's catching up no matter what. Joey Chestnut's not going to be able to run fast enough to do this.
Even
you
the
can slowly eat a hot dog, and you're going to beat him.
Even the slowest person runs the 100 in less than 16 seconds. The slowest person you know.
But how slow do you think Usain Bolt's going to eat a hot dog, though? Like, he's not going to be Peyton with the chicken tenders eating one every 3 minutes.
No, I think it would probably take him at least 25 seconds to eat the hot dog.
What?
Okay.
No way.
Then I understand your logic.
Joey averaged 8.5 seconds per hot dog this year. That's what it says.
Okay, so we were thinking it was a second and a half.
And I wonder if that number is flawed. So I was just thinking about this. All right, so Rich Eisen runs the 40 in about like 6 seconds, give or take. So let's go ahead and extrapolate that out. Oh, and now
Bobby, this is real math. Listen up.
Now no, his math is great on the football.
One day we'll
explain what a standard deviation is, Sean.
Now we're talking about maybe 14 and a half to 15 seconds for the 100-meter for Joey Chestnut. Now, Corey just said 8.5 seconds to eat a hot dog. The thing I might wonder about that is he usually goes 2 dogs at a time.
Oh, my God.
So, does that really mean that his average, if he had to go one by one, is more like 12 seconds?
Yeah.
All right, now that means Joey Chestnut's total time is 28 seconds. Usain Bolt, 10 seconds. We feel comfortable, give or take, with that.
Usain Bolt said recently he thinks he could still run 10 and a half.
Okay. Do you think Usain Bolt could eat a hot dog in 17 and a half to 18 seconds? The answer to that is the answer to your question.
Yeah. Well done. And I don't know, man. That's quick.
That's
really 18
quick.
seconds.
So
I don't think he does.
Okay, just think about it. Keep talking, but hold on. Think about it. Go. We can keep talking, but just think. We have started the hot dog eating process for Usain Bolt. And I really wish.
Aiden, get choppy on the fan cam.
The biggest problem with
doing this.
You got to two-hand it.
The biggest problem with this is not the getting it
time.
Is getting it.
I don't think he's doing it
quick, man.
Yeah.
And the biggest problem is not like biting it into pieces and like getting your mouth. The problem is like then chewing it up and getting
swallowing
it down.
Yes.
And that's the biggest problem. Now I did ask ChatGPT this question. I was like, give me your estimate, your best estimate here. And they said that Joey Chestnut averages 8 a second, but he also is probably pacing himself a little bit. So they said you need to assume more like 4.5, 5 seconds.
See, and I get that logic. I think that's flawed, though, because he eats 2 at a time, and I think that skews the number.
And even if he runs even give him a 20-second 100-meter dash.
We're saying bun on these, right? Just like you guys in the competition.
And no water. This question's a genius.
So they said that
It is genius.
They said based on the average eating speed, since we don't have a recorded hot dog time for Usain Bolt. They said based on the average eating speed and considering nerves potentially, they're saying they're going to assume it takes him 10 seconds to get it down.
Okay.
And they said that then the sprint time, they would ultimately say that Joey Chestnut runs everything in 21 and a half seconds and Usain Bolt is 19 and a half.
And Joey did choke someone out on stage, so I'm factoring a little bit of athleticism. Let's hear Kevin's tease.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, the only guest you could have better than Brett Boone at 12:30, we will have Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. So join the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You know, I think it's kind of a compliment.
Yeah, you're the second best guest in the world.
Yeah.
So, but what I was really hoping is would play before or after as frequently, but the Brett Boone interview as frequently our teases do, just to see if I can get a laugh out of you.
Still that Tirico promo that played right before Jerry.
That was glorious. That was a glorious moment.
Who's the fan text voting for? Franklin Franco on Bolt or Chestnut? Who are they saying would win?
Heck of a question.
Man, you're getting a lot. Like, I mean, it's kind of, they're saying with bun, they're asking all the different things. Right now, what I'm seeing here is it's kind of split, it looks like.
People always
About
think you can
50-50.
run fast until you get on the track. Then you get on the track and you're like, oh, crap, that dude's a lot faster than me. Ask Alec. Alec knows.
What was your answer? You said you thought about it a lot.
I think I'm going to go Chestnut.
Okay.
Because I'm doubting Usain's ability to eat it that fast.
Okay.
If somebody sets this up, I would watch it. I would absolutely watch
heck
it.
yeah.
Well, TMZ needs to get a hot dog to Usain Bolt. That will answer everything. Go.
Agreed.
The KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
Hey, if you missed any of the Fan this morning,
I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, Corey Majors. And of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
Still trying to figure out. You're solving for X and Y in this situation because you got to
two
figure
variants.
Out
it's tough.
How both Joey and Usain Bolt do in certain things.
Yes,
but this is a pretty brilliant question that is now.
I love it.
Gotten my brain off. By the way, caramel is superior to chocolate. That's a fact. 877-881-1053. You can text it and agree. That's my thought for the day.
It didn't feel like a question, but I'm still pondering it like it was a question.
No, it was a statement of fact.
Oh, okay.
And not a question. I mean, you don't need to confirm here any other thoughts other than you know that that's the truth. And anybody that's listening right now can text in and agree. You can also agree on the Twitch because you can find us on the Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app and other apps. And also you can find us on The Fan. And you can text in.
Look, I was going to say that's a big thing right there. Is I need you to know that you can find us on The Fan. That part is really important. All right, we're going to have from AEW, from Ring of Honor, from Garland, Texas, Athena on, maybe quicker than you think. But in the meantime, Corey, I know sometimes we will delay the Rangers talk. But I just wanted to throw it out there. They scored 8 billion runs. Go ahead and give me cut number 5. And real quick, let's celebrate that Rangers victory.
With the Angels leading 1-0, Corey's walk started the rally. He swings here, and that one is hammered to right field. Wade turns, looks, out of here! Over the high wall, about 10 rows back into the right field bleachers, Corey Seager leaves the yard for the second straight game. He continues to terrorize the Angels, and the Rangers' lead grows to 10-1.
And I think terrorize is a good way to phrase it yesterday, as the Rangers would go on to be victorious 13-1. Normally we start the show and it's like, oh, they won, or maybe they didn't, but they scored 2 runs or whatever. 13 runs!
Yeah, against a pitcher who's a pretty good pitcher.
Fair.
And has done some good work against the Rangers in the past. He was a little erratic last night, which is why he only had 4 innings. Plus, the Rangers tapped him by the 4th inning. They got after him, so he's a good pitcher. That's the thing, is some nights. This is the weird thing about this team. You'll get a pitcher you've never heard of who's having a terrible night or a season, and then he has a great night against the Rangers. And then you get a pitcher that's a stud who just gets shelled by the Rangers. Then you'll have a pitcher that's a stud who the Rangers can't touch.
Right.
It's just there's that's another part of the inconsistencies of this team, is you don't know if they're going to hit good or bad pitching and on what night they're going to do it. But I'm glad they did it last night.
Yeah, for sure. Now, we're going to try to pack a lot of content into this segment. Are you ready for more Cowboys questions?
So much
that matter as we waste away waiting for training camp.
More.
Yeah, no, we're 3.
Okay.
Tomorrow will be 4 mores. Oh, historic. Like Lincoln. I got it. All right, first question. You know what? If you thought I was done with politics, here we go.
What?
Do you wish the Cowboys would treat the salary cap more like we do our national debt? Now, this is a nonpartisan question, as both sides
ignored it. Doesn't
have
matter anyway.
abused the national debt. Do you wish that the Cowboys would treat their salary cap more like the national debt? And one of the reasons that this came to the forefront is Blogging the Boys had an article up about this. And one of the things they talked about is just how much the Eagles abuse the salary cap and have dead money on top of dead money on top of dead money. You can go ahead and send them in, Aiden. We'll just produce on air. And one of the things about that, though, is they use that money. They're aggressive with the dead money they have because they're aggressive with the team-friendly, front-loaded, back-loaded contracts that they do. So, do you wish the Cowboys would also treat it that way and be like, hey, the hell with it. Our cap might be screwed for next year, but then we'll just backload a bunch of deals next year.
Like, what's the real penalty to pay? Next year's cap is the problem?
The potential for 2 to 3 seasons of just potential irrelevancy.
Okay.
I think I said potential twice.
So then, yes, this is a very interesting discussion. Because do I trust that even if they use it that way, that they're going to spend it correctly?
And that's a whole fair other question.
Because if they're going to use it that way, Kevin, are they still going to buy low?
See,
and go to the designer bin at the Goodwill?
And that's the thing when people say Dak should take less. Like, in theory, you know how I feel about that. I wish every player we had would take less, and so then we would have more money. But why in the world would you take less if you have no faith in the people that are buying for you?
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, if Dak was like, we get the best damn front office in all of the NFL. If I take $8 million less a year, we're going to get at least one starter out of that. Hell yeah, let's go. Maybe 2. But, like, you can't say that. So whenever people get mad at Dak for not taking less, I don't blame him for taking less because they don't know what we're going to do with the money.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've made my argument pretty clear on that. I don't blame him for taking less because he's an employee. Or from taking more, he's an employee. Like, you just continue to take as much as you can because the owner is going to try to squeeze what they can out of you. So saying it's fair balancing out there. But the other part of the Cowboys, if they were to have that money, that 1 year, is it the right year to spend it all? That's another thing, too, is this the right year? Do we have the right free agents where we're going to go unload all this cap money today? And we got the right people. Because you know what? Myles Garrett's available. And also Christian McCaffrey's available. And also the best 3 offensive linemen and defensive tackles are ready. And the Cowboys are like, screw it, we're spending all of them on these guys. Or is it that 1 year where there's one free agent and the rest of it's just like, what are we even trying to accomplish?
And that's one of the things I'm going to ask either spot. We've got Athena walking in right now. And that's one of the arguments I would make, or one of the questions I'm definitely going to ask Stephen Jones this year, because we've talked about the cap round and around a couple of different times, is if you felt like this year could be the year, would you blow it out? And you'd be like, you know what? We're risking 2026, 27, 28, but we think we might have the team this year, so let's make it happen. All right, we're going to pause on this Cowboys conversation. We're going to keep the content going.
Okay.
Because right now, in studio with us, we bring to you Ring of Honor Women's World Champion, Metroplex native. She's from Garland. It is Athena. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing excellent.
I got a question.
I have an answer.
That is how the interview works.
What does your room look like? And here's because my thought. What did your room look like as a teenager?
Okay. So I'm going to ask you a question. How do you think my room looks?
I see posters all over the walls.
Posters of who?
And of all sorts of like video game type stuff and wrestling. I don't know like when you really got into wrestling, but I feel like it's just all wrestling and video games.
Comic books?
Some Legos. I feel like there's lots of fun things in your room as a teenager.
So as a kid,
and did that carry over?
I did not have any of that in my room. I think I maybe had one like Randy Orton poster from the first WWF magazine that I bought at that time that my mom was like, get that off your wall.
Oh, wow.
Because he was just in his gear, so it looked very suspicious.
Oh, yeah, just walking
like
in. Some guy tanned up in his underwear.
Yeah, you walk in,
it
looks very suspicious. She's like, I know you like wrestling, but this is weird, you know? But my walls were lavender colored, and I helped my mom paint them, and then they had flowers up top.
Okay. See, I was imagining like Misfits T-shirts and all sorts of stuff like that, just based on your style.
Currently,
okay, all right.
Currently, you nailed it. I have video game artwork, comic book artwork. I'm a big fan of Batman, specifically Adam West Batman. I have tons of video game memorabilia, artwork, God of War stuff. I have Avatar: The Last Airbender artwork. I am a nerd. And then I have a whole room in my house that's all wrestling memorabilia. Like I have a signed autograph from Bruno Sammartino.
Oh, cool.
Skandar Akbar, who is my trainer. I have a lot of like weird. I even have a little postcard that's signed from one of my favorite matches, the WLC match, which is one of my favorite matches. But yeah, I have a plethora of everything. So you name it. I even have a Lego SNES set. Like nailed it, like to a T. I was like, wow, they really know me. Okay.
Your room, and I have never been in your room, but your room, and it's like when I was reading back up on you. We've had you on before, and I was kind of reading back up, and I was like, I just imagined this, and so I'm glad I was right.
Does the fact that he was right help offset the boldness of a first question? What does your bedroom look like? Because that feels like a bold
little
question.
bit. That's actually not how my bedroom looks currently.
Okay,
but
gotcha.
like in my house, you totally nailed it. It's just nerdy artwork, fan art, like just across the board. My bedroom is actually like pitch black for some reason. I like neon colored LED lights. So I have like, it looks like a rave scene in my bedroom. Yeah. So me and my husband, like it has a ton of like storage, but like, it's just like a really cool black, like on gray carpet, on purple rug. 'Cause purple's my favorite color. And it's just like a cool little club LED scene in my bedroom.
See, and I appreciate also, Kevin, that she saw the innocence in the question. All right,
I did.
like that was she
did.
saw that I was.
But
right.
like as a kid,
know him well.
But
enough.
here's the thing: as a kid, like you're only really relegated to your room because you don't really have any other space that's yours. So I did understand the question. I did not take it in the way you thought I would.
Okay, well then
think of
that's
it as
turned
like
on me now. Yeah. I'm very cynical by nature. I get it. So we're talking with Athena. All in Texas, set for Saturday, 2 p.m. Central. However, more pressing is Supercard of Honor 2025. It's going to be Friday at the Esports Stadium in Arlington. You're going to defend your title, which you've held for we're at least 2.5 years. We're getting close to 3.
Ooh, over 940 days.
So obviously we have to get to 1,000. We'll talk about that in a second. You said something else that really piqued my interest is that you were a fan of the Adam West Batman. Obviously,
that's what I grew up on.
Yeah, starting with Tim Burton, Michael Keaton, they have clearly turned it significantly darker from the comics to the movies and everything like that. Was it about the 60s TV show that kind of appeals to you?
All the wrong things. No, from Cesar Romero's mustache. Bye, bless him. It was so much fun, and I feel like it came on like a weird TV station when I was growing up, like at odd hours of the day.
Right.
It was kind of hokey. It was kind of cool. But I actually learned how to read with Batman comics. So like I had trouble like processing what was on pages as a kid, to the point where like reading bores me on a level. I'm assuming it's ADHD now. But I needed something to kind of keep my attention span. So I actually learned how to read with Batman comic books, and a lot of them were kind of based off of the Adam West Batman. And so my mom was like, oh, just watch this with me. And I was like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
But one of my favorite episodes is when the Pharaoh pops up, and the Pharaoh actually figures out who Batman is. And they leave it on a cliffhanger, and they're like just in the episode, Batman's Bruce Wayne, and everyone's like, and then they end the episode, and I remember like trying to find the next episode for years, and then come to find out he just came back to consciousness because a pharaoh possessed a archaeologist, and he's like, oh, I don't remember anything, and I was like, what?
They really screwed us over on that one for sure.
They were like, oh yeah, let's retcon this. Sorry about that, guys.
Mine was the one, Kevin, where Siren would sing and everybody would be hypnotized by her voice, and I would be I was like, hold on, how'd that happen? Just because she could sing?
And I know sometimes people like opine for days when things are slower and everything, and I get that, but don't forget, you couldn't get your entertainment on demand.
No.
Like
Yes.
that Batman episode, if you wanted to rewatch it, good luck.
Yeah.
You had to find it. I remember going to like Family Dollar and stuff like that, trying to pick up like Batman VHSs, going to like the Blockbuster or Family Home Video or anything. It'd be like, do you like, and I cannot tell you how many Batman, and I think the 1960 series is only like 3 seasons. How many episodes was on one VHS? Was like 3 to 4.
Really?
So you're trying to search and find one episode, and I'm a kid. I'm not reading the back of that. I'm like, Batman, I haven't gotten this color of the VHS.
I get
slip,
you. Yeah.
you know?
This is the one.
Oh man, and I think I actually saw it maybe when they put it all on Amazon Prime not too long ago, and I remember finding it and being just like so immensely let down.
Okay, so do you think I'm going to have that same experience with my wife and I have just started a Saved by the Bell rewatch because it is also on Amazon Prime?
Yep.
Now, here's the biggest logical flaw in all of Saved by the
The
Bell.
further it gets, the worse the acting gets.
You're
That's
right
what I
about
think.
that, but consider this. Season 1 of Saved by the Bell is actually called Good Morning, Miss Bliss.
That's right.
And it's set in Indianapolis. Then somehow Lisa, Zach, and Screech all decide to move together to California to the same school,
Bayside.
as does Mr. Belding.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, that sounds like a cult lifestyle. Like their parents were all in a cult and they're like, hey guys, we're all moving to Cali.
Time
And
for
they're
us
like,
to go.
Cali, yay.
I'm not going to lie. I'm really excited to see episode 1 of season 2 to see if they discuss
The cult situation.
any of the logistics of how they all moved. All right, we've got Athena right here on 105.3 The Fan. Can you hang around with us for another segment? Because we got a
Absolutely.
lot that we want to get into. Supercard of Honor on Friday, All In on Saturday, big wrestling weekend in the Metroplex. We will talk more with Athena next right here on The Fan.
Thanks for Toloing through your midday with
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are back here with Athena, who I am also from Garland, so I will continually say from Garland.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you went to Lakeview Centennial, I went to North Garland.
That's Garland.
No big deal.
It's fine. We were better.
Oh, man. At what? No. Okay, so that's the thing. I think the interview's going well because I have questions about the sports and educational happenings at Garland High School. But other Garland ISD high schools, somebody has a question about video games and another person has a question about the Batman TV show. And I have to know the answer to this. Hopefully you will know. From the 940. Okay. Was there an episode where some type of giant crocodilian type creature scarfed down Robin? Because I distinctly remember it because it scarred me as a kid, but I can't find it.
I feel like it wasn't a crocodile. I feel like it was a shark for some reason. Because I feel like that was the weird bat shark repellent.
Oh yeah, it was a spray, right?
But I do feel like there was an episode with a crocodile at the same point, but like my brain goes to the shark for some reason.
I know the cartoon. Which one was it? With the Batman?
Batman the animated series?
Yeah, there's
Kevin Conroy.
There's a picture of that. There's a picture of an alligator. Yeah.
Okay.
And Batman's trying to get
But like there is a Batman villain that's like part crocodile.
Yeah,
too.
Croc.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember that one.
Now, as much as I would love to continue down this path, I really would. We are here to get some business taken care of and do some promotion and whatnot.
Robin found himself shrinking. Oh, never mind. Back to you.
Or did you not hear anything we just said about promotion? All right. So let's start with, well, honestly, we can start with tonight, tomorrow, Dynamite and Collision at the Curtis Culwell Center in Garland. And for you personally, for now, although I have questions, it's leading into Friday, Supercard of Honor at the Esports Stadium in Arlington. You're going to go up against Thunder Rosa. So a couple of things. How are we feeling going into that match? And also, one of our bosses really loves Thunder Rosa. So do you think that even though you're here,
fire him
he
now.
might be... I do not have the authority to do such a thing.
I will do it for you. You're fired.
Okay.
I hope he walks in the studio.
You know what? He's here, so I'm curious if he comes out. Okay, how are we feeling about former NWA champion, NWA women's champion, former AEW women's champion? Like Thunder Rosa, a lot on her bio.
Yeah, she does have a great history as far as wrestling goes. Like she's been around for a while. She's lives in Texas, though this is my home. Yeah, I'm trying to like put into words what I want to say because I'm trying to be like professional, not a evil minion overlord like I normally am. Yeah, I've actually wrestled Thunder Rosa before. We wrestled on an independent show and we had a draw. And I'm not like too proud to say that because I like winning and I win a lot. Because I am the forever ROH champion. She was one of my first matches back on the independent scene and it was a barn burner. And I think like now with everything that I've gone through and everything that she's gone through, I know that I'm better than her. I'm not afraid walking into Supercard of Honor. She is in for a world of hurt because consistently for the past 2 months, she has taken multiple moments away from me. And I do not like that.
Go ahead.
No, I am on a roll right now. No, she took my moment away from me in Arena, Mexico. She took my moment away for me to qualify for the #1 spot in the Casino Gauntlet. I am not happy with Miss Thunder Rosa La Mera. All right? I am not happy with her. And I think on some level, she doesn't realize that we are walking into my house. She lives in Texas. This is where I'm from. I had one of my first matches in Arlington, Texas. I won my championship in Arlington, Texas. I am from Garland, Texas. Yes, we keep saying it. I'm so very sorry.
Somebody shouted out Naaman Forrest, so they're in on this conversation.
Oh, boo, Naaman Forrest, boo.
See, I'm with you on that. Now, so
I'm an East Dallas kid, so I went to Bryan Adams. I have no argument in this debate. Yeah.
We
from the Metroplex.
Bryan Adams was the school that like preseason with soccer, we'd come on over to Dallas and have that preseason game with.
Yes.
And then we'd saunter on back on the bus back to Garland.
Yeah.
Now,
yes, that's true.
She has been the Ring of Honor Women's World Champion since Final Battle 2022.
Yes.
Which also, by the way, was in Arlington, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I was curious with something you were just talking about, having a previous draw with Thunder Rosa, whether it was the match not too long ago against Mercedes Monet, and a lot of people were like, oh, yeah,
First off, she cheated and went.
Okay. So there were, and I know we're kind of bouncing back and forth just a little bit, but there was a lot of discussion behind the scenes that, maybe it would have been all right if you won that match. WWE's about to have a Netflix show where they go in the writer's room. How do you feel about so much of a pulling back of the curtain? You know what I'm saying?
To me, I don't really pay attention to stuff like that, to be honest with you. And I don't really pay attention to what goes on the other side other than supporting my friends when they have matches over there. So that's kind of news to me on some level, because I kind of live in my video game world, to be honest with you. Video games and audiobooks, yay. But to me, I enjoy the art of pro wrestling. That's it. I go, I do my match, I win my match, I beat the tar out of someone, and I go on to the next day. I love that I have this amazing fan base that wants the world for me. And I think on some level, I don't think, I know that that's what keeps me motivated and consistently, trying to evolve with the times, evolve with the moves, evolve with the style, if you will. I love this business. I love what I do, and I really only focus on entertaining people and keeping my championship.
Okay, so hopefully keep your championship on Friday night.
I will.
I'm sure you look.
I will. It's just Thunder Rosa. Come on now.
Oh,
come on now. I want this boss to come in here so bad. I'm throwing so many backhanded comments.
I'm curious if he comes out as well. I would love to hear him try to counterpoint.
No, but here's the thing. Thunder Rosa is absolutely phenomenal. Not as good as me, but she is phenomenal.
Yeah.
It does rub me the wrong way that she knows that we had that draw. It does rub me the wrong way, but at the same time, she has pissed me off time and time again. Time and time again, she has pissed me off.
So as you said, no doubt, defend the title Friday night. Can't help but obviously discuss the fact that All In is the next day, right across the street, almost literally across the street.
Within walking distance, actually.
From the esports stadium. So, might we see you there doing the thing?
I don't know. I do not know. I only know what my boss has said, which is maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm more focused with getting through and defending my forever championship, because it's forever.
But when you say that, it feels like we're getting in that direction. We're past 2.5 years. Like you said, past 900 days. I know that's always the goal, but could you have fathomed back at Final Battle in 2022 that you're like, I'll be the champion the next year and the next year?
No,
and
I feel like once we started getting close to a year, I was like, yeah, I'm going to be champion forever. And then Billy was like, yeah, you're the forever champ. And I was like, yeah, minion, hell yeah, I'm the forever champ. And then it kept going and going and going. And time again, every time I step in the ring with someone, they're not as good as me. They don't move as quick as me. You know what I mean? I am just that girl. I am her, as the people like to say. Yes, Queen Slay. All the generic quotes and memes that you want to say. But I take this championship with the utmost seriousness, and I'm not letting it go. You are going to have to pry this from, I don't want to say cold fingers, because it is Texas in the summer, but you are going to have to pry this out of my hands if you want this, and I don't think Thunder Rosa has the guts to do that.
Yeah, she's got a strong grip.
For sure. Yeah. Well, yeah, look, I would be intimidated going up against somebody who held the title that long, or just going up against you in general, now that we have gotten to know you better. Now, as an aside, you've talked a lot about, being from here and Metroplex Pride and everything like that. I was hoping that perhaps we could talk a little bit about Metroplex Wrestling.
Oh, yeah, of course.
For people who aren't familiar, we've been there to the show out in Bedford and stuff like that. And I actually was going to have the opportunity to do something in the show, and then our corporate overlords are like, we're going to
I'm telling you, we got to fire this boss.
It wasn't him. This one wasn't his fault.
Okay,
it was the suits.
The next
you know
one,
what I'm saying?
yeah, the higher ups.
But for people who don't know, obviously this is hugely important to you. Can you tell everybody how you were involved with Metroplex Wrestling and what's on the horizon?
I am actually one of the owners of Metroplex Wrestling. I am, for the most part, been a silent owner because I want my guys and gals to have the freedom to tell the stories that they want to tell. Up until recently, we run a weekly wrestling show in Bedford, Texas. We have been rated by several news stations here the best indie promotion in the DFW area. So if you have a spare weekend, we are family friendly. It's a very close-knit group. But Metroplex Wrestling in Bedford, Texas. But I know what you're getting at here. I've been working on a passion project for about a year and a half. And my husband has been just trying to beat this into me, like, you need to do this, you need to do this. And I finally was just like, all right, we're doing it. So August 9th, we are running our first all-women's wrestling show.
Nice.
It is going to be absolutely phenomenal. We're still announcing talent as we go. Tickets are on sale now at metroplexwrestling.com. I know we're not here to talk about that, but it's something I am very excited. It's something I'm very excited about. And like, if you guys have a spare weekend and you want to come support new up and comers, some you've seen on AEW TV, I will say that we haven't announced who they are yet, but we will have talent from AEW there. We have talent from all around the world coming, but it's a passion project of mine. August 9th, metroplexwrestling.com. Front row and second row are almost sold out. So, but yes. I will say that, and then I will go back to kicking Thunder Rosa's teeth in. That's what I will do. Also, who knows? I might show up tonight on Dynamite and Garland.
I mean,
or Collision and Garland.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know. You got to get your tickets and see. You know, I'm also almost like Batman. You know, I am the knight. I show up where I want.
I like it.
And so, what do you think? How do you feel about like so many back-to-back nights of wrestling in the Metroplex for AEW and Ring of Honor again? Because last year you kind of had the I forgot the phrase they
used. Had a residency.
Yeah, a residency. Thank you very much at the eSports Stadium. That is where Supercard of Honor is going to be on Friday. But then you've got shows in Garland and then All In, which is the biggest United States show for AEW to date. How cool is that to you personally? I know you're focused on your matches, but just to see the Metroplex getting all this love from AEW.
Look, selfishly, I love that I get to sleep in my own bed for a week of work.
Right.
I know, like, you know, we live on the road sometimes. We're sleeping from hotel to hotel, and sometimes just being like in your home and getting to do what you love while also going home at the end of the night is awesome. Speaking from a professional standpoint, like it's extremely cool to see like how much, like I know you're from Garland, okay? So you're gonna understand what I mean by this. Our biggest claim to fame for the longest time was being crapped on in the Zombieland movie.
True.
And they
that
actually
Leanne Rimes.
And they actually filmed it in that downtown Garland at the really crappy Chevron, which made it like worse. That was our claim to fame. Like, it's in downtown Garland. I'm pretty sure it's still there, but they've built more stuff up around it. So that was our biggest claim to fame. So to see like Tony bring AEW and ROH to my very specific hometown.
Right.
Like, we always say Dallas, but Garland is my hometown. I reside like close by Arlington. I won't say where because I don't want to see you people at my house. But like it's really cool to just see so much going on, because I remember like when there was only one company, like they come once a year, but like Tony has made like the Metroplex a priority. He's made Arlington a priority. He's made Garland a priority. So it's really cool to see us like kind of get our just due. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
We were struggling for a while in Garland. I remember when the first Walmart came through to the cookout and we were all like frantic. Like we didn't know how to act.
Hypermart at one point?
Oh, Hypermart.
Hypermart was great. Okay. Hypermart was the one you drove to when you didn't want to go to Tom Thumb or Albertsons. Oh my gosh. And then Walmart bought them out too. So
I don't know if you remember this about Hypermart. We used to make some really poor decisions. They had a daycare in the front of Hypermart where you could just drop your kids off while you shopped. You didn't know these people. You just leave your kids.
And then they had the Blockbuster kiosk with the Pokemon Stadium on the outside, and there would always be a lot. Oh my gosh, we can talk about Hypermart all day. But like, it's really cool. I'm sorry, you gave me flashbacks on a whole new level.
Yeah, I'm with you.
It's really cool to just see how much wrestling on a big scale is in the area. And that makes me really proud to be a part of AEW and Ring of Honor, to be honest with you.
And, and I want to say we mentioned the events themselves. And by the way, allelitewrestling.com, AEWTix.com, Ticketmaster, all viable options for you. But I wanted to point out, so you've got Dynamite tonight at the Caldwell Center, Collision tomorrow. There's also AEW All-In Karaoke. Starcast is going to be here with Conrad Thompson and his crew doing a whole bunch of interviews. Then you've got Supercard of Honor, which obviously you are a prominent piece of.
It is my show.
You're the main event, really, wherever you go.
And without the main event, there is no show.
Exactly. At the Esports Stadium in Arlington Friday night. Then there's a tailgate, an after party. There is All In Texas on Saturday. So it is an extravaganza if you want to just do wrestling things for like pretty much the next 4.5 days.
Yeah. And let me tell you guys, like, Starcast is not just like, hey, come meet people. Like, you're meeting the AEW and Ring of Honor roster.
Yes.
You're meeting us. We're doing meet and greets, photo ops. We're doing the whole shebang. We're making this like Comic-Con, but wrestling version, but we're throwing shows on the back end that you're actually going to jump out of your seat for. Not the conventions where you go and learn how to make styrofoam compartments and army. No, we are doing the whole shebang here from top to bottom. Like I said, it starts in Garland tonight. Like, it's good. Like I said, I'm extremely happy. I'm extremely thrilled to be a part of just this entire week.
And you don't have to leave your kids at the front, like at Hypermart.
I mean, man, maybe we should talk. Maybe we should talk to TK. Hey, can we just do a random daycare and have like the frat house group?
We'll see what we can do.
Like, hey, TK, can we get the frat house to watch these kids, please? Let's see how that will go.
See, that should be your stipulation. In addition to the title match, the loser has to watch some kids at All In on Saturday.
I don't know.
That'll be Thunder Rosa, not you.
It's of course.
I think the most fun is wrestling with the kids.
I mean, here's the thing. I love like just watching kids watch wrestling.
Yes,
there's nothing more awesome than just seeing like fireworks go off in their head, because half the time they don't know what they just saw. They just know it was cool.
Yes.
They're like, a big bang will happen. They'll be like, whoa. Oh, like, and my favorite thing is when they do crowd shots of kids that are just losing their mind.
Yeah.
And the parent that's like, okay, he's going to sleep well tonight. Awesome. Yes, we did it. So it's really cool. But like, it starts young. It started that young with me. So like, I joke about leaving kids at the front, but like, it's for everyone.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of pro wrestling. We have characters, we have storylines, but like, I fell in love with pro wrestling at a very young age. They're falling in love with it. So it's cool to see that kind of pass on. Like, my little minion Billy Stark started at 13.
There you go.
You know what I mean? So like, we all fall in love with this at different ages, which is why we say it's fun for everyone. It's really cool. Like, it really is.
And the fun in the Metroplex commences well, really, with this. But
This is where it started.
It gets going tonight, Wednesday, Curtis Culwell Center for Dynamite. It is an AEW Ring of Honor takeover of the Metroplex. Athena, thank you so much for the time and info.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
There you go. Athena right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some baseball nuggets. History made in the park and in the sky. Next on The Fan.
Has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. Still Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fitz peering through the glove. Brings the glove down and comes home with the 0-2 pitch, and that ball is rocketed deep out into left center. Duran stops to look, and it is gone. Way out of here, up into the second deck. The booming home run for Adolis Garcia to give the Rangers a 3-2 lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We actually talked with Athena all throughout the break.
I could talk to her forever, dude. She's awesome.
I think I'm going to see if we can talk to their PR guy. I don't know if he wants his name out there. And we should grab her number like we did with Lashley to get her to come back on at any point.
Yeah, after that first question, I wasn't asking for a number.
That is probably for the best. First two questions. What does your bedroom look like? And what is your phone number? I could see how that.
But she's so kind, so easy to talk to. It's fascinating to know that her character is as different as it is compared to what she is here.
Yeah.
Like that's it's fun, but she loves the art of it. And that's That's the part, man, that I really appreciate. She does good work.
From the 945, that is the greatest interview ever. Hypermart, who remembers that S? Well done, fellas. All right,
you're welcome.
Right now, we're gonna go with baseball nuggets here. I know it's gonna be a little shorter, but guess what? You can always count on Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement to bring you that baseball nuggets. And let's start with cut number 7, actually, because man, there were a couple of wild things that happened last night. And we'll start with the Giants because this is going to be a walk-off home run. But I'm going to let you listen to the audio. It's going to be a little different.
It's a high drive. Way out into right field. It is off the bricks. This game is tied. Bailey's on the move. Bailey's on the move. And this game is over.
It was a inside the park walk-off home run. The first in Major League Baseball since 2016.
Really?
And the first time that a team walked it off after trailing by multiple runs with an inside the park home run since 1989. So,
wow.
Pretty impressive.
And that call sounded like it was from 1949. All crowd noise.
That is fair. All right,
that's an exciting thing, dude. Exciting inside the ballpark home runs are exciting.
I think you're gonna like the audio on cut number 6 better. Now here's the setup. It's some minor league game. I could actually tell you the specifics of it. I don't know if you're gonna care as much as you're gonna care about the weather and what happens and the baseball outcome of it.
He's on third with nobody out. 1-1 the count on Paulie. A huge crash of lightning as Contreras kicked. And it's a balk.
Wow. They're going to call that a balk and everybody jumped.
Mother Nature gives Jacksonville a run. It's 2-1.
I thought he was going to say mother something else.
Sure.
And it kind of sounded like Dave Raymond a little bit.
Oh, I can see that.
But man, and hold on. Was that called a balk?
Yes. So, okay, if you go,
cool.
Okay, now that you know what's going to happen, we're going to go back to it. The pitcher is set, the hitter is set, and it's the Norfolk Tides against the Jacksonville Jumbo Shrimp. And then you hear this giant boom of thunder, and the pitcher jumps and moves, which technically is a balk.
He's on third with nobody out. 1-1 the count on Paulie. A huge crash of lightning as Contreras kicked. And it's a balk.
Wow.
I knew it was going to happen, and I still jumped.
Okay. So
I knew it was going to happen, and I still was like, oh, crap.
All right. By the letter of the law.
It's not fair.
That is what I assume we would call a thunder balk. But do you think the spirit of the rule was properly interpreted? That's what we always talk about, Alec. The letter of the law versus the spirit of the rule. Do you think the spirit of the rule was followed here? They're just going by the letter of the law.
I don't think it was, and I don't think the letter of the law was either, because I saw somebody on Twitter actually dug up, I think it was Rule 9 in the umpire handbook, that says they have fair judgment if any interference gets involved in the game. They don't have to make a call based on the rule if they think that fair judgment says, all right, cut them some slack. So in theory, the umpire didn't have to, but he did follow the rule that the pitcher moved. So technically, yes, but in the spirit of a different rule, he didn't have to.
The game should be called.
They didn't.
I feel like that had to have been connected to some lightning.
That's fair.
And that everybody, you're holding the bat up in the air, and I know it's not a metal bat, but still, it's up in the air now.
Because of how loud that thunder was, don't you think the lightning happened like 0.1 seconds before that? And you're like, oh my god.
Yeah, they had to have known.
Yeah.
Umpire should have said game over instead of balk. That's
well.
I agree with Alec too on the spirit of the rule, especially if they have the nothing really going on the field affected that.
Sure.
It was something that was the environment. Now, that being said, if dust blows in his eye while he's pitching,
right,
and he moves, that's a balk. So I guess that's, all those things.
So I will tell you this, in case you were curious, the Tide was able to overcome the Thunderbalk, and they defeated the Jumbo Shrimp 9-5, which if you're listening to the program right now, you might be confused, but that is all accurate. All right, couple more quick things for you. Shohei Ohtani, he hit a home run yesterday, leadoff home run yesterday, I do believe, and it was his 31st of the season. That sets the new Dodgers record for most home runs before the All-Star break. We've talked about it. A franchise as storied as the Dodgers, that's pretty impressive. But is it as impressive as this? He hit the home run off of Jacob Misiorowski.
Yes, who doesn't get hit off of.
And he throws the ball hard, hard, hard. I want to see how you feel about this quote from the Brewers manager. This is an actual quote that he actually said that I swear I'm not manipulating. He's just broken the shell, man. He's just out of the egg, all arms and legs. He's still got gooey stuff coming off of him. He's something special. Now, I swear to you, that is an actual quote that was actually said by the Brewers manager, Pat Murphy. If you're Misiorowski, how do you feel about that quote?
I think you have to take it as a compliment.
Okay.
I think you have to just be like, well, I appreciate all the words that you said about me just now. It's kind of like if Harbaugh calls you a jive turkey. You're like, I don't know exactly what you said, but it feels like you didn't say it in a mean way.
At the lake this weekend, we had a birthday party for somebody, and it was a 70s themed birthday party. I was really hoping that somebody was going to call somebody else a jive turkey.
I saw Misiorowski do a top 5 tall pitchers of all time. Chris Young, Randy Johnson, Adam Wainwright, Chris Sale, and himself. And he had Chris Young at number 3, and then he tried to move him down to number 4 because they said Chris Sale. And he was like, oh, crap. He had Wainwright 1 and Randy Johnson 2.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know we had to cut Nuggets a little short there, but fear not. Coming up next, let's dive back into Rangers Angels. Who is Texas going to draft? And what we've learned in the first half of the MLB season. All of it next right here on The Fan.
K&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. If you want to get involved, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line. Couple of things to get to here. I want to talk about the Rangers. I want to talk about the baseball draft coming up. But also, do you want a fraud update?
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so I can't remember the place. Do you guys remember, what was the place they were trying to buy clothes at yesterday?
Fashion Nova.
Fashion Nova. So they tried to make another $600 Fashion Nova purchase, and then they tried to make an $800 plus Fashion Nova purchase. And those were declined because by this time we had talked to the company and everything like that. And so, Alec, I think I told you this. Corey, you know, because you were there. Mm-hmm. They changed my information on the credit card and put name, phone number, and address in there to get the stuff sent to them. So, as a reasonable person might do, or maybe I have problems, I called the phone number. They didn't answer yesterday before the show. So I immediately called it again and left a voicemail. And I was like, hey, I just want to let you know you're in the midst of credit card frauding me. And so I saw it. And also, I don't think that you should put your actual name and email and phone number and address in there because we're going to turn that over to the police. So really feel like you made an error there.
Wow.
So I made that call at 9.
Hunted them down.
I made that call at 9:35 a.m. yesterday. Left the voicemail. Got a text yesterday at 2:37 p.m. from that phone number. No, please, I don't know anything about that. So, want to get y'all's quick thoughts. I mean, I kind of know y'all's thoughts. Y'all's quick thoughts because we have another person who's been involved with the show for the last couple months or so, and she goes, that is the sorriest excuse I've ever heard.
Really?
So she did not believe it. Do you guys think that this 937 phone number is unfortunately caught in the technological crossfire of somebody who does this all the time and bounces and all this? Or do you think they got busted and thought this person won't care?
Man, this is two separate things. One, I do think that it's absolutely possible their phone number got attached to. Somebody's going, all right, let's grab this salad and throw it together and steal some money from somebody.
Right.
I've seen that happen.
Sure.
Just like it could be a different address than the number, all those things. But it would be pretty easy to just be like, I'm sorry, I don't know anything about that. Have a great day.
Yeah.
And then move on about your business. But I think more than likely, whoever the scammer is has the ability to bounce things off of other ones. Now, I got to go check my credit cards now.
Do you think, Alec, I should text or call them back? Because I almost texted them last night, and I was like, that might not be the best idea. And be like, yeah, I think that you do. And also, I did a reverse lookup on your phone number, and so now I know your name and stuff as well. Which, by the way, I did get their name, and it was attached to a phone number right near Columbus, Ohio, where they put their fraud address. And so I kind of want to respond and be like, I think that you do, and I'm not going to let this go.
I'm torn because it's a 50-50 coin flip that Corey has a point that some of these people are wickedly smart whenever they hack people's stuff and steal identities because maybe they went and found a house that's for sale or something.
Yeah.
And tagged that as the address. And they said, okay, let's look at like the city phone book and find somebody that lives in that same neighborhood. So it's even more believable and put their phone number in there. So
for sure.
They could be. Or they could be incredibly stupid and said, I'm buying all these clothes. It's going to get delivered to me, and it's going to be great.
Spent $2,000 on Fashion Nova, or attempted to.
And that's why I think that you might be right, because they spent so much money. They're not trying to be covert about it at all, that they might have just said, I need some clothes. I'm going to take this credit card number I found online or I bought from somebody, and boom, I'm going to buy a bunch of clothes. I'm going to have a new wardrobe, and I'm going to be the coolest kid in school. It could be either one. I'd lean towards they got caught in the crossfire.
Okay.
That would be my guess, but I have no clue. This is your situation. You're at liberty to really do whatever you want about it.
And If I said 2:37 a.m., I apologize. It was 2:37 p.m. So they texted me because somebody goes 2:37 a.m. Oh, that person definitely did it. And so I like this. Fraud sucks, but they said it's kind of fun listening to you talk about it.
Yeah.
And then the other avenue, if I really wanted to go scorched earth and be like, well, if you don't want the cops to deal with it, I also have a radio show, and I will
I'll find you and hunt you down,
and I will just distribute your information on air. So
you said that to
worth
him?
it. No, I'm saying those are the thoughts that cross through my mind. But Corey, you've known me for a long time. I have thoughts that immediately go to
murder,
the worst, darkest place, and then I just need a minute to just say those thoughts or think them, and then calm down to a more reasonable point of view.
From the 214 saying, no, please, proves your guilt, dummy. So that's obviously guilty right there.
The police are on their way, mofos.
Somebody says, let the cops figure it out. I have experienced some stuff like this, Kevin, where the credit card company's done their part.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make you feel like they don't give you the information and say, all right, now go to their door and knock on it. They just give you the, hey, we resolved this.
Yeah.
And that doesn't feel like it's good enough. Revenge.
I'm with you.
You want revenge. You want some toes,
I am
kneecaps. Some people sleeping with some fishies.
I don't know if I need it to go that far. I'm with Kevin. Text him back. Dox him, Kevin. And that's the tough thing about it, though, is because, if you go all the way back to 2016, when we had our situation with the bike people, somebody tried to dox me, and they gave the wrong address. First of all, don't dox somebody. But also, they gave the wrong address, which means some poor person who had literally nothing to do with any of this might have been getting harassed. And that, to y'all's point, is the thing that I'm worried about. Is I don't want to drag somebody in who is just the victim of, they ping their number or address off of me or whatever. By the way, people saying call them live on air.
We can't do that.
Yeah, that other person has to know that they're going to be on the radio.
If the people do surprise calls, those are we've informed them that there will be a call, so you're going to be on air. I do like this, let God decide who's guilty. You just arrange the meeting. So yeah, Kevin, you're basically...
Doesn't that mean that you...
just don't get caught.
Okay, I don't know if it needs to go that far.
All right.
In the meantime, you know what?
You need to make an example of this person.
Okay,
Kevin.
I'll tell you what. Here's my professional...
Let us know, don't ever mess with the hay glands.
Here's my professional attempt at a transition. What I want to do to this person is pretty much what the Rangers did to the Angels last night. Go ahead and give me cut number 2 if you can, because this was just part of the offensive onslaught against the Rangers. Against the Angels.
The 1-1. And that ball hit high into the air down the left field line. Ward with a long run into the corner. It drops fair and hops up into the seats. Ward couldn't get there. He had a long run. It's an automatic double for Evan Carter. It plates 2, and it's now 4-1 Texas.
I feel like we have had this conversation a couple of different times, and maybe we'll talk with Bochu about it as well at 12:30, is you see some of these offensive outbursts from the Rangers, and you're like, man, I really wish we could peel off 3, 4, whatever runs and use it another day.
This though, Kev, yes. And that's not a real thing.
Yes.
We've explained this.
For sure.
You and I have had this discussion many times. I understand where
bad.
you're coming from.
Yeah.
That's not the way it works. But look at when this offensive explosion happened for the Rangers last night. 5th inning, 4th inning. You have 9 runs in those 2 innings right there. Go back when the Rangers have been good offenses, and granted, since June they've been a good offense, better than we saw before. You've seen signs of life since June, but usually the big time wins in 23 were late 4th, 5th, 6th innings, second cycle, third cycle of the pitcher, and the Rangers had figured something out.
Yeah.
And then they just piled it on. They had a big 5-run inning. And that's where the Rangers were at their best whenever they finally figured. You remember that team? They just plot and plot, and you're like, is anything going to happen? Man, hopefully Eovaldi can hold on to this thing. And then the Rangers are like, don't worry, we got 6 runs for you coming up.
Right.
And maybe it's going to be a home run from Seager. Maybe it's going to be a double, and then Jonah Heim's going to drive somebody in. But that's like last night. That's the sign of life I need. But that's the sign of life that this team's been giving me all season. And then tomorrow they're going to go back to being a one-run team. And I'm like, no. But it's not because there's just only so many runs in a season for you. It's just that this team has a weird up and down vibe. But last night, that's the team. That's the way that this thing is we're going to get to this pitcher eventually. And once we do, we're destroying their bullpen. And that's where this team's going to make it if they finally can get this thing rolling.
Now, we've got the draft coming up on Sunday. So Sunday and Monday, I know we've been talking about that, but I wanted to throw out a couple of names, and I wanted to start with JoJo Parker. So JoJo Parker is a high school player from Mississippi. And Keith Law had mentioned JoJo Parker in a mock draft. And one of the things that Keith said was, I've heard that if JoJo Parker doesn't get past the Rangers, he doesn't get past the Rangers. So if he's available, be on the lookout for that to be pick number 12 for the Rangers. But there's a few other names I wanted to bring up. Daniel Pierce, who is another high schooler, and Steele Hall, who is another.
I've heard that name a lot.
Okay, so Steele Hall is a high schooler from Alabama. Daniel Pierce is a high schooler from Georgia. And as I just said, JoJo Parker, high schooler from Mississippi. So be on the lookout for a high school player in the general southeast area.
You've been really pushing for high school players again. And you're like, this college players thing isn't working out anymore.
See, and we're actually going to have an opportunity to deep dive into that tomorrow. It's not me necessarily saying that, but there does seem to be the vibe this year as opposed to other years that the Rangers are willing to make maybe a bigger swing if you just think high school prospects are inherently a bigger swing.
I also would say overall, this prospect grouping for this year looks like it has less college players.
Once you get past the very tip top, where I think it might go college, you're right.
It just seems like that where we felt it was really strong for maybe 10 picks, and it's just changed a little bit this year.
Yeah, because for the longest time, it looked like LaViolette, the kid out of A&M, was potentially going to be a number 1 pick, if not at least a top 10 pick. And obviously, it was a really rough season for him, and I'm sure he'll still go in the first round. But it looks like he is slid. I just wanted to bring that up. It really looks like, and the buzz really seems to be, that the Rangers are interested in a high school player in the first round of the draft. And one of the things you'll notice about a lot of these is you'll see a lot of shortstops or center fielders.
Yes.
Just because that's
athletes.
Yeah, exactly.
Best athlete on the field. They can pitch. They can do everything. Kevin, is there something valuable in going back over the history, I don't even know, maybe the last 25 years of the best drafting MLB teams and finding out what they did? What was their trends?
Yeah.
Did they say we're going strong pitching on everything and we're going to use that pitching later down the road? I want to know what the best ones did, and then presenting that to a team and saying, hey, we have this information. You should give us $1 million.
Sure.
And we'll do this next year for you too, for another 1.5. We're going to raise by 500,000 every year.
Look, what have we talked about time and again? Where would we want to raid? The Dodgers
and the Braves
and the Braves and the Rays, or teams like that. They're scouts and they're talent evaluators. I still think
they have a method. They have a method for something. They're not just throwing stuff against the wall.
And you think about this all the time. All right, so you paid Jacob deGrom, give or take, $40 million a year.
Yep.
Okay, for $40 million, I'm willing to wager I could get all of the best scouts from all of the best teams and take them all to my organization. Now, sure, maybe loyalty or whatever will keep some of them there. But for the most part, I can get some of the best scout and talent evaluators in all of baseball. It costs nothing on my salary cap, and it has the potential to save you a crap ton of money.
You're just rolling out like the Orioles, and you're just like, hey, well, I know that's not a good example right now, but even still, we were sitting there going, 10 years is a long time with this young group.
Yeah, cheap, talented players right now. And you could have an entire roster full of Wyatt Langfords and Evan Carters, and you feel pretty good about where you're going as a team and your overall salary cap. Okay. is like your overall salary is like $40 million. Well, first of all, it can either help you save money, but it can also give you an advantage when it comes to the cap if you want to, or the
And we were
sort
giving him
of
a
cap.
discount. We gave him a discount for just $1 million.
And so I think about that all the time. I don't know why somebody doesn't like literally go all in on trying to poach all of these scouts.
Agreed.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, oh, by the way, Plano West Billy McKinney also has agreed to a minor league deal to go back to AAA after he got DFA'd by the Rangers. Coming up next, I feel like it's time we do a little AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus this might be the best piece of audio you've ever heard. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan. We got Bruce Bochy coming up at 12:30. Also in the noon o'clock hour, we'll be giving away tickets to go see 21 Pilots. Also today, you can join the G-Bag Nation for their show live at Shell Shack in Dallas, 2326 North Henderson Avenue. Shell Shack's going to be giving away 40 limited edition Crown Royal Cowboys jerseys to the first Tolos on site.
Are we going to be at a Whataburger next week in Frisco?
I believe that is on Tuesday.
Next Tuesday. So everybody be ready. We'll give you more information as we go along, but Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders are supposed to be there. Ooh. You're also supposed to be able to make your own card. Like there's a card making machine
I
there.
think that is super cool.
And we're going to be there, and there's more to come. Just trust me on that, but you want to take some pictures with the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders or us?
Probably us.
What do you think? 877-881-1053.
Right now, in addition to all of that, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. I want you to use that as well as Twitch and YouTube to answer today's question of the day. And then a story that I didn't think was real until I did a little bit more digging and found there was audio of it. And it is very real. And I think it's going to appease two certain people in this room. Kevin Hagelin and Carter Freeman, I think, are going to be overly excited about this.
Ooh.
We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But the question of the day, gentlemen, there was a lot of weird stuff happening in sports yesterday, and we played one of them, the inside the park home run to walk off a game by Patrick Bailey. Lawrence Butler did the same thing to lead off a game for the Athletics. Lots of feats of strength going on around here. Lots of cool moments. So what is the sports feat of strength or big moment that you always wanted to have? 877-881-1053 in honor of these inside the park home runs that we never saw that in history on the same day in Major League Baseball. A leadoff inside the park home run and a walk-off inside the park home run. That has never happened on the same day in Major League history before. So what is that feat of strength in a sports game or event that you always wanted to do? Because for me, it was always speed related as a runner. You know, the inside the park home run was always fun for me because, one, I was never a power hitter in the small time that I did play baseball. But two, it's just exciting because there's that moment. Usually for me, you can kind of tell with the speedster once they're turning second, you're like, he's going to send it, right?
Yeah.
You kind of know. With a Lawrence Butler, you kind of know. You know, with any of these newer age athletes that are coming in, these younger prospects that are being forced up into the higher levels of baseball, it feels like, okay, they're going to send it because they've just got the guts to do it that the veterans don't. The other one for me, I always wanted to win an Olympic race of some sort, just because that final stretch of a 400, the last 50 meters of a 100, that's some of the most electric sights and sounds you will see in pro sports. Is just everybody on their feet roaring. It's an absolute race for your life because, if you are that younger track athlete, you probably don't have as many endorsements and, you don't have the big Nike deal yet. So if you go out there and you hang with a Justin Gatlin, you're probably going to get some of those phone calls about, hey, some generational money's coming your way. And you just get that moment that's going to live forever. So that's why it's almost intoxicating to me to watch the Olympics, because it's like, man, the adrenaline that you get when you realize you're so close to that childhood dream and they just kick it into that extra gear that they didn't know they had. I always wanted to be part of that. And even at the middle school and high school level, I felt that, and I still miss that. So that's always something I wanted to do, was win an Olympic race and, heck, even an Olympic event.
The 2 outs, 3-2 count, walk-off grand slam is, and here's the thing. I've always imagined the launch. All right. As a kid, you go through this, you hit the walk-off and you throw the bat. That's fun.
Yeah.
But how do you round the bases? Do you take your time? Do you do a regular, good pace trot? Or do you try to hurry up to get back to home plate to celebrate with your boys? Because, they're all waiting for you.
Yeah.
They're all, and you're getting hit with water bottles and a helmet and all, they're all waiting for you. So that's the decision. I never could decide, do I take my time and let the glory really shine on me for a little bit? But the walk-off grand slam, that's a feeling of satisfaction right there. It has left the bat, and I know it is gone. Like Ozuna when he hit his home run, he knew it. The other one, though, that I've always wanted, because I think there's no louder stadium, is I can't decide if I want to be the goalie or the kicker in a shootout PK situation to end the game. Because seeing the ball go into the net is satisfying. I did it, it's gone through. Yes. But being the one who stopped that dude from getting the goal to win it all.
Yeah.
That, you celebrate harder than anybody when you're the goalie.
And the thing that's cool about that scenario, either side of it that you're on, you're the first person to know.
Yes.
You know if you scored or if you stopped it. I've seen a couple people saying this, and I just think that would be the coolest. It's it's a micro.
That came off my foot. Yeah, I know it's in.
It's a microsecond, but before anybody else in the world, and that's super cool. I've seen a couple people text us in. For me, it's not only to slam dunk a basketball, but to posterize somebody. I think that looks like the coolest feeling in the world. And I'm sure for a lot of the players that do it, they've done that numerous times. But just to be able to dunk the ball and dunk over somebody in their face and just be like, ah, afterwards looks awesome.
Didn't Miles Turner, I think Benedict Mathurin? Mathurin just posted a picture of him dunking on Miles Turner.
Yes.
That's funny.
That's the ultimate, hey, you want to leave the team? All right, I got something for you, man. I got something for you. Remember that practice tape? Yeah, it was just like when it was me, CA, and Blake a couple years ago. We had Michael Finley on one weekend, and he talked about that story about Grant Williams poking the bear. That was Luka Doncic. I know. Sore topic, I get it. But at practice, and he was like, you ain't like that. Went on a 17-0 run by himself in the middle of practice. I love those stories where it's like, hey, buddy, you're not on the team anymore. I got something for you. I was going to hide this, but nope, you're not here anymore. I don't got to protect you. From the 682, any game winning in Game 7, any sport, they just want to be in that Game 7 atmosphere. From the 901, last-second Hail Mary for the win.
Ooh, okay.
We don't see enough of those.
Would you...
See, that's the thing. You throw that, you don't know.
Yeah.
The first person that's going to know is the person that caught it and comes down with it. And even then, still, they're like, oh, crap, is there a flag?
So I've always wondered about, you're getting mobbed if you make the catch or whatever. I'm always surprised more people don't get hurt in that scenario.
Edwin Diaz, remember, he got hurt. You got all those things.
But I also wonder every now and again, if you're the quarterback, what would it be like to just know the result while you're lying on the turf based on like it's your home field or you're on the road and you hear that reaction and you're like, I don't even need to see it. I can hear it and I know what happened would be pretty cool.
There's a lot of good options coming in. 877-881-1053, the sports feat of strength that you always wanted to achieve in a big-time moment. I like this because this is the ultimate selfless answer from the 469. I played offensive line. Open field lead block on a toss sweep for a touchdown.
It is such a good feeling. I have had that feeling. It's awesome. You know what else is really cool? And I know it stinks in the situation, but when your quarterback throws an interception and you get to chase down the cornerback and you get to put a tackle on him as an offensive lineman, and they're like, how the hell did you get all the way over here? And you're like, I have no clue, but I did put you in the ground.
And from the 682, a Beastquake style run in a football game. Yeah, like something, it might not even be a playoff game, might not be a championship, but it's one of those legacy defining plays where it's just like, yeah, remember when he did that?
I wonder when in the run you feel safe. Because on a beast on that, like I hit 1, I hit 2, I hit 3, I made a cut. Now you're always looking for somebody. And even when you see I got 20 yards of free here, you know that somebody fast is trying to come get you.
It's probably because of when we grew up. That whole idea has been ruined by Don Beebe for me. Is I am going as fast as possible to the end zone, and then when I get there and turn around and there's nobody within 20 yards, I'm just going to yell like in your face or something like that.
So once you cross the line.
Yeah, I'm not going to be the person who's going to like let you almost catch them at the 5 and then be like zigzag and then go into the end zone. That's not going to be me.
Keep those coming in.
None of it's going to be me, but you know.
Oh, yeah, just like me. I was waiting for Corey whenever he said, the posterized dunk when we were talking about that, for him to be like, yeah, Alex always dreamed about that, because he can't. Obvious reasons.
I've stopped with the short jokes.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't feel like that it was appropriate anymore, and I've stopped. I'll bring them back if you want me to.
I'd rather you not, but I appreciate your efforts in stopping. But I'm just making the joke for you, so it's easier for you to abstain. I'm trying to be a good teammate, Corey. But appreciate those coming in. 877-881-1053.
Alec,
yes.
You can answer this question. I just saw y'all's pictures with Athena. I didn't realize how short she is, or are Kevin and Corey giant?
I'm 6'2" 3/4, according to Mike. Remember, I'm not 6'3".
That's right. She is pretty short.
Two things can be true at once.
That's true.
She is short, but these two guys are very tall as well.
We're over average height.
Yes.
Boom.
There you go.
I'm over average weight, too.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and try to find a way to transition from that. We all have a good
soda.
We all have a good Florida man story, don't we?
Yes. Well, I don't like the way you said that, though, because you didn't say Florida man. You said, we love a good Florida man story. Like, the way you said that was weird to me.
Well, I apologize for that. We're going to talk about, Florida Sheriff Grady Judd is going to talk about a situation that happened in Polk County, Florida. He's going to paint the picture for you through his TikTok page. Yes, the sheriff of Polk County has a TikTok page where he just absolutely dunks on idiots that his crew arrests. And this, I don't even need to give you the context because he does a great job of explaining a bit of a terroristic threat situation at a McDonald's.
This goober is called Dayton Schaefer. He's 18. He went to McDonald's. And, human error, they messed his order up. It seems that maybe he didn't get his McNuggets, his chicken McNuggets. Well, you'll find in a second that this guy acted like a McNut. So this McNut didn't get his McNuggets from McDonald's. So he calls 3 times. And on 3 different occasions, he threatens to shoot the place up. He uses all kinds of foul language. No. And on the first call, the manager said, "Sir, if you'll come back, we'll make it right. We apologized." His rant went on, and his rant went on, and his rant went on. So he used his McPhone to make a McThreat to McDonald's, his actual phone number. So it was a slow McPitch for us to make a McRest.
I'm going to need him
went
to
to his house, and he said, "Yeah, I made the McPhone calls to McDonald's because I didn't get my McNuggets." You see why I call him a McNut?
Yes, I see, Sheriff. I know you weren't talking to me, but yes, I figured it out.
I love it.
And he's gone viral because he just dunks on all of these like people that just do stupid things to get themselves arrested for the dumbest reasons. So if you're in Polk County, Florida, just follow the law or you're going to get dunked on TikTok by their sheriff. And yes, he's real. This is their real sheriff. And he does this for all of their dumb arrests.
Can I ask you a question? Does it hurt anymore when somebody uses like an old-timey insult on you? Like they don't call you...
ragamuffin.
Yeah, I was going to use a couple different words, and I was like, yeah, if somebody was like, oh, that girl, she's a trollop.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you think that would hurt
your harlot?
Yeah, you think that would hurt your feelings more?
It absolutely would. Because it's like, he just turned the clock back like 40 years on me to remind me of how stupid I am. Yeah. That's incredible work.
You'd have been dumb in the past, and now you're dumb in the present.
Exactly, and you got to follow from me.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. What makes an NFL stadium iconic? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the
that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And let's
dip and rivet.
Let's start.
Sorry, a guy on Facebook after the Athena picture was posted said that we had the greatest show on the planet until Mike left.
Oh,
in which I replied,
hurtful.
the ratings say it's just as good. Thank you for the love, though. And then he replied that he thought that putting him with us was a really good bit. Like, him on our show is good. And he wasn't taking a shot at us. And I wasn't taking it that way. But I do want the people to know. The ratings are damn good. Thank you to the Tolos. Y'all keep it up. Y'all are kicking ass right now. We're going to keep doing this show the best way we know how.
Damn right.
And loosely put together. Not a lot of planning.
Oh, my God. Hey, don't say that. There's a lot of planning. Does it go the way one would think the planning leads
How
you
many
to
plans
believe?
go the way they're supposed to?
No.
I mean, even when you get the plans, like put a toy together, it's like, that's not how it's going to go.
Okay, well, obviously you don't know me. That's exactly
missing a piece.
The way I'm going to try to put it together. All right, so I did want to tell you this. You were talking about Whataburger Tuesday in Frisco. Mr. John Adams, second president of the United States. This is probably a different person, though. He is going to be here from Ohio to see us at Whataburger. So his question was, how many people drive 16 hours to see you? I would love it if like a contingent from New Mexico and Louisiana and Oklahoma all came to that Whataburger.
Or Japan.
Sure. That's asking a lot, but I would appreciate it.
I have a friend in Japan.
Yes. Yes, you do.
He could show up.
All right, let's go from that to, I don't know.
Do they have Whataburger in Japan?
That's a great question. I don't know. We'll see.
I'll ask my friend from Japan.
Okay, please do.
Yes, I'll be there on Tuesday.
Okay, good.
Will you?
Yes. Tristan, yes, I will be there. Tristan Wirf's report is he's going to miss the start of the regular season after knee surgery. I know yesterday we were talking about the long shot odds of Baker Mayfield and the idea of Tampa Bay being a contender in the NFC. Now, we'll see how long that ends up being because it's 1 or 2 games. It's not great, but, you know, if it ends up being 5, 6 games, you could see how that would be hugely problematic for Tampa Bay. So wanted to throw that update out there for you.
After we just made them Super Bowl contenders
I know.
yesterday. Jeez.
Now, let's go from that to, we didn't bring this up yesterday, and I know Sean and RJ have been talking about it. I'm like vaguely fascinated by it, but not to the same level that they are, was the defensive tackles and the edge rushers, top 10 in the NFL. Do you guys want to start with defensive tackles when you know that there's a good chance we don't have anybody there versus edge, where we probably will?
Let's start with edge then, Kevin.
Okay. No, you think that's fair though, right? We don't have a top 10 defensive tackle.
I think Osa's very good.
Okay. How good?
Not top 10 yet.
Okay.
I don't know if he ever will be.
Top 15?
I could make a case for that.
Okay. He finished 21st on the ESPN poll. So he was
He
last
needs to be
in
better.
the also receiving votes.
Like that's a reality is he definitely needs to be better.
For sure.
But I think he's pretty damn good and we're lucky to have him, and I'm hoping that we get to see the best of him this year. The best version of him in this defense.
Leading the way on that, Dexter Lawrence, Chris Jones, Jalen Carter are the top 3. But you said start with the edge rushers, and obviously I didn't do that. I apologize for running afoul of you there.
See? All the plans laid out. Guess what happened?
Yeah.
Kevin's derailing the crap out of it.
It kind of changes and it falls apart and all of that. All right. Who is the number 1 edge rusher to you in all of the land?
I think I'm going to still go with Myles Garrett.
Guess what, Corey? It's Micah Parsons.
No way.
Isn't this usually where you say in your heart it's Micah Parsons?
Well, I mean, okay, yeah. In my heart, it's Micah Parsons.
Okay, well, that was a stupid answer. It's wrong. Number 1 on the list, of course, is Myles Garrett.
Okay.
Don't know why you didn't say that.
I think number 2 would probably be Micah Parsons. Then.
Well, guess what? That is also wrong. TJ Watt is second on the list.
All right.
So the highest ranking he got, of course, was first. The lowest he got was third. He was also second last year. Myles Garrett was also first last year. Highest ranking he got was first. Lowest, fourth.
Dude, can I give you a top 10 list
for sure
of defensive ends, edge rushers?
Mm-hmm.
Myles Garrett, Micah Parsons, TJ Watt, Nick Bosa, Aiden Hutchinson, Max Crosby, Trey Hendrickson, Jared Verse, Will Anderson, Khalil Mack. Those are all elite players.
Yeah.
Look
Would
at
you
it.
put Danielle Hunter in that
Sure.
mix?
Yes. No, I just stopped at 10.
Yeah.
And there's still, you got Josh Allen. You got so many more names after that. Brian Burns. I didn't even mention Brian Burns. All these names that you're just like, this is the position where the stars are. And they're the biggest, strongest, fastest athletes out on the field.
So I've always been curious about the chicken and egg situation here. Are the stars there because that's where the money is, or did the money develop more there?
I think that.
Okay.
I think over time, whenever you, and just like the market, the free capital market, Kevin, that's out there.
Mm-hmm.
When wide receivers get better,
yes. Okay, I got you.
Cornerback money should get better.
Okay, I got you.
Over like as these things, we got to stop this. Well, who's good at what?
Yeah.
And then you see this guy's really good, and you're also seeing from these guys exceptional numbers. We're still got to get to that 22.5.
Yeah.
Still got to see that 1 year.
So I'm going to roll through these pretty quickly then.
Okay, my bad.
No, you're fine. Myles Garrett, number 1. TJ Watt, 2. Micah Parsons, 3rd. The interesting part about that is the lowest ranking he got was 6th. And that feels like a stretch to me. Last year, he was also 3rd, so everything stayed in place. Max Crosby is 4th. Nick Bosa is 5th. They swapped positions from last year, and from there, the rest of the top 10. Trey Hendrickson, Aiden Hutchinson, Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, and Jared Verse.
Stacked talent.
Like you said,
Just
absolutely. All right, let's go from that to, I don't know how much you care about this, but did you see that the Cowboys extended their training camp agreement with Oxnard through the year 2030?
You're kidding me.
I feel like you probably knew.
So no, that's cool. I really think that's cool. You're saying, though, that if we make it to 2030 in this thing, that we're going to be going to Oxnard every year.
True.
All right.
What do you think of the odds that we actually make that far?
I don't know. What are good odds?
Even money.
Oh, really? You think that's good odds?
Yeah.
I think we have better odds than that.
Oh, I like it. I hope you're right about that. By the way, what do you think about this? The Cardinals have come up with their premier trip to Dallas for the Cowboys game. Probably, it says Cardinals fans, but realistically, it's probably Cowboys fans. So, for the low price of $2,500, you get Cardinals Premier Travel, in which the team will provide you flight to the Metroplex, 2 nights in a hotel, a team-sponsored tailgate, welcome reception, and other amenities to go check out this game. Those $2,500 seem like a reasonable amount of money for you.
I feel like you should be able to meet him at Smith. Arizona Cardinal great.
Yeah. See, Emmitt Smith,
and Cowboys great.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mostly, hopefully, mostly Cowboys.
But yeah, no, that's
great.
a cool deal. And especially since most Cardinals fans are Cowboys fans.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And then, by the way, shout out to Drake May and his wife. Did you see they donated all of their wedding gifts to a local shelter?
Awesome.
Now, either you can think that will be the fanciest shelter there is, or maybe you just turn that into cash to help fund and upgrade the shelter and everything like that.
The 469. Every time y'all talk about odds, I think about Jesus. And I think, Kevin, you've established that no matter what, any random wild-ass bet will never be wilder.
And I like the number one thing I probably want to talk to the people at Poly Market from is what was the brain trust like to get you the odds on Jesus returning? Because I really want to talk about that. And I guess we'll talk about iconic NFL stadiums another day. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. Do you have something?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Coming up next, if you could have magically granted an MLB player, past or present, health throughout their career, who would you pick? Let's see if Bo Jackson get votes again. 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We did the football version of this on Monday. We'll do basketball on Friday. Today, it is MLB time. If you could have magically granted an MLB player, past or present, health throughout their career, who would you choose? 877-881-1053. Frankel and Frankel, injury attorney, text line. By the way, there's already a ton of them. And we're going to open this up to even, let's say, addiction. Because Josh Hamilton has come up, and obviously career trajectory, his body breaking down, one would think would have been quite a bit different without the addiction issues. So if you want to throw that in there, I definitely understand that. From the 903, if you can, Alec, this is one of my considerations. Go ahead and play cut number 13 because they said it's this fella.
This one by Mattingly. Oh, hang on to the roof. Goodbye, home run. Don Mattingly.
He was on my list because
that's a good one.
Until his chronic back injuries popped up on him, this dude had numbers that were insane. He also didn't he have 1 year where he led the MLB in grand slams and then never hit another grand slam outside of that?
I have seen that graphic. I've never fact checked it, but if it's true, that is amazing.
Dude, he batted .323 in 85 as an MVP and .368, .521 with a 144 OPS plus. From 82 to 89, he topped 300 every year. Like, this dude was amazing.
So through his age 28th season, and that's when he started running into some of the issues with his back, he was .323 hitter, OPS plus of 144, as you just mentioned, MVP, had another runner-up, had 2 other top 7 finishes, led the league in doubles 3 times, hits twice, RBIs once, and won a batting title. And he didn't make it in to the Hall of Fame, and that's one of the tough things. I get it. That's how it goes. Like, did injuries take you down? But it really looked like he was on pace to be a no doubt Hall of Famer.
This name is going to pop up locally for sure, but I think that the rest of the world would agree, Prince Fielder.
I hadn't thought about that one, so that is a good one.
He was a dominant hitter for the Brewers. And by the time we finally got to him when he was at the Detroit, he was still a great hitter. Great hitter, not just home run hitter.
Yeah.
He was a great hitter.
Yeah.
And then I think neck injury was more a problem for a longer time than we'll ever know. And that was the thing that kind of brought him down there. And so but Prince Fielder was definitely one of those that we were hanging a lot on him in expectation of him with Beltre, what that combo should be like, and it never quite turned out. But he was great up until that point.
Yeah, that's a good one. I hadn't thought about that one, so I like that one a lot. Now, my choice is going to be, if we can go ahead and go to cut number 11. I think there are a lot of options here, but to me, this was my immediate, no doubt selection.
And he trails it out to left center field. Steven's going to watch it go. Goodbye. Mike Trout assaulted that one. A 2-run homer into the rock pile.
I want you to think about this. His first 8 full seasons in Major League Baseball, Mike Trout finished worse than second for MVP one time. Worse than second. And guess what? He did that year. He finished 4th with an OPS of 1.071 and an on-base percentage of 442. So obviously, that must have been the greatest year in the history of baseball. But the whole reason that he finished 4th that year is, guess what? He missed about 50 games. And so if not for that, you would be looking at first 2 years in the league, second for MVP, then he won, then he was second, then he won, then he probably would have won again, then he would have finished second and won again. That means if not for injury in that one season, there's a good chance his first 8 seasons he would have 4 MVPs and 4 MVP runner-ups, which is the craziest thing I think in the history of baseball. I know there are lots of other viable candidates, and we will get into that. But 8 years, and the worst you ever would have finished was second for MVP is freaking bananas. And then 2020, he was mostly healthy, but it was the COVID year. And even then, he finished fifth for MVP. Since then, you have seen a massive drop-off in his ability to play. Think about this. The one season he came even close to playing a full season, he still missed 43 games. And these were his numbers. 40 home runs, 80 RBIs, 999 OPS, and that's by missing 43 games. If you could have had a healthy Mike Trout, I love Pujols, I love Griffey. I think Mike Trout at optimum health would have left everybody in the dust.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out when Griffey's injuries really... Was it Cincinnati?
Yeah, and like playing in Seattle
did not help.
Yeah.
But so when he goes to Cincinnati and all of a sudden MVP conversations don't exist anymore for him. But from 1989 to for a 10-year span,
he's unbelievable.
He was the dude. But after that, he had a 21-year career.
Yeah.
So like you're like, oh, injuries for Ken Griffey Jr., but he just kept going until he was 40. Now, well, he wasn't as dominant. At 37, he had 30 home runs, but he wasn't as dominant for a stretch. But I think that Ken Griffey Jr. lived out his career. And injuries, I'm not going to say injuries played. I think you turn 30 and that's just life.
So
but maybe I'm wrong.
So you felt like it was a more natural progression of the body getting older, whereas opposed to for Trout, it kind of felt like he got to 27, 28, and his body was
and I
like,
know injuries were a problem for Griffey late, but he'd already accomplished a lot by that time.
Yeah.
To get to that point.
And so I think we're going to get a lot of...
But somebody's right. He might be the home run king if not for his longevity.
That I do agree with, because he's, even as it stood, he has more than 600 home runs.
630.
Okay, so think about this for just a second. You were just talking about this. Let's take that 10-year stretch of when, he really was like getting in the full time. And I know he played most of the time his rookie season. But here's his MVP finishes. And Ken Griffey Jr. is an all-time great player. And depending on where you grew up, he might have inspired you to love baseball or your fashion or your hat or your swing or any...
Yeah, I'm wearing my hat backwards for a reason right now.
Or any number of things. MVP finishes 19th, 9th, 17th, 5th, 2nd, not in there, 4th, 1st, 4th, and 10th. That is unbelievable and clearly puts you on the path to the Hall of Fame. And that's why I can't stop thinking about how amazing Mike Trout would have been with full health. Because just in that 8-year span, probably 4 MVPs, 4 runners-up, and then it is easy to let your mind take you to places about where he could have gone these last several seasons. And unfortunately, it just looks like that's never going to happen. Maybe he'll play 100 games, but like that's probably all you're going to get. From the 972, and I was curious how many of these votes we would get, because this makes a lot of sense to me as well. Bo Jackson, for obvious reasons. And you go back to our discussion on Monday about football players, Bo Jackson got plenty of votes then as well. And I think that does show the amazingness of the athlete as a core, that he would come up in 2 of these discussions for 2 different sports.
And you obviously still hate him, but that's fine.
I do not hate Bo Jackson.
Albert Pujols is a great one, but I stick with age.
Okay.
He turns 36 and all of a sudden he's starting to, turn down a little bit. But up until that point, he was great. I think he couldn't run at some point. His feet were hurting him so much.
Yeah.
But let me throw one in there that just kind of got turned out of nowhere. Johan Santana.
Man, I thought that dude was going to dominate for 12 years.
He threw the first no-hitter in Mets franchise history.
That's crazy.
They stink. I don't know if you've heard of that.
No, they're not. They don't stink.
Just say it as an organization. He made 10 more starts after that season. 10 more.
Wow.
and didn't pitch in the majors after that at all.
That is crazy.
So from 04 to 08 with the Twins and the Mets, he put together a Hall of Fame caliber peak. 86-39 with a 2.82 ERA, more than a strikeout per inning and 2 Cy Young awards. Like you were saying, you thought that guy was going to, and he tosses the no-hitter, and you're like, holy crap, he's arrived. We're all in trouble. And then he's done because he threw 700 pitches in that game.
Yeah, no, Johan Santana is an amazing one because we talk about this all the time off air. There are so many players like Johan Santana that if you weren't like alive and paying attention to sports at that particular time,
you missed on them.
Yeah, and you will never think that person was anybody of like great importance or specialty. But if you were like a fan for those 4 years, you're like, dude, Johan Santana, man, he was the guy. And that might be a whole nother separate segment of like, if you missed these 3 or 4 years, do you not know who this player is? You know, because I bet there are tons of players across all the sports that if you weren't locked in for this like short amount of time, you don't know how important that player was.
It's very easy because he's here, but even whenever he was with the Mets, Jacob deGrom, obviously, because he could be the best to ever throw a baseball.
Agreed. Give me cut number 12. Jacob deGrom was next up on my list.
And he kicks and delivers. Swing and a miss. Shotwell strikes out. Got him with a fastball right around the top rail there. So 2 batters, 2 strikeouts for deGrom here in the 5th.
So I know people talk about the back-to-back Cy Youngs, but when we're having this conversation, let's all focus in on the 2021 season.
Okay.
The 2021 season Jacob deGrom was having, I believe, was going to go down as the greatest pitching season of all time.
1.08 ERA.
1.08 ERA. And his strikeout to walk ratio was like 13-1.
146 strikeouts.
In how many innings?
92 innings. Jeez.
146 strikeouts in 92 innings.
The year before, he had 104 strikeouts in 68 innings.
Like, and at least then it was just the COVID year.
Yeah.
But think about this. Jacob deGrom that year made 15 starts. He finished 9th in the Cy Young voting, despite the fact that he started less than half the season. He was 7-2 with a 1.08 ERA. His whip was .55. I have never seen a number like that in my life. I'm going to have to go back to the Bob Gibson season where they're like, well, this isn't fair to everybody else. We're going to have to change the mound. He was going to be the Cy Young. He was going to be the MVP. Jacob deGrom is a great answer because you can't help but wonder, would that have been like maybe his 4th straight Cy Young or his 3rd in 4 years? And then when is he going to make it 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6, on and on and on? He probably never would have been on the Rangers, but that's a great answer.
Yeah, no, and now again, as I don't know if he would have been on the Rangers, but now that he is a Ranger, obviously I'm like, hey. And another one I would probably throw that label onto, also a Ranger, is Corey Seager. How many?
Yeah, that one's
Corey Seager's had these multiple years with 33 home runs, 35 home runs, and I wonder if it could be 45 if he didn't miss these extra games per year.
Alec, is there a particularly different direction that you wanted to go, or have we just talked far too much and stomped on some of your picks?
No, erring on the side of tragedy, and then an interesting current player for me.
Okay.
Jose Fernandez.
Yeah.
Obviously, the tragic boat accident. He was electric. He was awesome. He was really fun to watch. And then I hate the team he plays for, and I don't want him to ever be good for the team he plays for. But Yordan Alvarez.
Ooh, that's an interesting
If his
one.
hands and his knees never gave up on himself, then people would be on radio and TV saying some unfathomable things about how good of a hitter he is. They would be saying crazy superlatives about him, and it would probably be fair. He's an incredible hitter.
I agree with that, and I see your point, too, about like, hey, I don't need him to be great now, though. Now, Corey, I wanted to throw out 2 more guys that from a certain time and place, Mark Pryor and Kerry Wood. Do you remember when it looked like the Cubs were going to win like 5 World Series in a decade because they had the 2 most unstoppable pitchers back to back?
Every feature on ESPN was about those 2 guys.
For sure.
Every single one of them. And I was like, hold on, They already have Kerry Wood, who's dominant.
Yes.
And now who's this Mark Pryor guy that's about to be even better?
Yes. He might be even better.
Real quick, you know who has the current active lowest career ERA?
Who's that?
Jacob deGrom, 2.50. You know who's second?
Clayton Kershaw?
2.52.
Oh.
So he's got 0.02 on him right now. Chris Sale is at 3.04. So
which is still amazing.
Okay.
Now, okay, I'll take that, Chris Sale. By the way, I wanted to throw out 2 older school players because I did see these come up a couple of different times. Mickey Mantle and Sandy Koufax. You know what? Mike Trout, the Mickey Mantle is who Mike Trout reminded me of. And if you go back to like his most dominant era, kind of mid 50s to early 60s, MVP races, 5th, 1st, 5th, 17th, 2nd, 1st. And he had troubles with his body. Now, I realize some of that was probably alcohol related, but like we talked about Josh Hamilton, we're granting kind of across the board, you can fix this person's life. And then Sandy Koufax is an amazing one.
Okay, I just know Sandy Koufax was awesome. I didn't know injuries hurt him.
How do you know how old he was when he retired then?
I do not know.
30.
Oh. And he had just started warming up for Cy Young.
Yes, think about this. When he retired, his last season, he won the Cy Young.
He'd won the Cy Young 3 out of the last 4 years of his career.
Correct. And the year he didn't win, he finished 3rd. His doctors initially told him that he should not pitch in the 1966 season. And he said, I hear you, Doc. Thanks for the heads up. Don't tell anybody. That's a real thing. What did he do that year? He went 27-9 with a 1.73 ERA and won the Cy Young. In the year, his doctor said, don't pitch anymore. And then after that, he retired.
The year he finished 30 at a 1.74 ERA.
Who the hell was better than that?
I got to go find out.
But so he won 3 of 4 going into retirement. It feels logical to wonder, would he have won like another 3 Cy Youngs or something like that?
Dean Chance and Larry Jackson were the head of him, and their ERAs were 3.14 for Larry Jackson and a 1.65 for Dean Chance. So he was pretty good.
Good job for Dean Chance. The Larry Jackson voters?
Come on, what are we doing here?
I don't know about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We got NFL Overreaction or Reality, our 21 Pilots giveaway, and we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Baker Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
A hop step and a fadeaway. No, the rebound for Gongba. And an outlet pass for Cooper Flag. In on Hildreth, crossed him over and threw it down! My goodness! What a move in the paint!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy in just a few minutes. But before we get to that, I wanted to throw this out there. There are some crazy numbers out there for Cooper Flag and tomorrow, Summer League debut. It's the Mavs against the Lakers. Cooper Flag theoretically against Bronny James. And I know Pat Doney had brought this up. The average ticket price for that game is $650.
That's it.
For a Summer League game? Come on.
It's a big one, dude. We were talking with Ryan Nemhard about how important these games are.
Oh, for him.
Yeah, exactly.
I definitely
You don't think it's
get
important
that.
to Cooper Flag?
I think it is, but
how are we going to know if he can be the point guard or not?
I don't think he's going to be the point guard.
And whenever he goes up against Luka in this game, obviously that $650 is going to be worth
all right,
it.
I'll tell you what. If Luka was playing in this game and he's like, "Oh, I heard all about Cooper Flag. We'll see what's what," then I would be all about it,
dude. Oh my gosh,
I would be all about it. That is not going to happen.
Kevin, I don't know. I haven't looked when the Mavericks play the Lakers first.
Yeah.
But isn't that what Luka's mind is going to be built on is, oh, that's the guy you wanted instead of me? Let me go show everybody why I am still Luka.
Because Luka was John the Baptist. All right. I don't want people to think about that too much.
This is
Cooper Flag. Can he score 25 or more points in this game? If so, 3-1 on your money. If you think he could score 30 or more, 8.5-1 on your money. If you think he can score 35 points in this game, which I would be pretty shocked if that happened, 25-1 on your money.
He's not really big on scoring that many points, and by that time, I feel like he'll be out of the game.
Okay. Rebounds. Can he get 10 or more rebounds?
Yes.
2-1 on your money. Can he get 12 or more rebounds?
No.
Okay. If you change your mind, 5.5-1 on your money. 14 plus rebounds. 12-1 on your money, 16 or more rebounds, 30-1 on your money.
I wonder, is he going out there and playing all out like he would a regular season game?
See, I don't think so, but my point is, we talk about betting odds a lot. I don't really remember going over betting odds for Summer League games.
No, yeah. I mean, I see spring training betting odds sometimes.
For
I'm like,
sure.
how am I going to do that? I don't know. But my feeling, though, is like, how does a guy like that put it in cruise control for a Summer League game?
I guess I shouldn't have said he won't go all out. I think he could go all out just in a shortened amount of time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what. But I still don't know. Is he going 100% when he's running up and down the court, or is he like, no, it's 75? I don't really. I'm getting my work in, but I'm not moving too fast in this thing.
But I think that's one of the things that we were sold about him, right? Is
That's
that
just
he
who he
doesn't
is.
go 75% or whatever. Like, he goes all out both mentally and physically. So I would be inclined to think that he would go pretty hard. This is his first, not quite official NBA action.
How much do you think Ryan Nemhard enjoyed the fact that we didn't ask him all the Cooper Flag questions yesterday,
It is
too?
the exact same way I think about when we had Paige Beckers.
Or Jalen Brunson.
Yes.
And we're not talking about Luka the whole time.
Jalen Brunson's like, oh, you don't have 6 questions about Luka, who's not me? Paige, I'm not Caitlin Clark. I know I'm white and I play WNBA basketball. That's not me. And then the same thing for Nemhard that we just casually mentioned that he's on the Summer League team with him. I
brought up his other teammate from
Yes.
Gonzaga before I brought up that Cooper Flag.
I am sure that people who get asked about people all the time who aren't actually them, and in some cases aren't even on their team, probably gets annoying.
Like Corey Seager loves to talk about his teammates.
He does.
That's the best way to get Corey Seager to open up.
Agreed on that.
Is to just say, hey, what do you think about this guy? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's when he'll finally crack open for you.
I agree. You're significantly more likely to get information from him about that than you are to hear him talk about himself. So I don't actually think that Cooper Flagg is going to hit some of these marks. I just wanted to throw it out with you because I think it's fun. Like, even getting 20-plus points tomorrow, that's even money for a summer league.
And see, that's the thing. All right, so think about this for a second. When a pitcher goes out there to pitch, what do we always hear about a pitcher in spring training? I'm working on something. I'm working on this pitch.
For sure.
So let's say Jason Kidd tells him, hey, I really just want you, or the summer league group, I just want him to work on facilitating this game.
Yeah.
You don't know when he's going to say, now I want you to go out there and score.
Sure.
You don't know, and maybe it is just flow of game, but it does feel like I'm working on some things to prepare for the real season.
And probably because of that, I will, and a few other reasons, I will admit that I was kind of making fun of some of the betting odds, but I'm going to be more invested in tomorrow's summer league game than I might a regular.
You want to watch it on FaceTime with me?
I mean, the answer's not totally no. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, whether you're on the mound, at the plate, or on the road, National Car Rental invites you to stop waiting and start winning. Book like a winner today. And Olshan, let's talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How we doing there?
We're doing great.
13-1's good.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about this just a minute ago. Maybe you can think about it, and we'll talk about more contemporary baseball. But we threw out the hypothetical question: if you could grant one baseball player an injury-free career, who would you pick? So we went all the way from DeGrom to Trout to Koufax to Mantle and everybody in between. So that's just a question. I'm curious. You know more about baseball than any of us will ever know. And so just a random question to throw out to you.
Gosh, man, there's so many. I was a huge Mickey Mantle fan.
Yeah.
And that sprinkler, when he stepped on that sprinkler and tore his knee up, that changed a lot of what he could do. But you know what? I got to be selfish. I'm going to look right here with the Texas Rangers. I'm going to go Corey Seager right now because we've had him on the DL a few times. So be nice for him to stay off it the rest of his career.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer.
We definitely did bring him up in the conversation too, and I'm glad you said that because that leads me to my first question. Since June 20th, Corey Seager has only 2 games without a hit. In the month of July, he's already hit, and got a hit in almost every game. 3 home runs, 8 runs scored. Is it fair to say that we're seeing Corey Seager, the one we all know, coming back right now?
Oh, I'd say, yeah, without question. He's just right on time with everything, and hit the breaking ball out off a left-hander yesterday. He's in a good spot. So that's, this is Corey as we know, and you miss some time coming up that IL. Sometimes it takes time. Now we've seen him come off and catch fire right away, but it's just not that easy to hit major league pitching, and. But it's happening for him now, which is a good thing for us.
I know there's a lot of players we could talk about here, but given that Marcus Semien was on fire in June, had a really good start to the month of July, how much does that just change the dynamic of your lineup and your club in general when both of those guys are rocking and rolling at the same time?
Oh, completely. I mean, there are 2 guys, so that's who this offense, I think, thrives on, depends on. Those are the guys that we all lean on to, provide offense. So, Marcus, sure, that's a tough start for him, and he's got a track record of being a slow starter, but you saw his timing coming. And now the ball's jumping off his bat. I saw BP batting practice before it all started happening. You could just see it coming with them. We said it's just a matter of time with these guys. And I said, earlier in the season, you just got to keep believing these guys are going to get their numbers close to where they normally are. And, it's a little bit of a climb, but it's happening.
Now, the team started out phenomenally in 1-run games this season, but since that start, it has been a struggle. Also a struggle the hitting and OPS with runners in scoring position. Is there one that's more frustrating over the other, or do you think they go hand in hand as to why both of them have suffered?
Oh, I think without question they go hand in hand. I mean, the pitching has been doing a great job of keeping us in these games, and but it's not just the base hits, but it's the productive outs that we've had a hard time getting, and you don't execute those close games, you're probably not going to win them. And the other teams are lately. You're right; it's been a pretty big swing, especially these extra inning games, and but even 2 days ago, it's a tie ball game, and we had our guys out there, and they found a way to get a run off of Martin. They threw out a couple good at bats, and that probably was pushing Milner a little bit, but ended up walking a guy. So yeah, that's frustrating to lose these tight ones. And that's when a manager takes more responsibility for, and it's my job to try to figure a way to win those games.
Well, then I would love any insight you can give us about that you talk with the players in terms of this is an opportunity where I need a productive at bat versus I get it. Everyone's trying to go up there and get a hit a home run. That's all fine and well. Like, how do you balance? No, I'm trying to get on base versus, hey, I hear you, but I just need you to move this person over.
Yeah, well, it's things that we work on in batting practice. We have rounds of batting practice. Some are, they get the bunts down, then they got to move them over from second to third. They got to get them infield in, and we put the infield back, and they have to get them in. So we create, those times where, they need to think about what they need to do at the plate to execute. And now I will say hitting's tougher than it's ever been. And some of these guys are facing, late in the game the closers, the setup guys on 100 with, nasty sliders. It is hard, but, it's just having that fight, that determination to get it done. And, so anyway, if that gets better, this thing will get turned around and we'll get on a good roll. You can look back at, the last 10 games. If we would have won half of them, we'd be sitting, in a really good position, I think. Hey, I got something for you. I just thought of a player.
Okay.
He asked me about staying healthy.
Yeah.
I caught a guy named J.R. Richard. J.R. Richard was an incredible talent, pitched for Houston, about 6'9". I mean, Nolan Ryan was on that same team.
Yeah.
I mean, he threw 100 with a slider at 93, 94, and ended up having a stroke, which ended his career. But this guy would have stayed healthy. He was a no-doubt Hall of Famer. He was the most intimidating pitcher in that era. And if you ask any hitters that played then, they'll tell you the same thing.
I'm looking at a picture of him right now. I think he's holding 8 baseballs in one hand. Holy cow.
He was just incredible. How hard he threw and the stuff that he had. And when he let go of the ball, you felt like he was handing it to you.
Is that just heartbreaking when you see whether they were teammates or your players now that like get through injuries or go through injuries, even though it looks like they're doing things the right way?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's incredible, the number of injuries now, but more than ever. And you try to figure out why. I mean, they're conditioning more than they ever have, including the off season. And, it's been talked about maybe they're too tight. They need a little bit more fat. They're eating too healthy. There's a lot of theories out there on what's going on that's causing these injuries. And, John Kruk used to say, fat is hard to pull fat. It's just amazing on what's going around throughout baseball. I mean, not just we're talking arm injuries, from pitchers and the Tommy Johns and things, and that's created by the power that they're get these pitchers to throw and the different type of shapes on the breaking ball, the sweeper, and all that. But I mean, just the little things where guys go down.
I'm glad you kind of brought that up too, Boach, because the other night I was listening to the TV broadcast, and our old co-host Mike Bassick was kind of having a conversation with Dave Raymond, saying, back in his day, players stood around a lot, and now everything from like spring training to batting practice is so planned and so efficient that maybe by the time the players get to game time, they're a little fatigued from everything they've done since like 7 o'clock that morning. And I was just kind of curious if you thought that might be a reality. Have you ever thought about that when you see these guys working all day that hard and then they get to the game and it's a little too much?
Yeah, we have looked at that.
Okay.
How we can lighten the load on these guys, or at the same time though, you don't want them sitting around too much.
Yeah.
When our guys go in, they have their routine as far as their conditioning. They go to the weight room and do their stuff, and then they come out. The hitters, they have their routine. They go in the cage and they come out every day. We do our fundamentals, our ground balls. Outfield does their thing, but we don't keep them out there standing, shagging, trying to get them off their legs. And I tell you what, the stuff that they have in that training room, I mean, it's the machines and gadgets and stuff. I mean, these guys, get taken care of, and but still, it's still happening, and every team is saying the same thing we are, though. With these injuries, these obliques. I mean, when I played, that was a rare deal. I mean, it was. Maybe every couple of years, somebody you heard about it. Somebody pulling their oblique, but now it's a really popular thing, and a lot of that is, from the torque that they're trying to create, and how strong they've gotten. And again, there's not a lot of cushion there. I'm talking about fat and stuff, maybe to help them out.
Maybe a little bit more of that.
I'll give them some tips. Don't worry.
We were also. I was listening to Will Clark, and he was telling a story about trying to help out a current player in San Francisco and with his defense, and that player didn't show up. And I was kind of curious, what questions would you want younger players or somebody new to a team to ask veterans or former players? Like when you see Jack Leiter and he's sitting next to Evo, what kind of questions you hope he's asking him, or like a Josh Smith and he sees Michael Young travel through? What kind of questions you hope these younger players are asking the veterans?
Well, any question that is going to help them become better. Like a Leiter, maybe sit as he's sitting with them, watching whoever's pitching. What pitch would you throw here? Why? What you're thinking when you're ahead 0-2 or 1-2. What's worked for you as far as making you a better pitcher in your career? Because Evo was a power guy. He threw 100, and he was basically a fastball, curveball guy. And now, he's got the cutter. He's got the split. I mean, he can sink it. He's a lot of things he can do now, and it's made him a complete pitcher. And so, that's how you get better. And that's why I love a team with a lot of diversity, because you can look at them and say, well, what's making them better? What can I do similar to what they're doing to make me better? And so that's what you're hoping, instead of just watching the game or not asking anything.
I loved Wyatt Langford's quote after the game last night. You guys had 9 walks, and he said, anytime you get that many walks, the other team kind of didn't do their job, I would say, which feels very fair, but also it seemed as though, and I think the numbers bear this out yesterday, that y'all's team did a better job at maybe not swinging at so many pitches. Did you see anything in particular plate discipline-wise yesterday that you were like, all right, that's the direction we need to move into?
Yeah, I'll start with how difficult it is to lay off pitches from a guy like Soriano, who throws 96, 97 with that hard slider, and it's sinking. And we did a little bit of chasing early, but the guys made a good adjustment. And sometimes you just got to commit to a take, because it's not that easy when the ball's on the way going, okay, I'll take now, because he was having his struggles throwing strikes. So guys did a good job and saying, wait a minute, I'm going to make you throw a strike. And he had a hard time doing it. And so, yeah, that's what I thought we did a better job of. Not the swing decision, but before, you took the swing saying, I'm taking a pitch.
And then the last thing I was kind of curious about, I know you're focused on the big league club right now, but the MLB draft gets started on Sunday. I'm curious how much you're involved in the process or meeting with scouts or CY or all of that, or is that difficult to do while you're like, hey, we got another game today?
Yeah, we're so busy here with our club, and you have your departments, and we have our scouting department, of course, our front office, and that's what they do, and that's what they're really good at. And I tell you, scouting, it's a different thing. You take somebody on the field and say, okay, you go scout high school. Well, you don't really have a reference on a player, so it's hard for you to say or predict. 4 years from now, this is what he's going to look like or what he's going to do. And these guys are trained, to scout and evaluate. Yeah, it's a little bit easier for us if they're in professional baseball. But no, we get the right guys, making those calls and see why he's involved. And he does talk about the draft. He keeps us up on what's going on. But no, we all have too much on our plate here.
I've always thought that a great strategy, instead of just getting a free agent 1 year, would be to take that $35-40 million and go raid all of the best teams in Major League Baseball and take every single one of their scouts to bring into your organization. Don't you think that would be a good idea?
Yeah. You can have too many cooks in the kitchen too now.
That's true. That's fair.
But to your point, I'm a firm believer, huge believer in how important scouts are. And, of course, it's close to home for me because my brother was, he was a career scout. Now my son's doing it. But, as a manager, I rely on scouts, with the information. If they watch a club, I'd love to get their thoughts on that team and something that can help us. We don't use advanced scouts as much as we used to, but they're the backbone of our industry, and they make our jobs a lot easier. We're in the limelight, but they're the ones doing all the work.
Well, we appreciate all the time you take to spread the word, spread that information. Great win last night. Now let's go get 5 more going into the break.
All right, guys. Thanks. Good talking with you.
There you go. Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Usually we'll just break down his thoughts after that, but I feel like we could pivot another direction right now.
Let's give something away!
877-881-1053, caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see 21 Pilots when they come to the Dos Equis Pavilion on October 20th. That is, of course, courtesy of Live Nation. You can go buy tickets right now, or you can win them for free. 877-881-1053. Now, I do have a couple of other things for you real quick I wanted to throw out. Didn't get an opportunity to mention this earlier. Jazz Chisholm, the Yankees have been kind of moving him around a little bit, and then they're going to move him from third back to second base, at least for now. We'll see how that goes. And then, did you see, and do you care about the immaculate inning? So Brandon Young yesterday, the starter for Baltimore, threw the immaculate inning in his 5th MLB start. The immaculate inning is 9 pitches, 9 strikes, 3 strikeouts.
Yeah.
Does that do anything for you?
Huge Care Bear when it comes to this.
Okay.
If you can pull that off, like I want to know how many starters have done that. It seems like that's a closer thing or a relief pitcher thing a lot of times.
Ooh, that's a good
question. I might be
question.
wrong about this. I don't know.
So just for the record, just to show you, it is pretty rare. He's only the 5th Orioles pitcher to ever do it. So I don't have the breakdown.
For the Orioles?
For the Orioles.
Gotcha.
I don't have the breakdown of starter versus reliever for you. I will look into that, but that does kind of show you how sort of rare that has been.
I've told you there are certain ones that are really cool that won't get broken or that get achieved. Like that's one of them right there. That's a really cool thing that you can say, did you ever do that?
Yeah.
I did.
No, and look, and in the story that I have no doubt Carter thinks we should have led the show with, and I kind of do as well. Pop-Tart mascots the edible mascots, they're going international. They will be headed to Ireland for the Iowa State, Kansas State opener on August 23rd. Edible Pop-Tart mascots going international. This is the next logical step.
Wasn't this like proven wrong? Didn't the Pop-Tart that came out as a little Pop-Tart? Like he went into a little magic mixer of some sort and came out and they were like, oh, a little tiny Pop-Tart.
That's your opinion.
Okay.
The press release has announced that the two, quote, and it says this, surviving mascots are making, from last year's game, are making the trip to Dublin. So, look, I hear your skepticism, but the Pop-Tarts Bowl, they say differently. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I have a little Pop-Tart talk coming up, plus the best secondaries in all of football next in The Fan.
Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course it's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to shout out Wes from my church. Shout out Crossroads Church, who may or may not, if he wants to take all the credit or the blame, made the joke about Luca being John the Baptist. You can figure out what comes next. Just all in good fun. Right now, man, speaking of fun, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. And also, I appreciate you guys and your wrestling acumen this week. As it appears this week we are ramping up to something big.
We are.
Something that I hope that everybody gets to enjoy this weekend. So
you know what I think is really cool, just along those lines, that we can just text Bobby Lashley and be like, hey, I know you're busy wrestling and stuff. Do you want to come into the studio? Yeah. Or like
Athena, get my number. Text me anytime, guys.
Let me come back on to talk more about Hypermart. Yeah. Like, I think that's just super cool.
Yeah, we didn't even bring up Wet and Wild Garland with her.
Oh my god!
I didn't even bring that up. So,
did you forget what you were going to say?
Trivia question of the day: in what year was the very first perfect 10 scored in Olympic gymnastics?
Ooh.
A, 1976. B, 1984. C, 1998. Or D, 2002.
All right, Alec. I know you have no reason to trust me because I really swung and missed yesterday.
It's true.
I believe Mary Lou Retton, who we might also talk about in a few minutes, got a perfect 10 in 1984, but I think Nadia Comaneci, I think it's Comaneci, did it first, so I think it's 1976.
I think it is too. I think it was a little bit earlier, so I'm thinking 76.
Yes. When were you born?
01.
Holy crap. 3 of the answers he wasn't even born for yet.
That's right.
He was born 1 year before the last answer on here.
He is so...
Remember it like it was yesterday.
That's what I'm talking about. Well, we will answer that question at the end of the segment. Also want to point out we'll be at Whataburger in Frisco next Tuesday.
What?
This coming up Tuesday, I guess you will. And I can't wait to see everybody there. Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders going to be there, and you get your choice. You can either take a picture with the Cowboys cheerleaders or us.
But I mean, you could probably do both.
Whose line do you think will be longer if we made that a mandate?
Probably ours, just because.
Facts.
Like, I think the cheerleaders are there to talk and do pictures, whereas we might have to wait for a minute unless you just want to come by the table and be like, "What's up?"
It would look cooler though if they were like, "Look at the line for KNC pictures," and everybody's like, "What's wrong?" Well, hold on, and the Cowboys cheerleaders are like, "I don't know. The KNC's just so popular." It would be really cool.
I've seen the numbers.
What if the Cowboys cheerleaders are like, "We want pictures with y'all because we listen to KNC all the time"?
That'd be great.
I bet they do. Home of the Cowboys and the cheerleaders. Kevin, I don't know if you updated the world on this, but the All-Star Game is using automated balls and strikes in the All-Star Game next week in Atlanta. The officials added the feature to the annual exhibition game, knowing it could be a precursor to becoming a permanent part of Major League Baseball next year.
By the way, what a big time for Junior Caminero. They're like, "Hey, you're on the All-Star team now." And he goes, "Hey, now I'll do the home run derby."
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Do you think people are going to notice the ABS system in the All-Star Game?
I think they're going to be shocked at how efficient it is if it's anything like, what we have seen behind the scenes.
You think so?
I really do.
I want to know if it's going to be discussed. I think it's going to be discussed. I think that they're going to talk about it beforehand.
Yeah.
They're going to, by the way, this is happening, so be prepared, and somebody's going to tap their helmet in the middle of the game. And then there's going to be a huge discussion. I'm also interested, too, because they usually go mic'd up in these things. Will they go and ask questions about that? Because, Kevin, I think you've confirmed players don't necessarily want it. So would that conversation be very open about it, or how would that look? I don't know.
That's, what? And that's a really interesting question to me because, as most of your questions are, Tim Kirkjian brought this up. I think it was yesterday, and we just didn't have time to squeeze that question in with Boch, is that a lot of players don't want this. And then he said people underestimate how good MLB umpires are. And we've had this conversation with Bochy before, and he's like, "Hey, I know I'm kind of paraphrasing. He's like, they do a good job, but like this seems statistically as though it would be better."
Yeah. Also, let's get into some football here. Pro Football Focus is throwing out their top positions. They're ranking their positions. The other day we did offensive line, and you were like middle of the pack. And I think they squared them down around 22. And I was like, ooh, that is hurtful. But when it comes to them, I get it. I understand where this offensive line is. Pro Football Focus has now released their top 10 secondary rankings.
A pass.
What do you mean pass?
Pass.
You can't just pass on
I don't
this.
want to know. It's Alec, I don't want to know. It's not going to be good. They're not in the top 10.
What?
I've not seen this list, but I can almost guarantee you they're not in the top 10.
How dare you?
Alec, do you
don't
believe,
think they're in the top 10?
You believe with all of your heart
There's no way.
and mind and body and soul
No chance.
that they're in the top 10?
I'm going to do what Kevin wanted Corey to do earlier. In my heart. Yes.
There you go.
In reality.
No.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yes, you do.
That's an acceptable answer.
Okay, fine. You know what? I'll tell you this. If the Cowboys are in the top 10 of secondaries, I think we should stop using Pro Football Focus as a source. How about that?
The number one secondary in all of football, according to Pro Football Focus.
I don't know why he's setting it up like it's going to be. It's not.
The Baltimore Ravens.
That makes sense.
The number 2 secondary. This was a shocker.
It's not.
It's not the Cowboys. It's the Kansas City Chiefs. Which shouldn't be that shocking considering how good they've been defensively.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, they've been carrying that bum quarterback they have for the last few years now.
Look, I'm not going to say carrying. I do think perhaps the defensive contributions have been underrated at helping Patrick Mahomes march to greatness along.
Number 3, a team that I said possibly is the best defense in the league, the Denver Broncos. I think was pretty adamant yesterday about how good their defense is. they're still a middle-of-the-pack team, just like the Cowboys. That's the point I was trying to make yesterday. They're a middle-of-the-pack team.
In your face.
They have some exceptional points on that team, though. And their defense is definitely one of them. Pat Surtain's phenomenal.
Agreed.
Number 4, and I don't know if y'all enjoy watching secondary players play, because it's not that easy to watch it on the game because they go out of the picture pretty quickly. But if you watch all 22 and you go watch film, the Houston Texans, Derek Stingley Jr. is my favorite cornerback to watch play because that dude has an attitude that he plays with, and if he's on, dude, you're not throwing his direction. But that is a fantastic one right there. Number 5, Patriots. Number 6.
I don't know why you're doing. It's not the Cowboys.
Brian Branch.
He's not on the Cowboys.
And the Detroit Lions.
That makes sense.
Number 7.
You can long pause this all you like. That's not the answer.
A defense built by Eberflus, the Chicago Bears.
I was going to say, he didn't build this defense.
Not yet. The Philadelphia Eagles at 8. The Chargers at 9. And coming in at number 10 is the Indianapolis Colts.
See, I told you. And you know what? I'm willing to wager you don't want to know where they are. I still hold firm. I don't think I want to know this answer.
What's your point?
My point is you're closer to the bottom than the top.
Oh. All right, I'm going to scroll past middle of the pack, where I usually put the Cowboys.
Agreed.
I'm going to scroll past the 20s.
I was worried about this.
And I'm going to scroll past number 30.
Okay, that maybe feels too far.
Cowboys are 31st secondary in all of football, according to Pro Football Focus. Cowboys secondary looked like the
I told you I didn't want to know.
But injuries, coaching changes, and key departures have depleted the unit's depth. Deron Bland followed his record-setting season with a difficult 24. Diggs has been unable to replicate his 11 interception season, totaling just 8 picks since then, while missing significant time due to injuries. And while there still is a talented group, the prime years of these players may already be behind them unless an infusion of youth provides a spark. And that's Siobhan Ravel right there. That's what the infusion may be. Kalen Carson, I don't know. But that's what there is. The hope is that can revitalize. And coming off an injury, you're like, dadgummit, I got a cornerback that I'm hoping can be the linchpin to this thing, and he's coming off of an injury, and hopefully he'll be good. But the only team worse is the Raiders.
I was about to say, I'm so sorry if you already said this. I meant the Raiders, huh?
Yeah, and as the 817 says, on number 32's face.
See, they're closer to the top than the bottom.
We're not the worst. Yeah. You said closer. You didn't say actually on the bottom.
Yeah. That's pretty bad. I thought, Alec, I don't know where you were with this. I was thinking more like 24, 26. Yeah. I wasn't thinking 31.
It feels a little aggressive, but then the write-up, I remembered, there's like 4 guys that either aren't here anymore or they're hurt.
Think about yesterday. We said, who's going to play the slot? I don't know. Bland, because he's available.
Yeah.
And it's July.
It's the one option that makes sense.
We have Bland playing 3 different cornerback spots because we don't have.
And we haven't even, not only have we not even gotten to the season, we haven't even gotten to the preseason, let alone freaking training camp. And we're like, we're out of guys. I got nothing.
Kevin, you and I will be heading to Oxnard almost like 2 weeks.
Less than 2 weeks.
Less than 2 weeks from now. We'll be heading out to Oxnard to provide the best coverage you will get for Dallas Cowboys in DFW.
Fact.
And something we don't have to do at the airport.
Oh, I do like this story.
We no longer have to remove our shoes.
Hell yeah.
It's now okay to keep your shoes on at the airport, you stinky-footed people. The TSA will now allow passengers at airports across the country to keep their footwear on as they go through security checkpoints. This hasn't ever really been a big problem for me. I know some people get furious about it. It's like, okay, I just gotta, the only thing I don't like is now having to put my shoes back on. It's irritating. But I also remember, Kevin, you standing in front of somebody who was like, wow, the security's really beefed up here. What's going on? You think this is from 9/11?
I swear
and that was like
to
2
God.
years ago.
that really happened within the last couple of years.
All these things we have to do.
And I realize, I think the shoe part is about like an offshoot attempted terrorism. But let's just forget that for just a second. I had to try so hard not to laugh, but she goes, man, look at all the security. You know what? I think this is because of 9/11. She said, and Corey's not wrong. Seriously, it was within the last 2 years. And I really wanted to turn around and go, you know what? I think you're right. But I guess maybe she had either never been on a plane or hadn't been on a plane in 25 years. 'Cause she looked like she was, I don't know, 35, 40 or something like that. But she said it with just such conviction, as if she had just dropped a truth bomb on all of us.
Yeah.
I really wanted to be like, yeah, no, that is absolutely why it is.
She thought after she said that she was trending on TikTok. From the 817, I dislike this. Me keeping my shoes on is what separated me from the peasants.
Is that a pre-check person?
From the 940.
I think pre-check is fancy as hell.
I literally just got pre-check last week. And I'm sorry if that now, but there are other things you don't have to worry about. However, the rule for no shoes came after Richard Reed tried and failed to ignite his homemade shoe explosives.
There it was.
In Miami, a flight from Paris to Miami in December of 2001. His plan was disrupted when he struggled to light a fuse attached to his shoes, which contained roughly 10 ounces of explosive material. So, that was the reasoning. Was in 2001, another man tried to have a shoe bomb.
Did you say Richard Reed?
Richard Reed.
Are you familiar with R. Reed? Have you seen a lot of videos or anything like that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No? Okay. Me neither.
I feel like you're talking about adult videos.
What?
Because the way you looked at me.
It's interesting you say you don't know what I'm talking about.
It's just the way you were looking at me going, hey.
All right, quick side conversation. Super quick. Did you think TSA pre-check was really fancy? Because I would see people do valet at places I was going to, and I was like, that's fine. If I see somebody break off into the TSA pre-check line, I was like, man.
I don't think it's fancy. I'm jealous, though.
For sure.
I am jealous because I'm like, dadgummit. And I think Choppy has it. And I think that he finds it very useful.
I could see that.
I was going to talk about Pop-Tarts, but that'll have to wait for another day. In what year was the very first perfect 10 scored in the Olympic gymnastics? D, 2002, C, 1998, B, 84, or A, 1976? You guys chose 1976 with Nadia Comaneci. Yep. There's no L in there.
Comaneci.
There's an I at the end. How's it not Comaneci?
I didn't make up her name.
It was 1976. Good job, gentlemen. Nice work. Y'all are on fire on this trivia. I hope the Latolos at home are also sitting next to the warm glow of a radio, enjoying.
You know what?
The trivia questions that we're asking.
It's really funny.
On this radio. Go ahead.
It's really funny that you say that, because I am listening to something about the Great Depression, and they have been talking about FDR in his fireside chats. And I feel like you talk about that as part of a bygone era. And so I'm really glad that you said that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. We will also talk with FC Dallas midfielder Diego Garcia. All of it next right here on The Fan.
North Texas and raised with the...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back to Jokic. Jokic with 5 to shoot. In on Towns. Turn into the double team. Will fade away. Got it.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got my buddies an idiot in just a second. But want to make sure everybody knows, if you haven't heard us talk about it all throughout the show, G-Bag Nation live today doing their show 2 to 7 special broadcast at Shell Shack in Dallas, 2326 North Henderson Avenue. Shell Shack's going to be giving away 40 limited edition Crown Royal Cowboys jerseys to the first Tolos on site. And I know you saw these jerseys.
Those are nice.
They are nice.
Yeah, it's not just some throwaway right there, dude. That thing is awesome.
Agreed. Now, how about some My Buddy's an Idiot?
My buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy. Wherever I go, he goes.
You know, I told you just a minute ago we'd probably bring up Mary Lou Retton again. I know you don't necessarily, frequently, people don't look great in the mugshot. She looks especially terrible. And the video came out, and that's probably not what you want. She said that the cops were the worst, and at one point continued to yell at them, "I'm West Virginia's first daughter," and that's why they shouldn't arrest her. Look, I'm willing to bet most everyone's arrest video doesn't come off super well, especially if it's for a DUI or DWI, but she just looks like a mess there.
How do you get named the first daughter of something?
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you name yourself that? Like, obviously Alec, Pride of Mansfield, somebody else named him
People say.
Yeah, people say that. But I don't know how you get named. Like, how do I get named the first son of Texas? I feel like there were a lot of sons before me.
See, I think you had to be that guy who rescued all of the people from the flood at the camp.
That makes sense.
That guy
get it.
who saved like 160 lives, which is just insane.
Yeah. And then he was like,
he could be the first son of Texas.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Anybody else would have done it in my position, and you're just like, I mean, but you were there. Thank you.
Yes.
Like, thank you for everything you did, man.
And you know what? That makes me like them even more. Like, just when you think I couldn't like this person anymore, and they're like, anybody would do the same thing. You're like, you know what? I like you even more now.
You humble son of a gun.
Absolutely. All right. The Denver Nuggets. Are the Denver Nuggets idiots because Jokic is like, hey, I'm going to hold off another year to sign my contract extension? Now, on the one hand, he's just betting on himself, and he can make more money by waiting a year to sign. On the other hand, there are some people who believe that whether it was the owner or GM's comments or just some of the issues that the team has had with building depth, believe that maybe Jokic is like, I could probably sign other places too.
Honestly, the first thing I thought when I heard it was he must have been more connected to Calvin Booth and his coach than people thought.
That is an interesting point as well.
And I know to the Denver owners, kind of like they'd just been fed up with it. They got information and they were like, we're ready to move on. And they're like, we'll figure out a draft without a GM, which is still wild to me. And
they made some savvy moves.
So all of that immediately, that's what was going through my mind regarding Jokic, because he doesn't seem. What did he say after they won? No parade. I want to go home to my family. And that immediately.
He meant his horses.
Though, yeah, well, and his horses, but he didn't. He's a no nonsense kind of guy.
Yeah,
he likes things the way they are, and I feel like maybe he liked what they had. But then obviously the money factor comes into all this, and yes. They are idiots for not already having something squared away or making sure he never leaves is what you got to do with a guy like that.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. Now, I was going to bring this up in Gridiron. We just didn't end up having time. I don't know if you want to quantify this as an idiot. Did you see Amon-Ra St. Brown give more information? And this is from Quarterback on Netflix about He chose the number 14 because he asked his girlfriend to count how many wide receivers were taken before him in the NFL draft. And she's like, 14. So that's why he's number 14.
I like it.
However, in the show, he went on to say, this was early, like right after I got drafted. I was like, sure, let's do it. And then I recounted, and I was like, that's not the right number. And it was actually 16 receivers.
Oh, no. So he needs 15 or 16 now?
Yeah.
He has to change his number?
But I'm pretty sure.
How did he get this wrong?
But no, she got it wrong.
Did. Okay, all right.
And that's Jared Goff's number, isn't it?
Yeah.
And so, like, you're probably not going to change to 16. Clearly, his career has turned out just fine. Like, I'm not here to argue that, like, oh, his career's really struggled because of that. But is that an idiot level offense where you go back to your girlfriend? I actually am not sure if they're still together now. Sorry, I didn't follow up on that. And like, hey, you really screwed that up for me.
You know how women are.
Okay, PJ Washington, I know. We need to have him back on the show and tell him that we've used that drop for so many different things.
Oh, I think he knows.
Okay. He listens.
Once we did that interview, he was like, I'm listening to that show from now on.
Okay. I like it.
Facts.
So, does she fall under idiot category? Is it on him for not counting for his own jersey number? Which I feel like,
yeah, I feel like he should have confirmed this.
Yes,
but she seems like a smart girl. I think she's in nursing.
Oh,
I think
neat.
that if I remember from Receiver, I watched Receiver and they were in it. I think she's in nursing.
Oh, cool.
She's smart.
Have you started, or are you going to watch quarterback season 2?
I don't like that they brought Kirk Cousins back.
Okay. Do you think they just have an option?
Yeah, I think they ran out of things, but there is an interesting storyline. I do like also that you get to see this much Joe Burrow.
Okay.
So I am very interested in learning more about Joe Burrow behind the scenes. Also, we learned that he didn't buy the Batman car.
You're right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Let's turn our attention to the pitch, and we will talk with FC Dallas midfielder Diego Garcia. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How are you?
We're doing good, man. And I know what I really want to talk about to start things off is you just came back, I know it's a couple weeks ago, representing the United States, part of the I believe it's U19 national team in Spain. Can you tell us about like just getting selected to represent your country and then what that experience was like?
I mean, it was unexpected. Like I didn't expect to get the call up, but when I got it, I was like so happy. You know, it's like a one of kind opportunity, and we got so happy that I told like my parents and everybody, and just representing the United States is like a huge dream to everybody. So yeah, it was awesome.
Were they as happy as you needed them to be? Like if you were jumping around, did they jump around and were they excited with you?
Yeah, I mean they don't live with me, but I just couldn't notice on their voice that they were so happy. So yeah, it was an awesome experience. Just go over there and play with different nationalities and just an awesome experience.
Yeah, what is kind of the difference in stadium, the atmosphere overseas versus here in the MLS?
I think it's not that much different. I think it's just like the style of playing.
Okay.
I think it's like more like playing simple, like more touching the ball. Like we play against Spain, and Spain is like touching the ball, like movement. So just like knowing them how they play is like good football, and it's nice to see them play. And it's a privilege to play against them too,
When we all know that the World Cup is here in a little bit less than a year, when you get to play with the U19 national team, I know you got to take it one step at a time, but do you start to think about like, hey, maybe in the future, maybe I could represent the country in the World Cup? Do you allow yourself to think about things like that? Or are you like, I got to slow down and one step at a time?
I mean, yeah, I think sometimes like I don't like put that much pressure on me. But, like I just take like one step at a time. But sometimes I'll be home and be like, oh, maybe I can make it to the World Cup. I don't know, maybe not next year, but on the next World Cup, like like thinking about bigger things, but I need to like focus on like the present. So yeah, sometimes I think about that.
And focusing on the present, how much has your run with North Texas SC gotten you ready to move up to the first team to get going with FC Dallas?
I mean, I have so many help by the players and the coaches from North Texas. Like it was a step for me, like coming from El Paso to North Texas. It was big. I mean, I haven't played. I mean, I played professional over there, but just like one game. But coming here was a different style of playing, and with different people, different coaches, like being away from my family, from everybody. And I think they pushed me like to be part of FC Dallas, and I think that helped me a lot to move to the first team and be part of the first team now.
I got this neighbor kid who she's always out there kicking her soccer ball up against the side of the house like every day, and she's committed to this every single day. And one day I asked her, I was like, "Why are you doing that?" She was like, "It's a little bit of it is to try and get some accuracy. I'll pick a brick to kick the ball at, but also I'm trying to work on my power a little bit." What is when you were a kid? I mean, you're still pretty young, but whenever you were a kid, what was the thing that you were like, "I got to get outside and do this today"?
I mean, I'll be honest. I was just doing it like for fun. Like when I was a kid, I mean, I didn't think much about like being a professional until like I was like 12, 13. But it was like just go outside playing with my friends, like being outside all the time, just playing soccer. But when I was like 12, around 13, I was like, I need to start like putting the work and be outside training and like being focused on I want to be a professional. I want to be a professional. Like my mind, it was like I need to be a professional no matter what. So I think that helped me a lot to get here, and I think that's the obviously training, but the mentality to want to be here.
Was there ever a moment where you're like, "Oh my gosh, this dream's going to happen"? Has that moment still like maybe not really hit you just quite yet?
Nah, it has happened. Like, I mean, I have sometimes like a long time ago. I was about to quit soccer. Like I was not a good moment. I mean, I was not here. I was not in Dallas. I was over there in El Paso, and it was hard for me. I was like having a hard time with my team over there, and just in life it was like hard. But I just keep working and pushing, and thank God I got the opportunity to come here and like change my whole world.
Yeah, for real, man. We're glad you got over that. Yeah, I'm glad you're at it, man.
Well, and we're going to try to help one step further. Last week, we had Sam Sarver on the show, and then in the next match, he made his MLS debut. So now, do you think by doing this interview, we're going to help propel your career to that next step as well?
Oh, that would be awesome, eh? Then I'm maybe this game that's coming, maybe I'll get in, and you never know.
Man,
so hopefully,
if that happens, we're gonna have a rush of young players coming on the show. Well,
you talk with another player and then make the debut, and then I talk with another player.
Hey, if you check into the next match for FC Dallas, you need to spread the word that we make things happen for the team. Okay.
I'll be like, I have a call in the week. That's
all for him, yeah. Awesome, man. Thank you very, very much, good sir. Appreciate you sharing your story. Love the enthusiasm. We hope to talk with you again soon.
Thank you. You're welcome. I appreciate it too.
There you go. Diego Garcia from FC Dallas right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It is my dream that whenever players come on the show, they do it and they go, man, it was that interview. I got to get back on that show one more time.
Speaking of, though, Corey, I need you to forgive me. I dropped the ball on something.
You didn't ask him about Christmas.
No, not that. I'm not doing that. Even when one of the players was like, my faith is really important to me. I was like, don't do it. It's a trap, Kevin. You're being entrapped right now. I forgot to tell Bochy. I did the research. The day before he's scheduled to come on the show.
That's true.
The Rangers are 11-4. So I really should have told him that. He's like, hey.
What's the record when he does come on the show?
Don't worry about that.
All right.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's check in with the G-Bag Nation as they are live from Shell Shack. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Oh, I mean, of course we have Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
1-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Rocketed past Neto and out into left field. That gets Carter home. Burger pulls into second. RBI single. Kyle Higashioka. The runs just keep on coming. It's 9-1 Texas.
They would go on to win that game 13-1 over the Angels. Still got a pair left with them, including tonight, pregame and actual game right here on 105.3 The Fan. First pitch set for 8:38 before finishing out first half of the regular season with that matchup against the Astros. But right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today? And tell everybody, where is ya?
It's incredible, Hagee. We're hanging out here at Shell Shack, North Henderson here in Dallas. Already have quite a crowd of Tolos.
It sounds crowded.
It's awesome. Cowboys Crown Royal jerseys while supplies last. Right now we're efforting to find out where some of the other ones are. We had a mad rush here. We've given away probably half. So you're going to want to make sure you get out here pretty damn quick. But, I mean, look, anytime we're out here at Shell Shack, it's incredible. They got the live crawfish that's still available, $10 a pound. And on Wednesday, today, the catfish special, $12.99. Eric's already put down a burger. Brian's been putting down the crawfish and the crab legs. I got some grilled shrimp in front of me. It's going to be a party from 2 to 7, Hagee.
I actually had the gumbo and the burger. Okay, so I'm already double dipping on the entrees.
Nice.
Okay, well, I was about to ask if there is some sort of eating challenge, but it sounds like Eric, just living his regular life, is going to take care of that, right?
Yeah, you already know what it is, Hagee. I got here a little bit early to get a pregame meal going, get the body feeling right. Me and Broadus together.
Yeah.
And then, we'll get probably in about an hour, I'll throw in that next order. When it's all said and done, I'm going to run up quite the tab.
Do you think, Eric, that restaurants are appropriately scared when you walk in? Like, they just look at this skinny guy.
Kind of like Godzilla in Tokyo Bay.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's Godzilla. Oh, my God. You know, it's a Chiafalo. Is he on our side or not? And then Chiafalo walks into a restaurant. It's like, oh, my God, it's the 4-patty guy.
It's funny,
we tried to get the 4-patty look today, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, I mean, Broadus was teeing it up. He was like, what about the double? And I was like, oh, yeah, let's make that a double. He's like, oh, it already is a double. I'm like, okay, great, then we're good. And Broadus was like, we'll make it a 4-patty.
Yeah.
I was like, well, let's temper things. I can't catch the itis before 2 o'clock. You know what I mean? I can't be wanting to go night-night in the middle of the program. So right now, I'm feeling light. I feel like I haven't eaten anything, but I just know it was delicious.
You know, we were kicking this around yesterday, talking about the idea of, the Bucs as a viable contender in the NFC. I'm curious y'all's general thoughts about that, especially in light of the news that Tristan Wirfs is going to at least miss the start of the season.
We've actually kicked this around on our Bet Nation show on Sundays. Tampa Bay might be like the most underrated team in the NFC. And they get no credit for what they've done. They've won, 5 straight NFC South division crowns. That division's bad, I get it. Yet somehow they're winning it. And then 2 years ago, they were very close to getting to that NFC Championship game. They took Detroit to the brink. So Baker's been playing really good football. I think their offensive line's getting better. Bucky Irving and that running game should be good. And their wide receiving core quietly might be the best in the NFL with the addition of Emeka Egbuka. If Chris Godwin can get back healthy, obviously you've got Mike Evans there. They're loaded. And then Jalen McMillan, who they took 2 years ago out of Washington, who I absolutely love. So I don't know that I view them as like a top contender, but Tampa Bay is a team that I think oftentimes we don't give enough credit to for what they've done.
And Baker ran it up last year. I mean, 40 touchdowns. He was really dang impressive. But I think a lot of it comes down to, do you really trust Baker to break through and be the type of guy in the postseason that you can really lean on? Their defense was troublesome last year. I do think that's going to be heading in the right direction with some of the young guys that they have. But the Tristan Wirfs stuff is huge because he's clearly one of the best in the sport. and we'll see how many games he misses. But also replacing Liam Cohen. This is now 2 years in a row. You got to replace your play caller. So obviously last year was a seamless transition. We'll see if they can duplicate that once again. But it's a fair question, and I do think the Falcons in that division are going to be a much more difficult task now that Penix is in there. Hagee.
Facts on Penix.
Big Penix fan.
Oh, well, I'm going to quickly try to go back to the other quarterback you were talking about. We talked about this yesterday. What do you think about the 40-1 odds on Baker to win MVP? Like, I'm not saying it's likely, but that feels like a pretty sweet price for what they could do.
Yeah, I mean, when you consider the fact that he threw as many touchdowns as he did last year, you get Godwin back. We'll see what version of him you get off the injury. But like Walchuk mentioned they're absolutely stacked. It's just, can they win enough games? Because they win the division, and they only have to win 9 games to do it. If they go run the table and give you 12 wins, and Baker's throwing for 40 touchdowns, now all of a sudden you have a real conversation.
Yeah, for him to get it, they're going to have to be like the number 1 seed in the NFC.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I just don't think voters are going to be looking at Baker if there's a Josh Allen, if there's a Patrick Mahomes that's there, even a Joe Burrow has another great season with Cincy. Like, they're probably just going to give it to one of the other guys over Baker.
Yeah, Hagee, just find a way to give me the money if you want to bet that, Just, just go ahead. Just go ahead and hand it all over, and I'll be happy to take it for you.
Where are you guys?
I think we got up to $20. Me and Alec on that bet yesterday.
Yeah, Hagee, if you want to gamble on it, go ahead and just. I know how sometimes your arms get a little short getting to that wallet, but hey, I'm good.
That's fair.
Hey, Broadus, I'm good for it.
Yeah,
right?
that is true.
Broadus, you know me a long time.
That's fair. That's
I'm good
fair.
for it. I only had about $28 worth of food.
Okay, that actually is dead on. That last part's spot on.
Oh, man, Hagee, I got you covered, Hagee. Don't worry about it. And then a year later, hey, Broadus, hey, you owe me money from last time. No, I'm just kidding. Hagee, you always pay me back.
That was a shot right to the peanut.
No, that's fair. That's fair. No. Are you guys more interested in Wimbledon right now or Superman this weekend?
Superman. Just bought tickets today, actually. It's going to be the first movie that I've gone to see with the wife in like 3 months. I'm pumped.
Wow. I only go once a year to the movies, Hagee, and that's when we go to Oxnard. And all of a sudden, I have a little bit more.
Yeah.
It's I think we're gonna make it 3 years running. Walchuk, we're gonna go watch a movie. We got to go watch the F1 movie. I want to go see the F1 movie.
Let's do it.
Yeah, I'm interested if they bring George Reeves back from the 1950s. Then I'll watch Superman again.
Okay, well, there you go.
Super old man.
Yes.
George Reeves, I think, was the original one.
Yes.
I think he was,
That was even before Christopher Reeve, for people who are going to text that in. I know who you're talking about.
You know exactly who I'm talking about.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thank you so much for asking. We have more jerseys on the way, so don't you stress. Just hang tight. We got more Crown Royal Cowboy jerseys for you. We got Ari Temkin, Big 12 Radio, live from Big 12 Media Days. Going to be joining us at 5 o'clock. 2:25, we got the top 10. We're doing overrated pro sports stadiums. That was voted on by the Tolos. Ooh, that's the list we're going to get into.
Wrigley.
And then we got some awesome baseball sounds today I'm excited about at 3 o'clock.
Did Broadus break my unbreakable long question to Stephen Jones? Did he break that record yesterday? We will surprise him with the sound.
There is no way that thing went over 90 seconds. There's no way. No way.
Shell Shack.
Broadus just one masterpiece.
Yeah. Shell Shack. Henderson in Dallas.
That's a bunch of BS. And you know that.
See the G-Bag Nation. We have the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's alive and popping, baby. We're out here at Shell Shack, North Henderson in Dallas. And, wow, I mean, the Tolo representation already, it's been absolutely outstanding. Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. If there was one contest when it comes to eating that I think, Eric, you would get absolutely obliterated in by Brian Broaddus, it's the crawfish eating contest. I think we need to have Brian Broaddus enter one. And I think, honestly, man, I'd back you. I'd put all my money on you. The way that you've got this whole technique down, you've been doing, you were born and you had a crawfish boil in the crib.
Yeah, this was, I'll tell you what I've gotten really good at, too, and I appreciate it, because I was thinking of the one thing that I can maybe beat Joey Jaws at.
Yeah.
I think I could beat him at crawfish eating.
And that's specifically because of the peel factor?
I think I could peel faster than him. Now, he might be able, the peeling part of that will be, now he's done shrimp cocktail. Shrimp cocktail are already peeled.
Right.
But if you let me do crawfish and then how many you could eat in, like how many pounds in like 10 minutes, or I think the official thing is 8 minutes, by the official clock. I think the fact that I have an advantage over maybe peeling quicker than him and I can maybe eat that way. That's the only thing I would even have a chance in, I believe. But I've gotten pretty good at doing this. And Shell Shack, by the way, they have this bucket called the MVP, and the MVP's got it's got crab legs in it, snow crab legs like clusters. It's got shrimp, and you got to get it with the kitchen sink with everything, with the garlic, but it's just everything into it, and that is outstanding. So, but I'm getting pretty good at peeling these crab legs, making them snap, and I got them down to where at home I know, like when I steam them, I know how long so they get that snap, so you can get the meat completely out of it. Though
no breaking
at all.
Yeah.
Just make it, because like when I did that thing for you guys the other day, it's kind of like you got to be able to have that snap to it, and then you could just take that that
6.5 pounds of crawfish in 10 minutes is the current world record held by Sonia the Black Widow Thomas. So that was at the French Quarter Festival.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, man, I think you could do it. Watching you go ahead in your element here at Shell Shack off North Henderson, Dallas. Come on out. We're going to be here till 7 p.m.
Yeah.
We're celebrating big-time Tolo Richie's birthday.
That's right.
We're waiting on a new Crown Royal Cowboys jersey delivery. We should be getting more within the next 30 minutes. We've already got several Tolos hanging by. Eric is wearing one. Like, if we run out, you might be able to convince Eric to give you a game-worn, G-Bag Nation show-worn jersey right off his back. You got to be nice to him, but he might be willing to share with you if we do run out.
The old jersey swap.
Absolutely.
Been there, done that.
I've seen you do it many times.
I almost wore deodorant today as well, which would have been good for this scenario.
Honestly, I think it's better that you didn't. It makes it that much more valuable.
Yeah, you got to promise not to wash it if we do the old jersey.
Sign
swap.
it.
We're looking.
Sign it for you.
30 minutes.
Yeah,
30 minutes. We'll get some more.
I'll put the John Hancock on there.
Man,
you know I will.
Yeah.
And it's a good vibes hump day, boys. I mean, not only is our new best friend Kamar Rocker on the bump tonight for the Rangers.
Yeah.
We got pregame coming up at
That's
8
a
o'clock.
no-hitter for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. I think complete game.
Yeah.
I mean, we might even go perfect game tonight for Kamar.
Why not? Yeah.
You know what he's doing when it comes to
Very
finger looking
capable.
good with
Very
those
capable.
wings.
Mhm.
He is. But last night, it was the eruption that we've been waiting for. I mean, my goodness, Corey Seager's been doing it, but finally, and we're going to celebrate and just sit in this because it's few and far between that the Rangers are putting up a 13 spot, but 13-1, just utter domination up and down the lineup for the most part last night. Big-time victory. Nathan Eovaldi goes 6 innings, has a shutout on just 5 hits, no earned runs, and then Dane Dunning comes in, 2 innings of relief. Ezekiel Duran, I mean, heck, that was wild. Again, he comes in, and you've got the position player pitching. Jake Berger's able to take advantage of that with the dong ball. But overall, it was beautiful to see what the offense was able to do. And I know, it's a bit of an eye roll. Hey, can they go ahead and sustain this? Consistent baseball is what CY is.
Well, they didn't have a hit for 3 innings, right? That thing started off like what
the fourth inning, the floodgates opened.
What the hell is going on out here, kind of a thing, you know? My man Vince Lombardi, you know?
Yeah, that's
what
right.
the hell is going on? grab, you know, that whole thing. And, you know, and you're just kind of wondering is this going to be, again, one of those nights where you're going to have to sit there and scratch? I mean, the Angels got on the board early there, and you're like, okay, please don't let this be like 1-0 through like 8 innings or anything like that. And But yeah, the bats came alive, multiple hits. Guys who have not hit very well getting multiple hits. Hopefully this is something, as you mentioned, that can kickstart. But as we've talked about many times, this team might be who it is. You know, it might be that they caught a good inning. They caught 2 back-to-back innings is really what they did, with the 5 spot and then the 4 spot right behind it. So, yeah, it's hopefully it is something that they could build on. And, but for a while there it was kind of like, damn, they're not going to get a hit tonight.
Well, I think one of the best things about it was you had 9 walks.
Yes.
So the plate discipline certainly was there, and that's something we talked about as one of the major issues is this team's just swinging at everything.
Yeah.
I mean, they have one of the highest chase rates in all of Major League Baseball. So the discipline, and you had to have it against the pitcher in Soriano. I mean, Boach was just on earlier talking with KNC. That's a must listen to every single Wednesday in the Manager Show. If you missed it, that's why we got the Odyssey app for you. We'll also podcast that as well. But, the plate discipline was great. Wyatt Langford was brilliant. Great to see him to get going. Evan Carter also really, really good with 3 RBIs. I mean, Seager's been good. And that was my big concern yesterday was, goodness, you were hoping your MVP would get going and then everybody else would follow suit. That hadn't happened. But to see Evan Carter, to see Wyatt get it going, Burger had himself a really, really good game as well. Hopefully that can bleed into tonight as now series tied up at 1. Of course, this is a 4-game series, so Hendricks on the bump against Rocker, a couple of righties. But some NBA news today as well. Popeye Jones expected to join the Mavericks staff as an assistant for Jason Kidd, as that's been reported. He served as an assistant on multiple teams since 2020, had stops in New Jersey / Brooklyn, Indiana, Philly, Denver, where he was part of the coaching staff on that title team back in 2023. So you lose some coaches, you got to replace some. I know Phil Handy was another name that was out there, and then Popeye Jones might be another addition to this staff as they try and replace who they lost. And they lost some really good ones with God Shamgod, Jared Dudley, and then, of course,
Sean Sweeney.
Yeah, and the Vogel replacement of Sweeney is pretty solid for sure. And this actually makes me feel pretty good because we had our Phil Handy game going down the other day thinking Handy was going to get on staff, but we have Popeye Jones, which is still works out for the game. So I actually think we had Popeye Jones being mentioned.
I think so too. We were ahead of the game. We knew it was possibly going to happen, though.
Well, and Steinlein is reporting right now that both Phil Handy and Popeye Jones have just officially agreed to join Kidd's coaching staff.
Oh, we got the Handy.
So we're getting Handy and we're getting Jones.
That's perfect.
So now we got a couple more newcomers. It's official, courtesy of our guy Mark Stein.
Okay, how about a bit of just coaches with names that have to do with body parts?
We clearly lead the league.
What if we just filled that thing out and say, you know what? There's got to be somebody else around here that we can hire to put on this staff, right?
Yeah, sure. Who's another body part coach we could go hire right now? We're going to have to figure that one out.
877-881-1053, sports figures whose names relate to body parts.
Well, we played that game. But I was thinking
I love bringing to the table always.
Potential NBA coaches that we could put on this staff, if there's...
Oh, we got to stick to just NBA coaches.
Yeah, Mo Cheeks. Let's get Mo Cheeks in the building.
Mo Cheeks would be a great one. That was
definitely, I think that was maybe Lucius's first nominee as we were playing the game on July 3rd.
I think Lucius just played the game really well.
He
Mo came with a lot of good
the
parts.
coach that helped with the national anthem?
That's right.
Portland?
That's right.
That was such a beautiful moment.
Was that the 76ers or Portland?
I think
similar color scheme, maybe I'm flipping them.
I can't remember.
He helped. He was helpful. The lady was.
We were struggling. We were leaking confidence, and here comes Mo Cheeks.
Yeah,
he's going to go ahead and help out there.
We determined though that we would rather sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" than throw out a first pitch. Did we determine that the other day?
You did. I think
Eric would. Eric sang one time, like I say, we were at Shakers. He sang the national anthem. People were standing up.
Yeah, they were.
Honestly, I think I would embarrass myself less if I sang "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
Bro, you don't know that. Throwing the ball, that's the rest of your life. They put that out.
Exactly.
And people are like going, you're a male and you have that kind of, you're that unathletic.
Well, and Walchuk did the musical theater growing up, so he's got pipes. He does.
Yeah.
You had a couple
you play the cello or something?
No, you had a couple of solo
cello
parts
for a year in sixth grade.
Did you get tired of hauling that thing around?
Absolutely. I hate it, but they forced us. You had to do either choir.
Did they say you looked like a cello guy? Is that what happened?
I just picked the cello. I mean, I would have looked foolish with the violin, You know?
Why? Because your big andouille fingers trying to do that?
There's no way that would have worked. And then there's another. What's the other one called? It's not a violin. It's the viola. The viola. That would all. So it was either the bass
Frank
or the
viola.
cello, and the bass was even bigger than the cello. So I went ahead and split the difference, and I did. But yeah,
you just couldn't do drums.
I didn't want to do band. I just said screw it. You know, I had friends that were doing.
Was this
orchestra.
post-football career?
No, it was 6th grade. It was it was pre-football. 7th grade, I did football.
So band drove you into football.
Oh, choir, orchestra did.
Yeah.
Well, I had planned on doing football in 7th grade. They don't allow you to do it in 6th grade in PISD. They don't have that. You got. I mean, unless you're just doing.
That's why Plano's struggling with
recreational. Well, I think all of them. They start 7th grade.
My man Kimbrough right now. He's like, why do we have doing this to 7th grade?
I know him and Coach Clark. They're like,
grade.
The hell's going on? This is why we're falling behind. Hey, Plano did a good job though in the 7-on-7 tournament. I'll say that. We might be able to have a good year. We might have a good group coming.
Okay.
Might have some. I hope so because we've really been lacking.
Do you follow your high school program?
I try. Yeah, I do. Not as closely as I used to, but I check the score every week.
I do too.
Just to see how we're doing.
Yeah.
I can't tell you necessarily who's the up-and-coming crop of names when it comes to talent, but I'm definitely keeping up, especially for the 1 year that we finally are able to beat Allen.
Can I ask one more Plano football question
Please,
here?
man, let's do it.
Do you think they regret dividing that thing up and should have kept it like Allen did?
Yeah. Yeah, they should have.
They should have just kept it all together, right?
They should have.
And then they could continue the dominance that they had over the year?
Yeah, because we've had some really good players that went to East, went to West, went to Plano. If you're able to put it all together, yeah, we might have been able to compete
Allen
stronger.
says, don't talk to us about splitting this thing up.
No, I mean, really ever since 2009, Plano, I mean, I don't think we've won a playoff game since my graduating class.
Wow.
When we beat Duncanville in round 1 and then lost to Trinity in a heartbreaker.
Oh, the Tongans got you that day,
Third straight year. Yeah, man. They did the hawk in front of us and everything.
I think Jay Toya was there.
He was.
Jay Toya was wrecking shop on Wolchek and guard.
Brandon
Wolchek
Carter.
was trying to get under.
You guys remember Brandon Carter, who ended up going to TCU, played like every position.
Well, a
there.
linebacker,
He was
right?
a junior that year. He played, I mean, he was their punter. He played quarterback, wide receiver, corner, you name it. Brandon Carter was one of the best high school football players I'd ever seen.
Yeah, I was on his highlight tape.
Game-winning touchdown against us. Beat my guy, Jared Kirschmeyer. I love you, though, Jared.
Kirschmeyer was the real deal.
I love you.
Does Kirschmeyer come back to reunions and everybody points him out like that's the guy that gave
well,
up
he was
the
our
play?
best player senior year. He was our starting running back, switched from corner to runner.
You think
he was like the poor man's Sex Burkhead?
Yeah, pretty much. And he couldn't start at running back the year before because we had Rex.
Mhm.
So, you know, hey, you got to plug and play.
Would you hate to be that guy that, the Bill Buckner kind of guy?
Well, I wrote a whole, I did journalism.
Yeah.
I took a journalism class the next year,
Did
and I
you?
did a whole article on him.
Wow.
About it, the mental toll that
Did you
can
rip
take
him
on
from
you.
missing the play?
Well, I mean,
Tore his ass up.
We leaned into it, and then how do you recover? How are you able to bounce back from this? Perseverance, right?
Did he walk away from the interview and like, don't ever talk to me again?
No, we talk to this day. He's still one of my best friends.
He's
I
an
love him
open
dearly.
book.
Yeah, I love him. All right, we did see this as well. You seen this LeBron stuff? Like, I don't know. Are we trying to just keep a story that isn't there going? But your best buddy, Jovan Buha.
That's right.
I mean, Eric.
How did you say his name?
I think I called him Jovan Behu.
I think it was like
Behu,
Bovan Buha or something crazy. He said, quote, I mean, I want to be careful with what I say about Bron's relationship with the front office or the
All right.
organization.
Okay.
Yeah, tread lightly,
But
Buha.
I think it's in the best place right now, to be completely
telling
honest.
you what you should know.
Well, and then you bring up Wendy. Wendy said on his appearance on ESPN Cleveland, I would have said 4 days ago when LeBron opted into his contract, I don't think there's any chance of him getting traded. At the time, I just didn't think so. After having conversations over the last 3 or 4 days, I'm no longer saying there is no chance. And I'm not saying it's likely, but I cannot responsibly say there's no chance.
Okay, so we're saying there's a chance. Wendy's the man. Let's take the temperature. We got. I'm assuming we got a bunch of Mavs fans here in the Tolo crowd.
LeBron to the
Do we
Mavs?
want LeBron? Do we want LeBron on the Mavs? We're getting a lot of head shaking. No, a couple of ands.
We get some no. 2026.
Nobody's saying a hard yes.
Yeah,
getting a lot of got a lot of Matumbo fingers.
No.
Yeah.
Not in my house.
I don't think we want LeBron down here.
All right. Well, and I don't want to trade for LeBron either, because in any team that's going to have to trade for him, you're going to have to give up a ton to
Wasn't
most likely
it said
get
that if
him.
Dallas, if the contract got bought out, they would be in?
I think the Mavs and a lot of people would be in if the contract gets bought out. But yeah, I think that's the only way it happens, because you're not going to be giving them. What are they going to want? Gafford, PJ. I mean, I'd give them back Anthony
who's
Davis.
catching more grief as a $50 million player, LeBron or Dak, in this city?
Dak. nobody ever is going to get more grief than the quarterback of the Cowboys.
You think so?
Yeah, 100%.
And Dak's not a $50 million quarterback. He's a 60.
He's above
He's a
50,
60.
but I tried to make it kind of like, okay, kind of close to LeBron.
Yeah, and I think because LeBron, it's like we know it's 1 year, we know he's 40 or whatever. There's an understandable slippage with the father time stuff. With Dak, it's like, dude, you're still supposed to be in your prime. Let's get this thing going.
Yeah, let's keep it rolling.
And that is the most prominent position in all of sport.
It is.
Cowboy quarterback.
100%. I mean, with Romo, Dak, it's just...
I don't know. I thought it was Stars goalie there for a little bit.
No, not at all. Not at all. We all... I mean...
What the hell you doing, Otter? You know, get that vibe?
Yeah, that first 2 series, though, he's damn good. But no, it's definitely quarterback.
I think DeBoer would rather have Dak or LeBron between his pipes.
He might just rather have a job right now, you know?
I think he's getting paid.
That's a fair point.
He probably is.
He's probably somewhere in Whistler, Canada.
I mean,
just
it's not
laughing at
quite
us
as
right
nice
now.
as, you know, like the
Well, they hired
Fisher.
They hired this guy from Edmonton,
or Tom Thibodeau, you know.
They had this guy before and he didn't work out. Hey, you think this is going to work out?
How many beers deep do you think DeBoer is right now?
That's a great question.
I think 4.5, 5, and that's because he woke up an hour ago. Last night was insane.
I love it. Hey, the drinks are flowing. We got daily drink specials here as we're partying
Have
at
an MVP. Bucket.
Shell Shack, North Henderson Avenue in Dallas. They got $4 beer shot specials all day, every day. Make sure you get on out here. We should have, hopefully within the next 20 minutes or so, a restocking of some Crown Royal Cowboys jerseys. Fingers crossed on that. But coming up on the other side, we replay our G-Bag of the Day champ and the top 10 as voted on by the Tolos, the top 10 most overrated pro stadiums in all of sports. That's next in the nation.
Throwing out sports knowledge bombs and sharing some light.
To remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get you that Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day, and we'll get you the replay of the G-Bag of the Day champion. Great to have you in on a hump day in the G-Bag Nation. We're live here at Shell Shack in Dallas off Henderson. Would love to see you come capitalize on the $12.99 Catfish Special. It is dynamite, as well as the coldest beer in town. Are you kidding me? Shout out to Tolo David from Haslett, who just slid over the old Michelob.
He's the best.
Got the little ice chunks in there. It's one of my favorite things about drinking cold
chunks.
beer. Yeah,
Nice.
it's a huge win.
Pastry chef Eric said the catfish was great.
Yeah,
Well,
I was
today's
eyeballing
the Catfish Special, $12.99.
Yeah, it's the real deal. Segment here in the Nation brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. And if you or a loved one get hurt in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels 214-333-3333. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Here's Lucius.
Yo, check one, check two, check party. I hear a little echo in the back. What's good? How y'all feeling, man?
Great.
Good, sir.
Fantastic.
All right. That pre-roll, that hybrid got a hold of me right now.
Oh, snap.
It's got a hold of me.
We got a gift for you, by the way, Lucius.
Got a hold of me.
Shout out to Black and Gold B.
Boomer snaps.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
Black Gold
huh?
B is always coming bringing gifts.
Shout out to you, Black and Gold B. All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. And replay the champion right here at 2:20-ish. This is day 2 for this champion audio. This man is a blind man, and he describes what it's like. Well, what it's like for him to hear the game of tennis.
Okay, wait, what were you doing?
Well, I was just going to show you what a blind guy hears when tennis is on television.
Okay, let's see it.
But
Let's hear
you
it.
got to close your eyes. You have to close your eyes. You can't watch.
Okay.
Okay. That's what a blind guy sees when tennis is on.
That's really good.
What a talented
That is
individual.
really good.
I mean, 19 sounds all at the same time.
All at the same time.
Really, really impressive stuff. There it is, your G-Bag of the Day champ. We'll have a new batch of nominees at 5:30 as we are commercial-free, expressway style, going into LA Live at 5:40. But right now it's time for the Wooly Bully Top 10 List of the Day.
All right, we've got the top 10 most overrated stadiums in pro sports. 877-881-1053. Have you ever maybe gone and visited a stadium and you were like, I had high expectations? This was very underwhelming. I know a couple of my friends did a MetLife Stadium trip a few years ago.
Yep.
Cowboys Giants. Came back and said, man, I don't get what the hype is with MetLife Stadium.
Yeah.
Really underrated.
Very expensive.
Didn't
to build.
like it.
Very expensive to build.
If you like ornery, drunk Italians, that's your
I
spot.
would say this.
I know the one
I
you're
would
going
say
for.
the Giants fans are more educated than the Eagles fans.
Okay.
Slightly.
Not slightly.
Really?
Are the Eagles the least educated fan base?
I'm talking about football education.
Okay.
Football. Giants fans know the situations in the game.
Oh, they know ball.
That's from Parcells being in there, and then they get Coughlin. They understand. They're kind of a fan base. Like, okay, why would you do that?
I guess that's kind of shots fired at Andy Reid then, huh? A little
Well,
bit?
Andy, I'm just saying though, the Philly fans are not. They're not as in tune with the game as the Giants fans.
That's
are.
just DNA, genetics.
Yeah, a lot of that is.
Yeah.
You want to know what I tell you? My overrated place is.
Because you've been to a lot, Broadus.
I've been to a lot. I could probably guess the one you're going.
Go ahead and say it.
Guess it.
Wrigley.
Wrigley Field.
Oh.
I think Wrigley Field is the most overrated place I've ever been to in my life when it comes to watching a sporting event.
And what sucked so bad about it? The hot dogs?
They call it the friendly confines.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't move around in it. You can't see in it. I mean, nobody's watching the game, really. I know Brad Sham's probably listening right now, and he's about to send me a million text messages.
So you feel like you're on like
Christie
a
Scales.
budget airline?
Yeah, I feel like, to me, I in Wrigleyville, you could go to the Cubby Bear, drink old-style beer cheap, get hot dogs cheap, and watch the game and be like, and just kind of feel like that. You go in that stadium, it doesn't feel like, to me, watching it's no. It's one of the most overrated places I've ever been to in my life. I wouldn't go back.
920. Wrigley is a dump.
Mm-hmm.
We got some others that are texting in here. Yankee Stadium was not what the hype was supposed to be.
Okay, the old Yankee Stadium or the new Yankee Stadium?
Good question, 940. Was it the new one or the old one?
Yeah.
We've got AT&T from the 214. Washington National Stadium was a disappointment from the 817. LSU from the 325. Maybe it was a day game.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask, because depending on if you're an LSU, well, if you're an LSU fan, you're not going to say that. But if you're a visitor like Texas A&M or any of the other schools, Arkansas that's rolled in there, I could see the day game environment to me is not as good as the nighttime environment.
Mm-hmm.
So that part of it, I would agree on that. But yeah, I think in the SEC as a whole, day games over night games, or the experiences. Now those 2:30 games in Tuscaloosa aren't bad.
No,
that turn into late in the year and they turn into dark games.
Yeah, I do like that.
When you transition into that. But man, I'll tell you another place, and this is a hometown. I think the Cotton Bowl is a dump. I cannot stand going to football games in the Cotton Bowl.
Did you always feel that way?
When I went to, because of Bennett being at Texas, and I have friends that are Oklahoma alum, going to games with them, I'm like, I'll never do this again. And when you invite me, I've gotten tickets before, and given them, like my friends, I have friends like at the Cotton Bowl committee. They're like, hey, Brian, got a couple of tickets to Texas OU. I'll take them and give them away, because I do not want to. They're trying to expand it. I'm more about trying to get into I don't need to be herded into one area.
Sure.
We had that experience, the outdoor game. The outdoor hockey game. The outdoor hockey game. It was a great experience to be a part of an outdoor hockey game, but the Cotton Bowl made it just impossible to enjoy.
Everybody's going in the same place.
Everybody's going. It's just not conducive to people, the size of the crowds and stuff. It's just, even though it's a big venue, it just does not have the flow. And that's how I believe, get me to my seat, get me away to my seat, get me over to the concessions, let me see the sight lines, all that stuff. That's important to me. But if I have an issue getting to my seat, that's an immediate turnoff to me.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed Texas OU. Just once you're seated, I enjoyed it. But you're right.
You didn't like
tough.
getting into the stadium.
It's tough to get in and out. It is.
And that's why they're trying to redo the stadium and make it bigger. I was watching videos the other day, okay, hey, we're going to keep this part of history, but we're going to widen this part. And it's.
I hope it works.
They're about 40 years too late on this.
Yeah.
This should have been done years ago, and in order, and the fact that even Texas, you talked about, hey, listen, let's make this thing home and home like Alabama Auburn do, because Alabama Auburn used to play at Legion Field, and they said nah. But to me, the stadium has to be my ability to get in and out of it, and then the other, like the amenities. I don't so much worry about the food and all those other things. Just get me to and from my seat and have flow.
It's just about knowing that you can leave the game to listen to the game in your car at any point. Whenever the mood strikes.
There's no question that is something I will wear the rest of my life. But but it is. You have the ability to stand up and just walk out in the middle of a World Series game. Sure. You got to have that kind of
exercise that right.
We don't need to bring
to freedom.
Up that
You're right. I'm sorry,
stuff, man.
You guys forgive me for that. I'm sorry for that.
I'll forgive you for now. The horseshoe was awesome at Ohio State. I would not say that was overrated. Underrated was Memorial Stadium in Nebraska. That, everybody, if you're a college football fan, you need to experience. I love that. And I did not think Pittsburgh was overrated. I thought Pittsburgh was badass.
Let me tell you another one I think is kind of overrated, is the Coliseum out in Los Angeles.
Really?
I think that's an overrated place. And they've done some improvements to it or try and make it a little bit better. And I'm not talking about just sitting in the press box and places like that. I think that is a very, very overrated stadium when it comes to watching football.
We've got a couple of texts for SoFi Stadium in L.A., also overrated. It looks, we got to drive by it. It looks really cool from the outside.
I have not seen a game at SoFi.
But haven't seen a game there either. We did get a text, and this is the honorable mention, number 15 on the list, and I hope that this does not disappoint you, 817. Fenway Park is an honorable mention on here at 15. Going to Fenway this Sunday, hopefully it doesn't let me down. I hope that it doesn't either, because Fenway is a bucket list for me too. Maybe I'd probably put Fenway now over Wrigley. You've got me kind of scarred about paying to go to Wrigley.
No, go see it yourself, but I'm just telling you, though, you can hang out in Wrigleyville and have just as much fun at that game.
You ever been to Notre Dame?
I have, and Notre Dame is not overrated.
Okay.
The great thing about Notre Dame when you're on the field and you're warming up, this is from the 1980s.
Yeah, yeah.
But we're warming up and we're kicking the ball into the stands and there's no net. So, like, the balls are going into the stands.
Fans are shagging balls?
They're shagging it, but they're not giving them back. Oh. So your whole warm-up is spent trying to, like, get the footballs back.
You're negotiating.
You're like, come on, throw the ball. And they're like, no, they're not going to throw the ball. And they just mess up your whole warm-up.
That's hilarious.
Notre Dame is a great venue.
Dodger Stadium on the honorable
Dodger
mention.
Stadium.
The Moda Center in Portland. Gavin could probably tell us about that one.
Yeah.
Kyle Field in College Station at number 12.
I'll tell you what, man.
I went to a
thought-
game against
yeah.
SMU when I was in like 7th grade, and I thought it was awesome.
I was myself, David Hellman, and Bennett were part of the 7 overtime game where they changed the rules. With Kellen Mond, that was a crazy night, and I like going to games at Kyle Field. I don't think are overrated.
I'm all for the A&M. Hey, yeah, whatever you want to say. I don't think Kyle Field's overrated.
No.
I think that's a shame to be on here. And then TIAA Bank Field in Jacksonville.
I used to work in Jackson. That's the old Gator Bowl. It's not what it cracked up to be. No.
Top 10 most overrated stadiums in sports. Michigan, a.k.a. the Big House, at number 10. We've got the Coliseum at number 9. Now, this is the Oakland Coliseum, which is vacant now.
Yeah, that was bad. The black hole, that part of it was fun, but the actual stadium itself is terrible.
That's the all-time. That place leads the league in casualties, right?
Well, that place and your place in Washington, that you're talking about just Poopville, like sewage coming down out of the
Poopville.
Ceiling stuff
Welcome
like that.
to Poopville.
Feces Field.
Yeah, Feces Field.
Tropicana Field at number 8.
I never been there.
Me either, and hopefully we get it back. SoFi Stadium is number 7 in L.A. Northwest Stadium, home of the Washington Commanders.
I've been there.
6.
That's an absolute dump.
I feel like you kind of know that now when you're going to it.
I'll tell you what, I'm really happy. It sounds like they're going to build their new stadium at the old RFK site. I'd love to have gone to the old RFK. That place was rocking.
5 is Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle, where the Kraken are playing.
It's new, huh?
It is new, which is maybe because it's small. I don't know. I don't know what the issue is.
Those stadiums in Seattle are actually pretty good.
They're loud.
Been to the baseball. The football one is so loud.
That Lumen?
Lumen Field, yeah.
I guess they don't have any club or VIP options. It's understaffed for concessions. It's super crowded. Might not be one you like. 4 is Levi Stadium, where the Super Bowl is going to be next year, Santa Clara.
Broadcasted with Brad Sham a couple of times in the preseason there. Liked the sight lines. I felt like it was a good place. The foghorn's a little irritating, but other than that, it's good.
Number 3, Jerry World.
I don't know, man.
I don't think it's overrated.
I don't think it's overrated.
I wouldn't say we've got much of like a home field. I know, hey, the Cowboys had an awesome win streak at home, but we do get taken over a lot.
We could have a home field advantage if we could play the curtain game,
Yeah, that could be. Hey, find a way to make that an advantage for you.
Yeah, like, the curtains fell.
Hey,
we can't
run
get
the
them up.
When you whittle it down, all things bad Cowboys, that's the most.
It's
that's
the most
that's
egregious.
the dumbest one.
100%.
I enjoy going to that stadium, believe it or not.
I do too.
It's much better to me than Texas Stadium, and we had season tickets for 20 years.
I love
Texas
it. I do still miss Texas. It is. It's a gorgeous stadium. We did get a couple of texts about number 2, and that is, and I'm sorry, Black and Gold B, the Caesars Superdome in New Orleans coming in number 2.
Yeah, it's got its issues. They've tried to upgrade in some ways. After Katrina, they did a lot more to it because it just got just decimated because they were housing folks there and stuff. But it's got a lot of history to it. On the field is very, very cool, and the press box is an absolute disaster. And I watched LSU win 2 national championships.
Oh, that's right.
So I can't say it's a bad stadium.
No, it's got a special place in your heart.
Right.
But number 1 most overrated stadium in sports, Wrigley Field.
Is it
in Chicago?
Oh, you nailed it, bro.
It was number 1. You are not the only one.
I'm sorry,
that
Cub
believes that
fans.
Wrigley is overrated.
I'm sorry, Cub fans, but I think you want to you're holding on to something that you need to move on from.
And it says many of Wrigley's seats are simply too small for the average person to sit in without spilling over into their neighbor's space.
Yeah,
and that's a big
Cotton
issue.
Bowl's that way too.
That's a big issue.
Yep.
All right, we've got the Cowboys survey results out. They are something that we need to look at. Do we agree? Do we disagree? How many games will they win? How long will Shoddy be the head coach? Let's go over these results next to the Nation.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are they? Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron?
Beginning to end, 7 days a week from Oxnard and the Star. Bet you will, beginning Monday, July 21st on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We're hanging out here, Shell Shack, North Henderson in Dallas. We are waiting to re-up on some more Cowboys Crown Royal jerseys. They should be here any minute. As soon as those are out, though, we'll probably be out, but I would still encourage you to come out and party with us. We're going to be here till 7 p.m. Awesome specials, $4 beer and shot specials all day, every day. Catfish special for $13. They got live crawfish. That's still available. You can drinks to go. It's an awesome vibe. We got tons of Tolos out here. In fact, there's a Tolo here, Dee Dee, that's known me since I was like 6 years old.
Is that right?
Yes. So I went to elementary school with her daughter, Haley. So I've known her since I was in like first grade. It's bizarre.
Incredible, dude.
It's amazing.
It's a family affair.
It really is.
Rodeo Ron made an appearance.
Rodeo Ron's out here. He's already had a shot of the Jim Beam.
He told me a story about the last time he had tequila, where he ended up walking on the expressway without clothes on.
Oh.
But there was also a bit of a strap-it-on situation, and he was it was post Ozzy Osbourne.
Did you get Phil Handed?
So pretty unbelievable. He's trying to dig up the tape. He says there's video footage out there somewhere.
I don't know that we want that.
It's just
footage.
like on
Maybe
Channel
that footage
8.
Stay buried. Let's not dig that footage up, Ron. But if you find it, hey, who are we to say we're not going to take a peek ski? Did Brian Broaddus ask the longest question in fan history? We'll get to that on the other side.
Oh, I'm excited for this, dude. I didn't even realize it in the moment, but we had some Tolos checking in real time, being like, hey, did he beat my long, crappy question to Steven from years ago, which we thought would stand the test of time? Perhaps.
Was this the CY?
No, this was to Jared yesterday.
This was a Jared moment.
Well, and if I remember, and we'll get to it.
Look, he's hanging his head.
It might be. We'll see. We'll see. We're going to time it. We'll find out at the top of the hour. But the Cowboys fan survey, courtesy of our buddy John Machota and The Athletic.
I thought it was a CY question, and I thought that was long. But now you mentioned it.
The Jared one, because it was one of those where like you asked it, then Jared kind of started talking, then he kind of jumped in again. It might be. We'll see.
This could be close.
How many games will the Cowboys win this season? The options: less than 8, 8 to 9, 10 to 11, 12 or more. Now, my vote, I think they'll be 10 and 7. That's what I'm going with. So I would have gone to 10 to 11, but I don't know if you guys agree with that. I mean, Eric, I think you're looking at the 8 to 9 range.
Yeah,
maybe?
I'm an 8 or 9 guy.
I think, Brian, we did our win-loss on Love of the Star, and we went 11. So you'd go 10 to 11?
I think I'm 10 to 11, yeah.
And the Cowboy fans agreed at 10 to 11. Half of them voted that they believe that will be the total for the Cowboys. Over half the fan base expects a double-digit win season. That could be asking for a lot. You do have a new coach, mostly new coaching staff, but you got Dak back. Micah, CD, can they stay healthy? 10 wins possible if that's the case. Now, what do you consider a good season? And I like this question because I do think myself and a lot of other Cowboy fans, with how long this NFC Championship drought's gone, it's NFC Championship or bust. Because you've seen the division round. But yes, I think you have to recalibrate that with the new coach. And we got to kind of look at this team. We can't put all of that frustration and lump it on the expectations for this 2025 version.
I hate to be this guy, but I'll be this guy. You know, I'm hopeful 10 or 11. Shoddy does not need to be 3-14, not off the jump. Now, my hope for him is that they win 9 to 10 games. That might not get him in the tournament. That 10 games would probably get you in the tournament. But I just remember my experience in Green Bay with Mike Holmgren and the first-time head coach and that kind of thing. You want to be able to build off that. You know, now it's like if you say NFC Championship game or bust, and you end up, 7-11 again. That now he needs to have a winning season, in my opinion, to build credibility with his players. That the things that he's trying to put in and implement, that okay, now we didn't have a great roster in Green Bay. That's when Favre and they were all getting started with us. They have a much better roster in Dallas, but he needs to have in my opinion, a winning season, and that to me would be successful. Because I say it can't be 3-14 or some crazy thing like that.
Right.
Because all of a sudden then now the questions and all the things you tried to build just completely go out the window, and now there's more questions about you, the staff. Are you going to be a one and done? All these things kind of come into play. He can't have a losing season at all. If he has a winning one, I think for me that would be a success. Just because I think he needs to get off to a good start being a first-time head coach.
Yeah, what would you consider a good season? The options were have a winning record, make the playoffs, win at least a playoff game, or win multiple playoff games. And the most votes were win at least one playoff game.
I hope you folks are right. But me personally, I think having a winning season, because I think there's going to be, especially with this schedule, and especially with some of the unknown on the defense, some of the things, the unknowns on the offense. You've got a bunch of new coaches that have not coached in the National Football League before. Like I said, I want Clayton Adams to be my offensive line coach. I'm sorry, Coach Riley, about you being entitled, but at least year one, let Clayton Adams be my offensive line coach, and let's let everybody learn what we're trying to do here in year one. But if you end up in the playoffs and win a game, that's even better. But my expectations are this staff has got to learn, the head coach has got to learn, and the players have got to find a way to gel for both.
How long will Brian Schottenheimer be the head coach of your Dallas Cowboys? The options were one and done, 2 seasons, 3 seasons, 4, 5, or more. 3 seasons. Got the most percentage of votes on this Athletic Cowboys survey. Every Cowboy head coach has been given at least 2 years. The only one that didn't get more was Chan Gailey. And Jerry has said several times that he regrets that decision. I do think you're looking at a minimum of 3 years, unless, to your point, now, I mean, Dave Campo did get 5-11, 5-11, 5-11, but
we deserve to get fired for that.
Unless it's just an ultimate train wreck, and that probably means that you lost your quarterback again, and maybe this team has to do soul searching, and you're looking at a total rebuild in that case. I think it is a minimum of 3 years for Shoddy.
Yeah, if all of a sudden it turns into a 3-14 or 5-12, whatever you want to do. If it is that bad where they're that much under 500, and then the second year he'll get 2 years. And depending on, because he has got to get this thing off to a really, really good start. They've got to build credibility with this team. He's got some veteran players, he's got some young players, but he can't afford to lose this roster right off. Okay, you tried to tell us this. Tried to pump music in at practice. You tried to have fun in the locker room. And then all of a sudden, what does he have to do? He completely flips as a coach. He becomes something that he wasn't when he first took the job.
Yeah.
Now the players are looking at phony. His coach is phony. phony.
Yeah.
This is not a real. This is a phony coach. You know, you can't do that. You can because the minute the losing starts, and Jesse Holly and I were talking about this last night. The minute the losing starts, that's when you're going to find out what kind of coach he is.
Absolutely. And then
it's all fun and games now.
And George
we're
Pickens,
all
what
having
happens
fun
there?
at Oxnard, and we got our visors on backwards, and
Feeling great.
Yeah,
La la.
everything is great. We're having no wins, losses. The minute you start playing games and losing them, that's when you're going to know what kind of coach he is, and that's either going to carry him forward, or that's going to get Jerry and Steven to have to get on the phone and get maybe Bill Belichick from North Carolina or something like that.
We get the report in like November, all of a sudden that ping pong table's nowhere to be found.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, I guarantee you there'll be a post-game show where Wooly will go, that just shows, care more about damn ping pong than, tackling somebody.
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff that gets mentioned. The minute, and every talk show host will say, boy, there was such a great feeling. And all those tweets come back.
Yeah.
All those tweets come back to us, and they start to, Wanye Thomas, oh, good to play football again. Good, boy, taking a breath here. Yeah. They're going to remind you, like, was he Wade Phillips? Was he not tough enough?
Yeah.
Was he Camp Cupcake guy? All those things are going to come up and be brought up.
And then we had, if you could only re-sign one of the 2026 unrestricted free agents right now to a team-friendly deal, who would it be? The options were Pickens, Bland, Ferguson, and Sam Williams. And by a big margin,
Pickens, huh?
It was Deron Bland. This was the most surprising result, wrote Machota. I figured that Deron Bland and Pickens would be a good battle, but it wasn't close at all. Bland was clearly the player fans would like to see remain in a Cowboys uniform, as he had 54.6% of the vote.
Well, the minute that Pickens starts playing like a one, I'm sure Machota's voting will turn, because there's a chance that George Pickens could have a really, really good year with a quarterback that's going to get him the ball.
Mm-hmm.
One that's going to throw it to him on the move and not make him contort for every pass he's going to get. He's going to finally play with a quarterback that can help him.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt Pickens is going to be good, and he's a good player. There might be a scenario where, like, Blaine's the only good corner on the team.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, oh, gosh, if you let him go. And I'm hopeful Savone Ravel is awesome. I mean, we liked him a lot.
I've talked to people over there. Ravel's going to be, he's going to have to be 100%. But people were saying, I saw on Twitter where people were saying, no, he's going to not play till the middle of the season, and I'm like, no, that's not accurate. And we're going to see him at training camp and be ready for that.
I always love the Cowboys fan survey. There's some more questions we can maybe get to later on in the show, as we're broadcasting live from Shell Shack here, North Henderson in Dallas. Come on out, party with us. The drinks are already flowing out here, as we got Rodeo Ron getting the party going. But up next, we got some baseball sound.
Sounds of the Baseball Day, Walchuk featuring Jared Sandler, Brett Boone. We got catcher walk-offs.
Sure.
And we also have a potential record-breaking question from the crusty Brian Broaddus himself. That's next, live from Shell Shack here in the Nation.
All right, let's talk trade.
To the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
2:30, right here on the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools. The more you...
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Gavin McKenna is the unquestioned...
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation. Our bartender, Sergio, he is pouring them up right now. As we got birthday boy Richie, he is in the building. We are going to take a little birthday drink with our guy Richie from Ennis. Big happy birthday to him. We do, of course, have the C-Note. We got Krusty's Corner coming up at the bottom of the hour. This is really a phenomenal time here. Shell Shack right off North Henderson in Dallas. We will be getting in about 15 minutes more of the Cowboys Crown Royal jerseys. So we've already got a good Tolo showing that's been waiting patiently for the next round of jerseys. Now, it's only while supplies last. So you're going to want to get out here. Unfortunately, if you're not able to get one, as we mentioned, the only one that might be left standing would be the one that Eric is wearing, in which case you're going to have to figure out some type of trade for him.
And I'm an easy bargain. Let's be real about that, Walter.
Yeah, you can be a cheap date.
I can.
Oh, I know.
And I have, and I will.
I took a survey I took a survey of the Tolos. I said, hey, would you guys come out here if these jerseys weren't available? What do you think I surveyed 4 guys. What do you think the vote was? Like, yes, I'm coming out regardless and seeing you, or no, I just came for the free swagger.
I'm going 4 for 4. They wanted to see the woolly bully, and they wanted to see those chesticles live in the flesh.
I'm with you. I think we got some loyal polos here.
You got 3 that were all for us.
Okay.
1 says he's about the swagger.
I respect it.
That's fair.
Respect it.
Hey, 3 out of 4, we'll take it, boys.
And you know what? Let me tell you what. The Tolos are good people.
Yep.
I'm going to take my own survey. We only have 1 guy that's honest about what we just the survey.
Yeah, that's true. They're all ball
I know everybody else is afraid that, like, I don't want to say anything wrong to Broadus or anything like that.
Don't want to say no.
The 1 guy that said, you know what, Broadus, I really don't care about you. I've come for the jersey. I respect that guy more than anybody.
Oh, man.
Anybody.
You do love honesty.
I love honesty. Because I wouldn't come out to see you bums.
We know that. Well, the moment of truth has arrived, as we've got a glorious baseball audio segment, and we got to figure out, Eric, if your record has been broken when it comes to the longest,
I'm pulling the clock out.
Most uncomfortable question in the history
I'm
of
pulling the
fan.
clock out here. We're going to see about this.
He's pulling his clock out. Did you hear that, ladies and gentlemen?
He's pulling out. We got
Everybody
offers
step
coming
back.
in on the text for money here, Eric, to get that jersey, but you got to bring it out to them.
Oh, I'm going to be doing a.
And knowing you, if the number's high enough, you might just be willing to.
I could use a 10-ski. I could always use a 10-ski. Okay.
Need gas money going home.
Okay, so my question was 66 seconds to Stephen Jones.
Was it really
66? Bro, 66 seconds to ask a question
I
is
thought it was
diabolical.
like 90.
No, 66 seconds is
Sergio, Sergio's going to bring these rounds of shots out for Richie real quick. Sergio.
Okay, we got the Richie.
Let's make this happen.
The Richie birthday shots. 38 years old, Rich. Rich, 38. It's the big 38.
Happy big 38,
Look
Rich.
at that.
Happy big 38. We got Sergio, who's done an excellent job. They got awesome specials out here. By the way, $4 beer and shot specials all day, every day.
Is this the Mexican candy? Is that what we're doing here? Yes. Little tahini on the rim.
Now, I know Shanda Panda, the Jolly Rancher. Oh, you got one. Okay. Shanda Panda.
Happy birthday, Richie, right?
Happy birthday, Rich.
Yeah,
Happy
cheers
birthday,
to
Rich.
Rich.
Happy
Happy
birthday,
38.
Rusty.
I'll drink to
Big
that
time
Mexican
cheers.
cando.
Thank you.
All right, this is
cheers.
We're about to do lion radio
All right,
here.
let's find out.
There's no way.
Woo. Oh my gosh. Okay, that was good. We're going to build up to Broadus's long, interrupting, crappy Jared question at the end, but we're going to start. We're going to start with Jared Sandler himself. We head to the top of the 7th. Broadus probably listening on the Odyssey app.
I'm listening.
Did you hear this call of the Jake Burger? Listen to the way he calls this home run.
This could be either quick or we could be in for a long one as Burger hammers one to left field. That one is back, and it's not going to stay in the yard. Home run for Jake Burger. A solo shot. The Rangers lead 11-1 on Burger's 11th ding-dong of the year.
Oh, ding-dong.
He went with the rare, ever-elusive ding-dong call.
Ding-dong.
And you can actually hear him pause. He sort of caught up in the air.
He caught it.
Doesn't know exactly where he wants to pivot to. I think he wanted to go dong there, and then he sort of... He muted himself on that, and he goes, you know what? Let me pivot to the ding-dong.
I was listening.
And I'm sure that perked you up a little bit.
Yeah, it was funny because I always text him after a win and say congratulations, and he goes, crazy game. That was it. It's usually like, hey, thanks. But he goes, crazy game. So here we are.
We'll ask Jared about the ding-dong call later on in the program, live here from Shell Shack. So this morning you had Rangers hitting coach Brett Boone on with Sean and RJ, 9:20.
7:20 in the morning out there in California.
7:20 from the hotel room in Anaheim.
Yeah.
Here's Brett Boone, as he is every Wednesday at 9:20 with Sean and RJ. They asked him, this is by way of hello to start off the conversation.
Would you like to start with us being your good luck charm or ding-dong?
Ding dong.
I like the ding dong. I've never heard ding dong before.
No.
Okay, he liked the ding dong. Okay, so we get the Boone stamp of approval for Jared Sandler, but he also acknowledges, as a guy who is in a baseball family, a baseball lifer, he has never heard the ding dong call before on a broadcast. So Jared made history last night as the Rangers ran it up on the Angels. That's special stuff. Jared joins us later on in the program. Now, let's go ahead. This was crazy. This was the craziest thing in baseball last night. This is the Phillies going full Little League, okay, and they're losing the game on a 3-run inside the park home run.
You see the highlight of it?
Yes, it's incredible.
What angle did that thing hit? It was to carry him from center field all the way to left field.
They'll be breaking that down in
here we go.
In a geometry class near you at some point. But yes, here it is. This was, let's see, this is Patrick Bailey, catcher, okay? The first catcher in 99 years to hit a walk-off inside the park home run. Take it away, San Francisco Giants radio.
One out. Patrick hits a high drive, deep right center field. This one is off the top of the wall, and it ricochets, and it's rolling on the warning track. 2 runs are in. Bailey coming around third. Patrick Bailey scores! It's an inside the park walk-off home run. Now we've seen everything. And Patrick Bailey gets tackled as he crosses home plate. Amazing.
Yes, very amazing. Awesome baseball euphoria for the Giants, and a total. That'll be SportsCenter. I mean, that's probably one of the rare moments where you get SportsCenter #1 play for the top 10, and then later in the week, they'll classify it as the #1 not top 10 for the Phillies,
team.
right? Where you get the double appearance.
Well, yeah, that outfield wall there with the Giants is some crazy angles out there. It's kind of like what's going on there at Texas. And that thing hit. It looked like it was because you see him Bailey swing, and he's thinking it's gone. And then he realizes, oh, damn, I've got to run. And he took off, for a catcher, did a great job. But that thing hit like at a severe angle to get all the way over. It's just this jagged outfield wall out there. It just totally just ricocheted. And good for the Giants. It was a great play.
It was the first day in MLB history to feature both a leadoff inside the park homer, because you had Lawrence Butler do that, and that walk-off inside the park home run from Patrick Bailey. Historic day in Major League Baseball yesterday.
That's outstanding. Well, now we head to Milwaukee, where they are doing an in-game telecast interview with the Brewers manager, Pat Murphy, and they're asking him about their pitcher, who's been pretty awesome, Mizorowski. But the Brewers are up to bat, and so you're in the midst of the Brewers batting. They're talking to the manager, and they're thinking this is going to be a home run. He's about to get excited. He drops the S-bomb in the middle of it because he's ticked. It was no homer.
Yeah. Brewers, Murph, thanks for spending some time with us. We've got to get your thoughts, what you've seen so far from your flamethrower, Jacob Mizorowski. It's pretty elite stuff here as Monasterio sends one to left.
Get out of here.
It's deep. It's caught off the wall.
That's him going, get out of here. Get out of here. Yes. Didn't get the home run. Now, Pat Murphy, and I heard this during Baseball Nuggets today with Kevin Hagelin and Corey Majors in the KNC Masterpiece, apparently talking about Mizorowski. He says, this is a real quote, he's just broken the shell, man. He's just out of the egg. All arms and legs. He's still got gooey stuff coming off him.
Gooey stuff.
He's something special.
He's ooey gooey.
How about that for an analogy right there from Brewers manager Pat Murphy? Now, let's take it back to our program yesterday. We're going to go back-to-back G-Bag Nation. We close with the potential record setter from Brian Broaddus.
All right.
But we start with Kamar Rocker. We had a finger-licking question yesterday on the show.
Finger-licking good.
Talking about the ice cream sandwich remnants on your finger. A couple of us in the G-Bag Nation will just lick that right off. A couple others will just have to run that under the sink, maybe get some soft soap involved. Okay? Now, here was Kamar talking about wings, flavor, fingers. What's up, Kamar?
Okay, now how much of you got like sauce on the fingers? Okay, we were talking about this with ice cream sandwiches earlier, and you get like the remnants on your fingers after. You going to wash that like in the sink, or are you licking that off?
No, that's getting licked off.
Thank you.
Okay,
Hey, man.
good tomorrow. We could not count on you for one thing today.
We'll use a napkin, but there's no reason to wipe that stuff off.
What a stud, Kamar Rocker.
Nah, he's the only one.
No, he's not.
He is the only one.
I would do the same
I
thing.
called him out for it, too. I said, you had one job today, and you didn't do it.
You're foolish.
You had one job.
Well, what's his job tonight?
His job's to throw a no-hitter.
I think we're going
Yeah, he's going to do that. You know that.
That'll be a tip of the cap to the G-Bag Nation and to wing sauce on the fingers of everyone throughout our
He
great
knows
country.
his wings, by the way.
Oh, he does.
What is he, Asian Zing guy?
He was Asian Zing, but he even said he'll throw the blue cheese in there on you.
Mix and match with the blue cheese and the ranch.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the moment. This is the moment.
Okay.
Whip out that clock. Is your clock out?
I got it right here.
Okay. Let's go ahead and get ready to hit that start button. Clock with an L. Here we go. Brian Broaddus, did he break the record? Okay, for the longest question
This is going to be close. This is going to be close.
With Jared Sandler yesterday. Take it away, Mr. Broaddus.
Hey, Jared, and maybe it's me just kind of thinking this, and I don't know if it's true or not, but you're there every night, and I listen to you every night with the broadcast. Are the Rangers having problems with the bottom of opponents' lineups of getting those guys out?
Yeah, well, last night they did.
I mean, I know it's probably a weird question to ask, but why do I feel like that last few games and stuff that we've seen some issues with, they haven't been able to get 7, 8, 9. I know last night 7 and 8 were a big problem. But I was just wondering if is there something I'm missing there? I'm trying to kind of feel like that why is the bottom of the lineup like? Because I was listening to you last night, you're like, well, here's the 212 hitter, and all of a sudden it's base hit, and you're like I'm going, damn, Jared's trying to tell us there's a possibility here that they can get a ground ball and play this thing. They're playing in the middle of the infield for 2 and that kind of stuff, and I just feel like, why is the bottom of the lineup killing me right now?
Yeah, no, you're right.
Maybe it's just this one game, but I just kind of felt like there's been other games where they just haven't gotten through that part. He didn't answer the question.
No, you wouldn't let him.
He's so slow to answer the question. It's a split. It's a split question. And he was like taking forever.
So that's how you drew it up, is what you're alleging?
That was 1:07. That was pretty damn long.
That was 1:07.
Well, when I stopped it was.
Well, yeah.
Which was fair, because we kept his little answer at the end, where you actually, surprisingly, didn't cut him off, and he went on for his Jared Sandler ramble.
He was thinking about the question because it was actually a really good one.
It was.
And he was thinking about, and you notice he pulled stuff up off his computer because he was on his phone and he pulled up, he said, listen, they've been getting the 7, 8, 9 out, but the last 2 nights, you're right about that.
Right.
Yeah.
No, you were right. You were coming from a place of correct.
Get ready for today. Click the pick. Pick the click. Whatever we're gonna do.
It's gonna be the shortest question in history.
It's gonna be like my guy in Gilmer. Guy in Gilmer.
Yeah.
Dak, football today.
So, okay, so how do we rule this, though? I mean, I would love, Lucius, if you have any thoughts on this. There was a lot of starting and stopping and interrupting and jumping back in. All the while, Broaddus is right? It's a great question, but I feel like that's the new record.
I don't know.
What was the original? What was yours?
66.
I got you by a second.
Yeah.
Mine's the longest.
Yeah.
Mine's the longest.
I mean, it's like a 3-part run-on question. Is what it is.
I feel like Broaddus can pull this off every day, too, if he wanted to. He can keep topping it every single day. Like, I got another question for you. Check this out.
I don't think you're wrong, Lucius.
Set a new PR
every single day, bro. It's like a marathon. Like, look at this man go.
You want to try it again today? We got back to it. We got Jared at 440. We got Ari Temkin at 5.
Ari will outdo me.
Okay.
Ari will outdo me.
With the question?
No, with the answer. Ari will go with you could give Ari a little question and he could take that thing and run.
Yeah.
He could take that thing and run.
He's got impressive PJ Carlissimo.
Yeah, he does. He does.
Yeah, he does.
Well, nice work. Congratulations, Brian Broaddus, ladies and gentlemen.
Brian.
A new record.
Hey, Broaddus, do you have a therapist or anything you talk to?
Me?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Okay,
no.
I was going to say, you should take this piece of audio to him and just say, hey, can you analyze this?
What do you think?
What does this mean about my brain?
Yeah, what does it say about me?
Man, it says I care about the baseball team, Lucius. That's what I'm trying to get at, right? I care about the baseball team.
What's going on?
Hey, record setter and baseball guy of the day, Brian Broaddus.
Absolutely.
Live at Shell Shack, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Brian Broaddus, come on out.
Thank
we
you.
should have those jerseys here momentarily. Shell Shack.
You keep
North
promising them.
Henderson in Dallas. I hope I don't have egg on my face after promising it. The C-Note coming up next. Where's Micah? In the edge rusher list by the anonymous Brian Broaddus and his other scout buddies, and the Barnwell player rankings. That's next. next in the nation, but stress-free auto care. They are taking the stress out of the auto care, all right? And trust me, I've had many of issues when it comes to my vehicle. Some of it, that's self-inflicted. I'll be...
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, here, give me a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those were babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
Score a hot summer special for your home or business at dfwsecurity.com.
dfwsecurity.com.
All right, it's time for the C-Note here in the G-Bag Nation, live at Shell Shack in Dallas off Henderson. Would love to see you. We got more Crown Royal Cowboys jerseys on the way. Come snag one of those and capitalize on the Wednesday Catfish special here at Shell Shack, $12.99. Absolutely divine. And coldest beer in town, that's for sure. $4 beer and shot specials all day, every day here at Shell Shack. We're having a great time. Tolos galore, having a good party. C-Note time here in the nation. Brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one has been hurt in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. Krusty's Corner coming up in a few minutes. A lot of people alleging maybe it's not a record-setting question because it was 3 separate sort of questions all in one with Jared. We'll have to get the rest of the shows to be the official arbiters on this and see if it's the official record for longest, crappiest question in fan history. And we will get that over to Sean and RJ in the KNC Masterpiece. But in the meantime, here's the Wooly Bully.
Thank you very much. We've got another list. The execs, the coaches, and the scouts. They today put out the edge rushers. Where is Micah Parsons of your Dallas Cowboys on this, courtesy of Jeremy Fowler and ESPN? At number 1.
Oh, snap. The MVP of the party has arrived.
We got a couple of the jerseys.
We got more jerseys
that have arrived. Now, I think possibly when these are gone, we might be out. We might be out.
This will be a tap-out
situation. This is probably it. Like, while people are here, I know we've got some.
I know this lady needs one. She's been waiting. I know she was the first one here.
Hey, do you need XL? You need an XL for Pops? Is that what it is? XL would be a good size.
One.
Let's do that.
And then we will we'll get to this. I know over there in Dee Dee in the SMU shirt, she's been waiting.
Dee Dee and Charlie are getting it done.
Absolutely. They need to get one. And then we'll continue. Hopefully, we've got a little overflow here. But number 1, best edge rusher in the game, Myles Garrett, was voted at number 1 by your Cleveland Browns.
Come on around.
Then we've got T.J. Watt on here of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Made it. Now we need to make sure that the people that have been waiting, like we got
the people that have been waiting.
One.
A lot of people have been waiting.
Yes, because we got I mean, heck, we can even wait till the break if we need to do this. But T.J. Watt coming in at number 2. I don't have an issue with that. That at 1-2 with Myles Garrett and T.J. Watt, and then Micah Parsons at 3. Now they write up the numbers say Parsons does have a very compelling case for number 1. His 126 pressures and 31% pass rush win rate lead the league since 2023. And he's done this despite facing the highest double team rate amongst edge rushers on this list. He's got 19.1 pressure rate last season. He's led the Cowboys. He's got the 8th highest clip in the NFL since he joined the league. So pretty impressive numbers there. But I do think when you're talking about just complete edge rushers and then Max Crosby comes in at 4, followed by Nick Bosa at 5, I don't have an issue with the way the list is ranked at all with those top 5. That's honestly probably the way that I'd look at it. I think you can make a case that at number 6 with Trey Hendrickson, should he even be ahead of Nick Bosa at 5 with the Niners? And Nick Bosa is awesome. But Trey Hendrickson is so underrated, and he did lead the league in sacks last year with 17.5.
Yeah. Yeah, I tell you what, this the whole thing with the way that with Trey Hendrickson, I mean, who's kind of messing this up more right now? Cincinnati or Dallas?
I mean, Cincy.
It seems like to me
is. Because ultimately, like the Cowboys pay their guys, they just wait to the last minute. There's a question mark: does Trey Hendrickson get paid at all?
You would rather have Micah than Trey Hendrickson, right?
Yes, I would.
How about you, there, Chieftain?
I mean, at this stage with the age and stuff, yes. If you were telling me from the beginning of their, like in their primes, you could make the argument for Trey Hendrickson. He's been really unbelievable.
Is there only 1 or 2 rushers that you would take over Micah right now?
Yeah, I mean, Micah is.
There's 3,
and he's in his prime.
Yeah.
I think that's the differentiator right now. Is Micah is in the prime, whereas all these other guys are creeping on the back 9 a little bit. When you think about Myles Garrett, T.J. Watt. Even Trey Hendrickson is a little bit older.
Yeah, I think that Garrett Watt and Max Crosby are all more complete players. I would take all 3 of those.
Yeah, I'm a big Max Crosby fan. He never comes off the
field. And Crosby's
field.
26 or 27. I mean, him and Mike are
never comes off the field.
Same age.
You know?
He's an absolute Iron Man. It was ridiculous every week looking at his snap counts, just not coming off the field.
Yeah.
And as the season went on, it started the wear and tear on him started to be real. But yeah, he's dynamite.
Yeah.
Aiden Hutchinson at 7, Will Anderson of the Texans at 8, Danielle Hunter of the Texans at 9. They're the only team with 2 here in the top 10. And then Jared Verse coming in with the Rams. That Rams defensive line, man, watch out. Kobe Turner, Jared Verse, Braden Fisk. That is a hell of a unit. And then the honorable mentions in your own division. You've got Brian Burns of the Giants. You also have George Karlaftis of the Chiefs. Nick Benito of the Broncos, and he is one of the more underrated in the sport. And then some others that also receive votes: Trevon Walker of the Jags, Josh Hines-Allen of the Jags, and then Khalil Mack still of the Chargers. So that's how it ended up going for those top 10. And Mike at 3, I don't have an issue with it.
Biggest riser for next year, probably Jared Verse.
Yeah, Verse, and then maybe Hutch. If he can stay healthy.
Yeah, if Hutch can stay healthy, absolutely.
But Verse could be a perennial top 5 guy on this.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the way you guys talked about him during draft season, and then I remember the way Broadus talked about him after the joint practice with the Cowboys last year. It was like, holy crap, this guy might even be better than I even thought he was, and I thought he was incredible. And then he goes out, and all season last year, he was next level as a rookie. So.
Yeah, I really to see him live in person, and the way that he was breaking down and it's hard to believe that guy that big, that explosive, that way of playing off the edge, and the way he's able to break down offensive tackles. Whew, that was impressive.
And I think Laitu Latu of the Colts is another guy that has a chance to get up there. Rookie season was okay, but he, I think, is ascending, and in year 2 has a good shot. Now, Barnwell yesterday, we ran out of time to get to it here in the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. He ranks the NFL wide receiver, tight end, running back group, so the best and worst teams, playmakers for every team. Worst in the league is Cam Ward's Tennessee Titans. That's rough. That's rough for him.
Well, I mean, he's got Calvin Ridley. He's got Tony Pollard.
Yeah, they got 2 good running backs in Tajay Spears and Pollard, and then you got Calvin Ridley. And then they did sign Tyler Lockett. I mean, this might be one that ends – and I like Ayomanor, their rookie second-round pick that they got from Stanford. That dude, I think, can be a really good player, but I guess maybe there's some where they're thinking Lockett is Dunsky and Calvin Ridley is also at 30 years old now. I think they're being slighted a little bit at 32. Like, I might like what they've got going on, even though I'm a big Ted Earl.
Is this just for the skill guys?
Just for skills. They've got the Panthers a step ahead at 31. You look inside your own division. Giants are at 26 on here. They're actually a spot higher than they were a year ago.
I mean, Malik Neighbors and Tyrone Tracy, coupled with, what is that, Bellinger at tight end?
Yeah.
Is that what they're running out?
Yeah.
Neighbors.
Not bad.
I feel like that might be a little bit
Darius
low for
Slayton. But I guess it's like what you got to look at the other teams. Like the Bears, I would say, are definitely better, and they're at 25. DJ Moore, Roma Dunze, and then what they're working with now. They just drafted Luther Burden. They've got Colston Loveland, Kyle Monungai, DeAndre Swift, Roshan Johnson, all in the backfield. So
honestly, the fact that they're 25 just shows you how impressive, I guess, the skill sets are.
Some of the weaponry around the league, 100%. Now, when you get to the Cowboys, they're pretty high. They're higher than I thought. Washington's at 13, and then the Cowboys are at 11. They were 7 a year ago, 2023. They were 18 a year ago. They've moved up to 11, and this is really all due in large part to adding George Pickens. Because now Pickens is elevated, your wide receiver 2. At running back, that you would think would really draw them down, but the trio of Lamb, Pickens, and Ferguson is helping them out here. In fact, I don't know, it's just how good CeeDee Lamb is. I'm not really sure that the Cowboys would be better if you look at it as a whole, like consensus, than some of the teams that are behind them.
Yeah. I mean, I think obviously the running back room is bringing the Cowboys down in a big way, obviously. But when you have Lamb and Pickens, which is about as good as you can get from a duo wide receiver, and then it's like how much respect you have for Jake Ferguson.
I think be a top 10.
What if these backs turn into the ability to catch the football? If you get Williams and Blue going catching the ball, that could be something. And how are they going to use Turpin? They used him in the backfield.
That's true.
Maybe there'll be more opportunities for their running backs to be better. It might not be running the ball; it might be catching the ball. Is
an extension of the run game in that way? Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Your top 5 when it came to just overall, hey, where do these rank up? You had the Ravens there at 8. And then number 1.
Oh, no, your computer's doing that thing again, isn't it?
Now we're going ahead.
Number 1 was going to be Philadelphia, Wolchuk.
Which, not a shocker.
Brown and Smith, Goddard's Barkley.
Back. We thought they were going to get rid of him, and then they got the best running back in the game. So it's hard to argue Philly. But you've got Eagles at 1, Cowboys at 11, Washington was at 12, and then the Giants at 26 within your own division. Last thing here, we go back to DallasCowboys.com. They've been asking their 20 questions.
Yep. That's a staple. That's the Nick.
It's great.
That's the Nick Eatman staple of okay, we got to find content right before we go to camp. Let's play 20 questions today. That was always like an ordeal to come up with 20 questions.
Yeah,
as a group.
Some of them have definitely been stronger than others. But overall,
we've not been very good at it sometimes. I'm talking about we'd come up with 2 or 3 really, really good ones, and then there'd be others where I'm like, man, we're really not.
But hey, you got to get to 20 somehow.
Like I say, the mailbag is big for DallasCowboys.com.
Definitely.
Mailbag, people love the mailbag.
I believe it, dude.
I love bagging mail.
Here was the question that they asked today. Who has the most to prove in a contract year?
Okay.
So those that are, and we mentioned a few on that survey, right? Pickens,
Diggs,
Ferguson, Bland. Those guys are all, Richie, you okay, buddy?
Oh, wow. We just had a birthday boy
just took a tumble. It's all right, Rich. It's all right, buddy. Sam Williams is in a contract year. Tyler Elam is in a contract year. Richie's up. Here he is. But if you had to pick one, most to prove in a contract
looks like me
season,
at the parking lot at Avis.
I was just about to say,
man,
check his knee for some scrapes.
It's all right. You know, the one that I'd argue for is Sam Williams.
He just bounced off the floor like that. That was
Sam
impressive.
has not proven that he's had consistency, and he's coming off of an injury. I think, to me, Sam Williams would probably be my vote of the ones in a contract year that have the most to prove right now.
I like that. That's fair. Off the injury and just hasn't had the consistency. You see the flashes of, this guy could really be, from an explosiveness standpoint and, somewhat of just a general athleticism standpoint,
sure.
He's right there in the Micah realm.
Yeah, he is.
He is,
freak.
dude. He's jacked. He moves well, super long arms, and then you got him running on Gunner on the punt team.
Yeah, which is insane. I've never seen a defensive end playing Gunner.
Never seen that before. So if he
Brian
could,
kind of thing.
If he could just find a way to keep some
safety,
some consistency, and sort of get out of his own way. Obviously, the ACL stuff makes it a touch more difficult, but. That's a big one. He's just an ultimate disruptor if he could just be more consistent with it, man.
No doubt. So there's your C-Note.
I love it. All right, there it is. C-Note here in the G-Bag Nation, live from Shell Shack in Dallas off Henderson here until 7 o'clock. Would love to see you. And, hey, friendly reminder, we're actually going to be out and about again at one of the hottest new spots in the DFW Metroplex, Pickler Universe. Pickler Universe in Carrollton, 2800 North, I-35E. just past the George Bush Toll Road. That's going to be on Friday, so come on out, learn all about pickleball. This amazing new club, you're going to love it. We'll be there from 2 to 6:30 this Friday, leading into Rangers and Astros. We'll have pizza, we'll have Stella Artois beers, and we'll have some fantastic fellowship on Friday. Pickler Universe in Carrollton. Cannot wait to see you there. Coming up next, live from Shell Shack, Krusty's Corner.
Yes, we talked about all the skill people the Cowboys have. What are they going to have to deal with on defense in the secondary? We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, another Rangers-Tigers ticket giveaway at 7:20 will get you ready for the Cooper Flag debut, plus the payload at 6:40. It's a Thursday morning with Sean and RJ.
KFC Masterpiece here. We'll be out at Whataburger in Frisco at El Dorado and Coit next Tuesday with a new prickly pear raspberry lemonade.
You can come on out and see us, and as a cool bonus, the Cowboys cheerleaders going to be there from 10 to noon.
You got free personalized custom Raspberry Lemonade.
You can come on out and see us, and as a cool bonus, the Cowboys cheerleaders are going to be there from 10 to noon.
You got free personalized custom trading cards, or you can give them to me, plus a chance to win Whataburger for a year.
What a day! Next Tuesday with us, the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders, and Whataburger in Frisco at El Dorado and Coit.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We will move on and get back to some football, just generality around the league. We've got some audio for you coming up at the top of the hour. This is a historic moment as Eric now smells like, what, cigarettes and Jim Beam?
Yeah. This is heaters and Jim Beam and just a splash of Dr. Pepper. Me and Rodeo Ron with the jersey swap.
Literally, Ron came over and made you go to the back room and said, no, if you're going to give me that jersey you're wearing, you are going to now put on the shirt that I am wearing. And you have both switch shirts.
Shout out to the Grass Monkey Lawn Care.
Unreal.
Got the monkey on the back.
Wow.
And just smelling like Marlboro Reds.
Hey, you're wearing it well, brother. You are wearing it well. All right, time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacements. Here he is, King of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much, Wooly Bully. Appreciate that. You know, Ron saddled up to me, Eric, at the break and was kind of talking about, he's like, listen, he's wearing my shirt with the Jim Beam and the cigarette smell and sweat and all that. And I'm like, you're wearing Eric's shirt, that's no deodorant. You know, that is just straight funk.
I washed my body today in the shower with I believe some goat cheese or something like that.
I told on the face. Then Ron goes, well, Rodeo Crystal, she's in love with Eric, so she might take the shirt with Ron and your scent on there, so that might be a double play for her.
Rodeo Crystal, baby.
So some rodeo style there going on.
I love it.
But
she's the best.
Yeah, I saw Spittle one time. Like we were at one of those remotes where we're with the beer companies that we were doing stuff with back in the
Martin
day.
House?
Yeah, and all of a sudden it's like Spittle, he had a Tolo shirt on that he switched with another person at the event. I don't think
he did it with some Tolo undies one year. This was probably 5-6 years ago. Did a little undie swap.
You know, there's
Spittle's a man of the people.
There's times where I really want to just kind of just hug you and embrace everything you do in radio, and then there's times I just want to just
bam,
exactly
uppercut me,
just uppercut you right there,
right in the jugular.
But that's one of the times I'd hug you because I still don't believe you, but I think that you mean well. You mean well. It's 5 hours of radio, and you mean well.
I do mean well.
You do mean well.
I'm glad you know that.
All right, we did get into this. What is this? We've gone from June radio to July radio now. A couple more weeks, and then we get to talk about football, for real football. Instead of all the lists and stuff like that. But Pro Football Focus, we were talking about the Cowboys receivers, and I wanted to run something by you guys. You know, yesterday I was talking about how important the inside three were going to be for the Cowboys. We're talking about the two guards in the center.
Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe, Tyler Booker.
We guessed it first try.
Yeah, we did. We were really on that.
I don't think you did. I think there was a lot, and maybe it was confusion because of me and confusing questions.
No, it wasn't.
I think we were just goofing, but we knew the right answer.
Just wanted to prove we knew the roster.
Really?
Yeah. We ran it down from top
to
bottom.
I'm not too sure. All right, but Pro Football Focus, they put out the best secondaries.
Oh, okay.
So now you're sitting there thinking like, okay, Cowboys without Pickens, you would be like, holy jeez. Okay, what's interesting is I'm going to read the top half of the opponents that are in the top 10 for Cowboy opponents that have the best secondaries in the league.
Oh, okay.
And you tell me how concerned, and then I'm going to take the list from the bottom and say, oh, okay, now this gives me a little bit of hope.
But so you're just looking at the teams that the Cowboys are going to play this year.
I'm looking at the Cowboys' opponents, and I'm thinking Pickens, Lamb, Ferguson, all those skill guys that we talked about, everybody that's going to be involved. I was thinking like, okay, do you feel good against these matchups and with these teams? All right? And let me go through these. They got the Baltimore Ravens I'm telling you who number one is. They don't play Baltimore, but they're number one. I just want to let you know that.
Okay.
All right. Kansas City at number 2. How do you feel like, okay, Kansas City, is that game going to come down to how well, is that going to be a game that you're going to have to throw the ball, or how are you going to win that game? And do you feel good enough about Pickens, Lamb, Ferguson, those guys going up against the second best secondary in the league?
I mean, Trent McDuffie alone is a guy who can sort of erase somebody out of a game.
Sure.
And then Steve Spagnuolo with what he's able to do just from a dial-it-up standpoint.
Right.
And then you factor in the Chris Joneses of the world that are going to be in that game. That's going to be pretty tough sledding. They still got Nick Bolton, brought him back, Karlaftis.
Jaden Hicks is probably a safety that's going to be pretty damn good in year 2. And then they just drafted Noel Williams, who we liked a lot out of Cal.
Confidence level, poor, good or poor?
I would say poor.
Poor? Wooly?
If I had to choose between good and poor, I'd probably go with poor too. Yeah.
Denver Broncos are number 3 on this list.
Oh, yeah, that's poor.
I might put the Broncos ahead of the Chiefs personally.
I would think so too.
Yeah, they just added Jahdae Barron.
Yeah.
They have
Surtain,
PS2.
Funga.
The defense was nasty last year. Zach Allen. But Benito, they could easily be the best defense in football. And are you going 2 Mile High?
You're going that would, to me, was when I saw the schedule, and
That's
I knew
the most guaranteed L of the year.
That was when that was the one game I didn't even think of. I just said that's an L.
Yeah,
right
me
there.
too.
They don't fare well up there.
I don't think they've beaten Denver.
Detroit's number 6. Good or poor?
Brian Branch is the one guy that really jumps out.
I think they could make some plays against Detroit.
Okay, we feel good about that one.
New defensive coordinator.
Chicago at 7.
Jalen Johnson is really good, but I think they can make plays against Chicago.
Okay. Philadelphia at number 8. I think Philadelphia might be a little low on this number 8 list.
Too. Because of Mitchell and
DeJean.
Yeah.
So it's interesting because Dak
they
is
added
9-4.
They added our safety from Texas.
Makuba
as well.
I mean, Philly is low. Philly should be a top 5er, I think, on this. That's gonna. I still would lean like I think that they'll be able. It's going to be a great battle, but Dak has proven he ain't scared of Philly, man.
Sure.
And those games usually when he's playing are pretty tight.
Yeah.
But this will be the first time he goes up against Eagles' Dick Fangio?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
and
because he missed both games last year. And that's true. Fangio's had his number.
That's an added element.
Yeah. The L.A. Chargers at 9.
They can make plays against the Chargers.
Okay. So the only thing of the top 10, the only ones we feel really, I think maybe Kansas City, but Denver seems like the one that you guys are the most concerned about. Dallas not really been able to make anything with that skill guy.
You and I are on the same page when we did it. It's like that's the one game that I think is a guaranteed L on the schedule. I'd be absolutely blown away if they were to beat Denver on the road.
All right, let's talk about the teams at the bottom. Green Bay at 19.
Yeah, dude.
That bad?
Yeah.
I mean, because they lose Jair Alexander, and they got nothing to speak of. I mean, try and come up with a secondary member in Green Bay.
They just have Javon. I know they have Javon Bullard because I just love that guy out of Georgia 2 years ago.
But
he's a safety. But that corner, I don't think they obviously don't have any corners.
I struggle with naming anyone.
Well, they talk about like with Xavier McKinney.
Oh yeah, they got 2 good safeties.
You know, Carrington Valentine they mentioned as well.
Oh, that guy stunk out of Kentucky.
Yeah, and then rookie safety Evan Williams last year. So we'll see.
Hopefully we can pick apart Green Bay.
Giants at 24.
See, here's the thing: their front 4 is so good that
kind of like Dallas.
Yeah, it could easily make up for the fact that the secondary is not much to speak of.
And they had the sneaky addition of Paulson Adebo, who's been pretty good.
Yes,
but he's coming off an injury.
All right, they got them at number 24. Arizona at 26. Got Garrett Williams, Budda Baker, Jalen Thompson, and then they drafted Will Johnson as well in the second round.
That's a big question.
Yeah.
But Budda Baker's a stud. But I think that you should be able to, especially Will Johnson, a double move.
Minnesota at 27.
Oh,
they're calling this an aging secondary that benefits from the defensive scheme designed to pressure opposing quarterbacks. Got Harrison Smith. We always talk about him. Byron Murphy at cornerback is coming off a career year.
Yeah, he's good.
But they've got them at 27. Feel good about that going against Minnesota?
The problem is Brian Flores in that front 7 could wreak some havoc despite the fact that they don't have household names in the back end. So that's still going into that game. You're talking about a Vikings defense that could, Van Ginkel could go to the house on you.
Yeah, Van Ginkel's been really good. The Cowboys just seem to have Minnesota's number. So I feel overall pretty good about that. But, yeah, Brian Flores is a hell of a coordinator. You got to respect him.
Washington Commanders are at 28.
Yeah.
Old Dan Quinn.
They were one of the worst. The Commanders' secondary was one of the NFL's worst in 2024. Yet the team came within one win of the Super Bowl.
It's amazing.
Yeah. They added Will Harris, Jonathan Jones in free agency, Trey Amos that was picked in the second round.
Amos and Sanders still.
And Marshawn Lattimore really didn't do anything for him last year either, right?
No, he had that hammy and just wasn't the same player.
How about the last one? By the way, the Cowboys are ranked 31st in this list.
Wow, who's worse than I guess the Dolphins.
Vegas Raiders are.
Oh, the Raiders.
The Raiders. So, yeah, they talk about safety. Jeremy Chin is the most seasoned of the veterans, but overall, he said this team, they drafted Darren Porter in the third round. He could provide spark, but they're saying this is the worst secondary in the league. So do you feel better about playing the opponents, the back end, the bads, or do you feel better, or how do you feel about your chances against the goods? It seems like Denver was the only one you really had.
I would say Kansas City as well.
Kansas City, Denver.
Because you're looking at the whole defense, like secondary aside, when you factor in the coordinator plus what they have in the front seven, that can make up for some of the lack. So like the Bears, who are ranked high in the secondary, I actually probably fear the Vikings defense more than the Bears.
Because of the pass rush and stuff like that?
Yeah, and Brian Flores.
And Brian Flores, right. So that's it, man. Those are the opponents. You're going to have to deal with some pretty good secondaries, but the schedule also offers an opportunity to maybe take advantage of some. They're probably looking at you thinking the same thing.
Sure.
Take advantage of the Cowboys secondary.
Hey, health, God willing, I think the Cowboys will be much better than that ranking. But certainly right now, with the unknown of Diggs and Ravel and what you've got with Kyrie Elam and Kalen Carson, I understand why they're so low. All right, thank you very much. Krusty's Corner every day at 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Come on out. We're partying at Shell Shack, North Henderson here in Dallas. We've had amazing Tolos coming through all day long. They've got happy hour from 2 to 6 p.m., $4 beer and shot specials all day, every day. Awesome food. It's alive and popping out here at Shell Shack, so make sure you stop on by as you're getting off work. We've got the football sounds and news of the day. Are the best coaches coaching on Friday nights? That's next in the nation.
Hey, you want the scoop from the sources?
That is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. We got some sounds for you. Are the best coaches coaching on Friday nights? Joey McGuire, Texas Tech Red Raider, former Cedar Hill head coach, had some thoughts on that and another bold prediction I'm feeling really good about after this audio. We are hanging out live at Shell Shack, North Henderson Avenue in Dallas. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, the Super Bowl winning scout, and, of course, all the Tolos that are out here partying. We love you. We got John, big-time Tolo, his lovely wife as well. They're out here. They're hanging out with us. And Rodeo Ron just jersey swapped with Eric. Eric is smelling like cigarettes and Jim Beam right now. It's glorious. We got Sergio just absolutely dealing it up in the bar. It's beautiful. We got happy hour here until 6. And there is rumors, okay, that I'm hearing, or there are rumors. We might possibly have more Crown Royal Cowboys jerseys. We might not be out. We might have some more on the way. So for those of you that didn't get some, I can't promise, I'm not guaranteeing, there's just a little possibility that we could have some more for you. So stay tuned for that and get on out here if you want one of those. Because I can't tell you.
Are we printing them up as we're going here?
Very, very long. Possibly, man. It's a hot commodity. We got a hodgepodge coming up next year. Sandler's going to hop on with us at 4:40. An hour from now, we got Ari Temkin live from Big 12 Media Days at the Star in Frisco. But, fellas, here's Joey McGuire, Texas Tech Red Raider, and former Cedar Hill Longhorn, where he won multiple state titles. And he was visiting as we have the media days going on, and he had this to say with Josh Pate of CBS. Interesting comments here from Joey McGuire. Agree or disagree?
Does it not fascinate you sometimes how some of the best that you'll ever interact with are not coaching the college game, they're not coaching the professional game, they're coaching the high school game, and you're learning as many lessons from them as you are guys at the next level or the level after that?
Robert Woods went undefeated in 1990, winning a state championship, and he called every offensive play and every defensive play. And that's Wilmer Hutchins versus Austin Westlake, who is a powerhouse, and they go in there and beat them in the state game. And then you turn around, and I always laugh. Phil Bennett is a good friend of mine, who's been a head coach and a defensive coordinator. And I asked him one time whenever he was kind of in between jobs, I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Well, the NFL has hired me to talk about how we defend the zone read." And I'm like, "Yeah, man, if you don't know how to defend the zone read at the high school level, you're getting run out of the stadium, and that's just kind of, football 101. And so it's kind of one of those deals where you talk about different levels, but some of the best I've ever been around. I always talk about a kid that plays for me, but Lee Wigington. He's the head coach at Allen, which is the biggest high school in the nation. And if you aren't ready to coach against Lee Wigington on a Friday night, he's going to expose everything that you don't do right.
Fascinating from Joey. Now, obviously, legendary high school coach in his own right. I think if you were to go and look at some of the coaches that have climbed the ladder, they probably did start in high school. I think that when I heard this, there's a lot of trickle-up effect from the high school game that has now made its way even to the NFL side. Like when you're talking about the spread and the air raid, like obviously Mike Leach at Texas Tech helped to elevate that. But a large part of that also was being run at Texas high school football. When you look at South Lake Carroll and Todd Dodge and some of these other offenses across the country, I mean, Ennis and Coach Harrell over there. I mean, a lot of these ideas formed and started in high school. And then maybe some of those coaches got opportunities at the college ranks, and then the NFL, eventually it makes its way up. So I kind of love what Joey's saying here. I don't know that I would say like all of the best coaches, obviously, are coaching on Friday night, but I do think we have a lot of tremendous ideas right in our own backyard here from some of our coaches like Reginald Samples. Obviously at Duncanville, I know Joseph Hoyt of the Morning News put out that he's talked to many people that think, Reginald Samples could be an excellent college coach if he was given that opportunity. I don't know that he wants to do that because he loves coaching high school football so much, but it was phenomenal, I thought, to hear Joey, who obviously has a tremendous relationship with lots of other coaches in high school, which is a big reason why he's had so much success recruiting in Lubbock and Texas Tech as well.
Yeah, this is an interesting take. I do agree that a lot of the creativity stuff that you see starts in the high school ranks, and then as you said, has that sort of trickle up effect. So
that's
it's just
impossible. I don't know.
Yeah, I think just like an anti-gravity situation.
Yeah, Art Briles from the 817, exactly. High school coach goes to Baylor, and the way that they played offense totally transformed the sport.
Yeah, it's unique. You do have those guys that can cut through. I wouldn't say by and large, but that's obviously you have to start somewhere. So it makes sense that you start in a lower rank, and if you're one of the 1%ers from a coaching standpoint, then all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're in college. And then if you're in the 1% of that, next thing you know, you're in the NFL. So I get that, but like by and large, of course, no, you have plenty. I mean, at least like from my experience, I didn't have a bunch of like innovative coaches or anything like that.
Yeah.
So you have that, and some of these guys, I guess, are just they enjoy the lifestyle and just what it means to be a high school coach, investing in a sort of a younger generation as opposed to going up. but I mean, most of the high school coaches aren't. I mean, it's just that's where the best start and go up. But by and large, you just have a bunch of run-of-the-mill coaches that are not even thinking about advancing into the college or the high school round, or the NFL round.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I get what he's saying, but even the coach at Allen, he's going to smoke you because he's got more talent than you. That's why he's going. I mean, that's a huge factor in why he's going to crush you and your team on a Friday night.
Absolutely.
It's because his players are much better across the board than whatever the opponent is, 9.9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, to me, that, and I look at what Andy Reid and those guys have done in Kansas City, and the fact that Andy has coaches on his staff that look at various high school offenses and kind of figure out, okay, what's somebody doing here that we haven't thought about, And there's a lot of these high school coaches that have been at it for so long, and their systems never change. And they find a way. I mean, how many times have we been working and we watch the state championship games, whether it's six-man football or, it just seems like this is a system that they play. This is how they, it's almost like, oh, they're wing tee. Look at the faking. Mm-hmm. Look at the ball handling. They're not going to throw the ball here. They're just going to run it. It's just sometimes you get these coaches that are so married to a system,
yeah,
but it works because nobody. It's kind of like where we've seen over the years the military programs, the armies, the navies, Air Force. Those teams have become better. They don't have the better athletes, but what they have is they have a really cool, good scheme.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these high school coaches get that, and it's really hard. I mean, the high school, these coaches now, especially if you're a high school coach in Georgia, high school coach in Alabama, Texas, Florida, money's pretty good.
Sure.
There's no reason to, and you don't have to teach. And I hope I'm not speaking out of turn.
No, you're right.
But there's a lot of these coaches now. I'm sure there's coaches driving around right now that are assistant coaches. They're like, hey, Broadus, I got to teach.
Yeah,
I get it. But if you're the head coach of a major program, you're probably making about $250, and you're probably have a program where, but a lot of these NFL coaches are the smart coaches are always taking ideas from others. Always take it. But man, you got some of these high school coaches that are so locked into their program as far as our scheme.
Yeah.
This is who we are. Almost like watching the Steelers, the Pittsburgh Steelers for all these years with Mike Tomlin. The same, I know they've changed some, but it always seems like they kind of have a scheme that fits the personnel that they have.
Like the 817 went to Aledo, same system every year. I know Southlake had a ton of success with that.
Yeah, it's just we have way better players than you, and our guys have been in the same system since they were in fifth grade.
Yeah, I mean they're growing up into it.
So that's their cheat code. It's not that our coach every year is reinventing things. It's just we have a system in place. These guys know it like the back of their hand because they've been doing it since they were 12 years old, and we're also just way better than you from a talent standpoint. So I think that's really what it is. And I love this from the 214. I think he completely nailed it. From Joey McGuire here, this is just a recruiting ploy, nothing more.
I think a lot of it is, but I think he does make some good points where you have some tremendous coaches in high school football that absolutely probably could move up the ranks if they wanted to. But to Brian's point, they probably love what they're doing. And they're comfortable, and they're making a good living, and they're having tremendous success. So it's like, why? Well, why change it up? I mean, obviously, the ceiling to the 972's point would be the pros. I guess not everybody has that aspiration. Some are like, I want to be a state champion and kick ass and be the greatest high school coach ever. Like, of course, Tim our buddy Tim in Carthage, Scott Surratt in Carthage.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of these coaches now in college football that if they're with a really, really good program, they probably want to stick it out. But there's a lot of these coaches, this NIL, all this money and stuff like that, it has turned into a big, big headache. And you don't have that in the NFL. You don't have to paying your players is somebody else's problem. It's not me trying to convince CeeDee Lamb to stay.
Right.
I mean, he's got a contract where these college coaches, not only are you having to recruit kids, you're having to recruit your kids you already recruited to keep from losing them. And then you also have to be kind of in a way of going and maybe taking one or two from somebody else's program.
Right.
So this college coaching stuff is turned into a kind of a daunting task.
All right, let's go to SiriusXM NFL Radio. Marvin Mims Jr., speaking of a local product, Frisco Lone Star, that's had a lot of success and has pumped out quite a lot of NFL talent. He joined SiriusXM, and the Broncos, one of my bold predictions going into the year, they will win the AFC West. They just had the, number 2 overall secondary, or third secondary?
Third.
Pretty darn impressive. The defensive line was ranked really high. Offensively, the skill players are good. Here was Marvin Mims about the tides changing there in Denver.
The funny thing is, I don't think Sean's really spoke on it much. I think most of it's just like offensively, but as with the guys that are here last year and the guys that are coming, you can kind of like feel throughout the locker room that everyone's hungry, especially the guys that are here and played in Buffalo last year and got a taste of the playoffs. And know what it takes to get there. And then we bring in Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw, Evan Ingram. We bring in some more guys and Sam Franklin, Trent Sherfield, guys that are going to be beasts on special teams, beasts on defense, guys that will contribute offensively. You can just kind of feel that you can really feel that like the times are like changing for us, and we're kind of like, people always like to say like a win now mode. And, with the way things went last year, we were projected to be last in the league last year and ended up making their wild card. So the guys that are here last year, they believe, and the guys that are coming in, they want to make an impact too. So I think everyone's hungry. The coaching staff knows what we have. Coach Payton, you've worked with him. You know how he likes his guys. You know how he likes to construct his team. And I feel like we're really poised and we're really level-headed this year, and that we're going to, make something happen as long as we just keep it going on each other, and just, striving to get there.
If you look at all these lists that are coming out now, Broncos are in the top 10 in basically every category. That roster is loaded and ready to rock. I was a Bo Nix doubter, but I think that Sean Payton, he runs with Sean Payton's calling, and clearly he's got a great plan and a great vision. So I'm buying a lot of Broncos stock this year. I like what Marvin Mims is saying. And then finally, as we wrap this up, we did get jersey news. I don't know if Carter has this available and ready to pop up on the Twitch or on the fan cam, but the Commanders, they're going back to some of their old Super Bowl era as their alternate uniform and helmets. I went ahead and DM'd all you guys this on the Twitters as well. They look fantastic. It's like the old Washington R-word jerseys, except on the helmet, it just has the W instead of the R logo. So
yeah, those are classic. They look good.
They're going to bust them out Week 17 against the Cowboys on Christmas Day. Also Week 9 against the Seahawks, which is Sunday Night Football. Then Week 13 against the Broncos, also Sunday Night Football. Then we have the Saints. The Saints have unveiled new helmets as well. These ones are pretty sweet. They're the Icy Whites. They're their new alternative helmet, which is being added to the arsenal. They're white, and then it's got the Saints logo, which is in, like light brown kind of looking color there. But I think they look pretty clean. The white helmets, man, these things are looking gorgeous.
Yeah, it's a sharp look. I appreciate it. I like what the Commanders and the Saints are doing in this regard.
No doubt. All right, let's move on here as we are live at Shell Shack in North Henderson, off North Henderson here in Dallas. Come on out. They got the catfish special rolling today, delicious shrimp. They got live crawfish you can buy by the pound, the snow crab. Happy hours rolling until 6 p.m. The bar's popping. We got the birthday boy over here, Richie, who's hanging out and partying with us. Let's do a little sports hodgepodge next, shall we?
Yes, among other things, the one area of great concern for all the top 25 teams in college football this year, that's next year in the nation.
All right, got to talk Collars & Co., though, actually repping my Collars & Co. polo right now. You've heard me talk about them.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
DFWsecurity.com.
DFWsecurity.com.
All right, we got a hodgepodge for you here live at Shell Shack in Dallas off Henderson. We're here until 7 o'clock. We would love to see you. Come capitalize on the Catfish Special, $12.99. And big shout out to Anthony Moulton as well, who's lovely girlfriend just swung by and said, "Hey, we got to get that autograph." Did we just sign it to go?
We signed it to go menu. Is what we did
for our guy Anthony, who's a legendary Tolo, watching on the YouTube right now.
Shout out to Anthony for that. And hey, Brian, how do you play? Was like, we're not going to sign this piece of paper.
No. You got to sign a menu or something like that. I mean, how many? I've been to like famous restaurants where like celebrities have signed menus and then they put them on the wall. You know, so I just
that's
badass. And good for. But Anthony, you're very lucky. You got a lovely girlfriend that cares a lot about you. So make sure you take care of her.
And shout out to Big John for the green tee shouts as well.
Big
We're
John,
just rocking
absolutely,
bartender
at
hooking
Shell
it up
Shack
as well. I mean, Shell Shack, this really is the place to be. Make sure you get your ass out here. Got a couple more hours to party with you. You don't want to miss it.
Got a little college football for you here. Segment in the Nation brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one has been hurt in a car or truck wreck, go ahead and call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. We'll talk some Rangers with Jared Sandler coming up here in a few minutes.
Might have come up with a question or one.
Oh, yeah?
One question.
One question.
That lasts maybe the whole segment.
Full segment. Yeah.
I'd love it if you did that.
that would be amazing.
Tired of me yesterday.
I
shouted him out the day before. You know, it was like Sean Sharif goes, "Man, that was a nice thing you said about Jared." I'm like, we beat him down with questions every day. I thought I'd just try and be nice for once. You know?
We definitely beat him down. That's for sure. And the Rangers have beaten him down a little bit, but not last night.
Not last night.
I think we got some good John Gray news. We'll have to ask him about the ding-dong situation.
He got caught between, didn't he?
I think he did. I think he wanted to say dong last night. You can hear the highlight there's a little bit of a pregnant pause before he unleashes the first ever radio baseball broadcast ding-dong. I think he wanted to go dong there. I really do.
You think he was worried about the second half of that? The whole thing?
Totally.
Yeah. And it came in his mind that, like, who's listening right now at about...
Is Ray Davis listening right now?
11 o'clock at night. Can I throw this one out?
Ray
I don't know. You know, maybe not.
Well, here we go. A little college football for you. And then we do have a great sports question that the internet is a bit split on. We'll see if we have time to get to it. But the top 25, ESPN has one area of concern for the top 25 teams. We'll see how many we can get through here. Do you guys know who number one is? Number one in college football right now? Allegedly, reportedly, according to the polls.
Is it Ohio State?
Number one.
It's
not Texas.
The Nittany Lions.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Penn State comes in at 1.
Of Penn State.
That'll last long.
Very talented roster. Their area of concern, though, is at wide receiver.
Guaranteed loss against Ohio State October 19th.
That's probably true.
We'll sit there. We'll get all excited about the old whiteouts and all the stuff there at Happy Valley, and everybody will be all pumped up. And then, James Franklin will pee down his leg in one of these big
They'll
games.
lose to Oregon at home.
Yeah.
Yeah. Penn State with the wide receivers right now, that's going to be the big area of concern. Otherwise, the roster is pretty impressive.
They got a quarterback evidently that might be a
Drew Aller.
first-round pick.
Been there for a while.
Let's see if the bad receiver play might affect him in his quest.
And he no longer has the security blanket of Tyler Warren at tight end. So we'll see, but they're obviously a very talented team.
Michigan getting picked ahead of Tyler Warren. Nobody had that one right.
That's look, I love Ben Johnson, great coach. That if that was his pick, maybe he ends up looking good. I think that was foolish.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one to monitor. Now, at 2, it's Clemson.
They play LSU.
Clemson's pretty loaded right now, man.
Week 1, Tigers v. Tigers, Death Valley v. Death Valley.
They've got the quarterback. They've got the edge rushers. What else do we think yesterday that they were kind of talking about?
Yeah, they got
defensive line. Was it defensive line as a whole, or was it linebackers, edge rushers? It was some combination they had that you need to worry about.
Good.
They have a D tackle and an edge rusher like the best in the country.
They usually do have a D tackle that you can't block.
But their area of
back to
concern,
William Perry.
it's going to be running back. Oh, they lost Phil Maffa. Of course, he's a Cowboy.
Yeah.
I'm actually excited to watch him in Oxnard. I'm hopeful that he can be a guy with fresh legs, go run between the tackles, play a little bully ball there. But their running back situation is the one spot where everybody's side-eyeing it a little bit. Texas at 3. Theirs, of course, is the offensive line. And they have tons of great recruits, 5-star type dudes. A lot of talent.
Gooseby is going to be good.
Not a ton of experience.
Yeah.
You go last year where you just had, whether
everybody
it
was returning.
Kelvin Banks, you had Jake Majors at center.
The right tackle.
Yeah. So
Williams.
This is like an entirely new group on the offensive line. Tons of talent, but that's something where you have a first-year starting quarterback in Arch Manning, young offensive line. You go on the road to Ohio State week 1.
Get exposed.
That could be the difference in the game.
They handled that that veteran offensive line handled that trip to Michigan really well last year.
Yeah. And now
they put it on Michigan pretty good.
Well, then you have at 4 the Georgia Bulldogs, their area of concern being the pass rush. They lose Jalen Walker. They lose Michael Williams. Those are 2 first-round picks in the draft. That's 18 sacks and almost 30 TFLs.
Guarantee you they've got somebody that's going to get.
Yeah, that's the strength of Kirby Smart.
There's going to be some guy from Belglade, Florida we haven't heard that's playing on that team that's going to have probably 10, 15 sacks, something like that.
Ohio State area concern at 5. It's their quarterback.
Yeah.
And he's a super talent as well. This could be a non-issue for them.
Could be.
And especially throwing it to Jeremiah Smith is going to help things for sure.
Boy, Jeremiah Smith is fun to watch on tape.
No, he's incredible.
Yeah.
He shows up. You're watching say you're watching the quarterback play, and you're thinking about, Abuka. You're kind of watching him, but then all of a sudden the ball goes to Smith, and you're like, holy jeez.
Yeah. He's a freak.
He is a freak player. Yeah.
At number 6, your LSU Tigers, area of concern.
Head coach.
Area of concern, they're going to they're probably not on defense. Area of concern is wide receivers. Okay,
well they
going to say offensive line again.
Offensive line. Brian Broaddus,
and Frazier at guard, right?
Yeah, that offensive line will be a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah, because they lose Will Campbell and Emory Jones.
Yeah,
they
lost a guard too.
Yeah, Frazier,
big time guys. So that's something to consider there for sure.
And
especially
going to Clemson.
Right on the road with a questionable offensive line and that defensive line that Clemson has to offer. That's going to be tough. Notre Dame at 7, area of concern, tight end. Oregon at 8, defensive line is the concern there. Alabama at 9, just generally their pass rush is the area of concern. BYU at 10, it's the quarterback, of course.
They lost their quarterback.
Right? The Retzlaff situation really screwed their whole season.
Yeah,
you would have to imagine.
Yeah.
Illinois is one of those teams that people are thinking they could be a college football playoff type team. Bielema and company, but their offensive.
Bielema, he'll find a way. He's kind of
find a way to screw it up.
He'll find a way to kind of get out coached in the game. He'll go for it on 4th down early in a game, and it'll affect the way his team plays the rest of the way. They'll play from behind instead of being down like 3-0. They'll be down 10-0. One of those things.
Illinois, it's the offensive explosiveness that is a bit of a concern there.
Their wide
Pat
receiver
Bryant,
last year
he was an absolute star. I thought he was the most underrated receiver in the draft.
Yeah, but he couldn't run out of sight.
No, he's not a burner.
Yeah.
But it was like
Made every single catch.
and in clutch time, game-winning plays. Yeah, Pat Bryant, he could end up being a surprise as a rookie.
At 12, Arizona State, it's the pass rush. That is a big question for them. You have South Carolina and the Gamecocks. It's just the front seven defensively. At 14, Iowa State, wide receiver. I mean, they lose Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, that's big.
That's going to be tough to replace. That's over 2,000 yards worth of receiving right there. Production that is now into the NFL. At 15, SMU, they got Miami coming to town this year.
That's going to be fun.
That might be one of those games we might need to try and figure out to get in the building.
Absolutely.
That's a unique matchup. Their defensive line is the question. One of the most underappreciated keys to SMU's playoff run last season was the veteran talent up front defensively. Roberts, Harrison Hunt, Harvey, they all came from Miami, which is a funny collision course, thinking about Miami coming to town. But that'll be something to consider. And then how about at Texas Tech there, Walchuk? At 16, just defensively, does the defensive makeover actually work?
Yeah, I think. They
can't get any worse than what they were last year.
They got a star
right?
in David Bailey that's supposed to be a first-round pick at end from Stanford that transferred over.
Yeah,
and the Georgia Tech guy, right?
Yeah, they got a kid from Georgia Tech. They hit the transfer portal really hard. They got some really big-time recruits. The NCAA video game has them as the 9th best defense in the game.
When has it been that we've? It always seems like we talk about Texas Tech, and you could say it every year. It's about the defense.
Yeah.
If Tech figures out how to play defense, they'll be and it just seems like I just like for one time that for Red Raider fans that they do have a defense.
Hopefully, this is the year for them.
Yeah, one of the better ones.
The Aggies are 23rd in the country right now. Their area of concern is at wide receiver.
Wide receiver.
Yeah, that's where everybody's wondering who's going to step up at that particular spot. But there it is. There's some areas of concern when it comes to college football and your top 25 teams. We will talk a little college football and Big 12 with Ari Temkin coming up at the top of the hour, and Jared Sandler in a second. I do want to give you a friendly reminder, though, that on Friday we will be in Carrollton at Pickler Universe. This is one of the hottest new spots in DFW. It's Pickler Universe in Carrollton, 2800 North I-35E, just past the George Bush Toll Road. You can come on out, learn about pickleball. It's an amazing new club. It really is. You'll get the pizza. You'll get the Stella Artois, Coley's. I think Fred Davis is going to swing by. We'll be What You Drinking, What You Thinking, G-Bag Nation, 2 to 6:30, leading into Rangers and Astros. Pickler Universe in Carrollton on Friday with the G-Bag Nation. We cannot wait to see you there. But right now, we're here at Shell Shack in Dallas off Henderson. Come party with us here until 7 o'clock. Tonight, Catfish Special, $12.99. And, of course, it's always $4 beer and shot specials all day, every day here at Shell Shack. Having a great time. Jared Sandler joins us next here in the Nation.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Boy. All right, Sands is going to move to 520. He's currently stuck on the bus headed to the stadium right now. So we'll have Jared joining us at 520.
Can we do a quick, impromptu top 5 worst places to be stuck at? Because I think a bus, I used to get bus sick. You know what I mean? Now you're on a Rangers bus. It's probably nice. There's AC. It's accommodating. Maybe he might be chopping it up with Corey Seager right now. I mean, I don't know. So his bus experience, maybe not the same, but being stuck on a bus is a beatdown, bro.
He is in traffic. I'm sure they're on their way, and they got stuck in traffic. So imagine stop, start on a bus. That whole
that would be awful.
And forward. You're just
SoCal traffic.
Yeah,
and then you're just stuck on a plane. That's awful. On the runway.
The plane is a bad situation, especially if they don't have the air on.
Oh, yeah.
That's a bad situation.
Yeah.
Bus, traffic, not bueno.
Elevator, ski lift from the 214.
Ski lift is terrifying because you're sitting there, is it stuck, and you're swaying in the wind, and that's a tough
roller coaster.
Oh, how
about being
roller coaster
Ferris wheel,
bro?
Wow.
Oh, the Ferris wheel. That's a great
That'd
call.
be awful.
Can you imagine being on Mr. Freeze when that thing goes up and then you're supposed to go in reverse and all of a sudden it gets stuck on you?
Or you're hanging backwards?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, maybe I'm making this up, but I feel like that's happened before.
It probably has.
Or like an upside down situation.
Yeah, the upside down thing would be awful.
Roller coaster would have to be number one if you're mid up
elevator.
in the air.
Elevator's the worst.
Elevator's
the worst because the fear of if you're high enough, is this thing going to just straight drop?
Yeah.
You don't know.
True.
Is all
you got to time the jump to avoid your back.
Didn't we determine that we have to lay down? Didn't we determine to lay down?
I think.
Not the jump. You're not supposed to do the jump.
I think
you're
in a
supposed to
perfect
lay
world,
down.
I think in a perfect world, if you're super hand-eye coordination athletic guy, the jump would be ideal.
Time it perfect.
But that's the 1%. You're right, Broadus.
Okay,
we aren't in the 1%.
Freak athletes.
How about
I'm going to snap a knee in half.
All three of us, us three are in an elevator, right?
Yeah.
And it's going down. Who is going to survive? Who's going to do the right thing? I'm going to lay down.
I'll probably lay right on top of you, Broadus.
Just be a stack of sardines here. Or all
stack it on him. We make a wall-chuck sandwich.
Eric's going to jump, right?
He's going to jump.
Eric's going to try and I don't believe you, Broadus. He's going to jump. He's going to try and time it. And that thing's going to stop.
My
and he's
vertebrae is going to shoot right out of my rear end.
Death. Gosh, that would be awful. Absolutely awful.
Look like me again in the parking lot at Avis.
Oh, gosh,
hey,
man.
Dude, just be careful this year.
I am looking forward to that redemption story for Broadus.
Yeah, you're going to go kick its ass.
Going back to the side of the
I'm
crime
picking you
scene.
guys up on Sunday night? Is that
Sunday afternoon? I think it's
Sunday
a midday
afternoon.
We're going to be having lunch at Spencer McKenzie's on that Sunday.
It's going to be glorious on the 27th. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Can't wait to get back out there. We got a Chet Holmgren question here in a second, but I
How about this one?
Yeah.
Our buddy Chris Beam.
Oh, what Beamer say?
From DallasCowboys.com. Beam says bus back from media party is never good.
Oh, I've heard so many vomiting stories.
It is the vomitorium.
Yeah. the vomitorium.
You're like
the vomitorium.
You're on that US 1. The Pacific Coast Highway is beautiful. We remember we drive up there. We're always like, wow, this is amazing.
Yeah.
What an amazing. Coming back through all those windy and you're hammered and that bus is sweat. Yeah,
you got sushi and
it's just vomitorium.
Johnny Walker just sitting in your gut.
It's like 1942s just dribbling out.
Shout out to David Hellman. I don't know why I thought about that right now. I just want to know that
Hellman one time. Hellman got so drunk. Hellman got so drunk at the meet and he threw up in the bus. And then we were staying at the hotel outside. We were at another hotel. We weren't inside the complex yet. Hellman, he's rooming with Rowan Cavender, who works for the Dodgers now, and he throws up all over his clothes. He doesn't make it, so he throws up all over his clothes. And then the next day, my son, Bennett, and my mom are there, and Hellman walks up and is talking to my mom and my son, and he throws up on Bennett.
Did he really?
And it's like hoodie and all that. And he's like, Hellman's like, oh, I'm so sorry. My mom's like, it's okay, David. It's all right.
It's okay, David.
So Bennett's just sitting there like, oh my gosh, what just happened?
Pull his hair.
It's like 8 years old. He's got Hellman just.
That is awful.
Atolo Mike just said, I was at Disneyland last week. Me and my wife got stuck on Goofy's flight school ride. I bet that was that was a bad time.
Is that the thing where you get? Is it
the flight school? And now you're aerial.
Now you're
airborne.
See,
anything airborne. That's
anything airborne would be
no
tough.
doubt.
No tough.
Okay, let's go to the Sports Business Journal, and this is a story that I think we've all heard before, but I think Stephen Jones told this story the best that he's ever told it. We go back to the draft with the Zach Martin pick and
14?
the Johnny Manziel
13,
conversation. 14? I think it was 14.
14.
I want to say 14. And here was Stephen just taking a behind-the-scenes look from his perspective on what the hell happened in that war room.
This is nothing against Johnny Manziel. He's a great competitor, and it's just you use your first-round pick. And, of course, we had Tony Romo in the building, and so it was more about that. Do you create that kind of anxiety, in the organization by bringing him in? Well, sure enough, Johnny Manziel falls to us. And, boy, we get to going, well, let's talk about Johnny. Here he is. We got our guy. This is the future. And, of course, everybody in the room, I look around, I go, it's time for everybody to talk. And I look, everybody's
head down on the floor.
I go, what? I go, Jason?
Nobody wanted to say
that. Larry Lacewell? Even Larry, who talks all the time, straight down at the floor. And I go, Dad, this is a hard thing because everybody knows you want Johnny, but I go, as you heard some of the things, I don't think he's the right guy for us. And so roll the clock forward, we end up picking Zach Martin. And boy, it is tense. Usually after every pick, we all know we're clapping, high-fiving. Boy, isn't that a great pick. Boy, after we picked Zach Martin, an offensive guard from Notre Dame, Jerry looks over at me, slaps me on the leg, and he goes, son, I didn't get to buy the Dallas Cowboys. We're not sitting here because you do down the middle of the road things. He goes, what you just did is down the middle. You'll never be great, huh? He gets off and stormed out, and boy, Larry Lace was sitting over there, and Jason's sitting there, and they're going, ooh, I'm glad that wasn't me. And then as soon as he walked out the door, but they said, thank you for standing up for taking Zach Martin. Sure enough, Jerry walks back in, which is typical Jerry. That was way over the top. I love you. We did the right thing.
Is that right?
We re-celebrated Zach Martin. So,
man, was that Steven's laugh or was that the host?
The host.
Okay,
the host.
And Steven's known for a good
tackle.
laugh.
Yeah,
he does. Yeah. But my gosh, thank goodness gracious, that did not happen.
Wow, can you imagine your dad slapping you on the leg and saying something like that?
You'll never be great.
How do you recover from something like that? Only if he circles back and says, I'm sorry, I was busting your balls across the line a little bit there, son.
Which, hey, he give him credit, he did. But, Mike, I know there's a lot of Cowboy fans probably driving around.
Well, if you remember, they got the card filled out. It's Ryan Shazier. Ryan Shazier, they're going to take the Ohio State linebacker. And Pittsburgh takes, literally Robert Blackwell is in New York, and they tell him to fill out the card, and he fills out Ryan Shazier. And they're turning that card in. And then when Shazier goes off the board, that's when things opened up for Jerry. Whoa, wait a minute now, boys. Wait a minute. Look. And that's when, if they make the Shazier pick, the Johnny Manziel discussion never happens. But all of a sudden, it's like, well, wait, we've got Manziel and we've got Martin on that board. See, Jerry's bringing that up, and hey, good for Steven. Good for Steven, sticking up and saying, hey, listen, we're going to take the offensive lineman here, and
we're going to take the Hall of Famer, not the drug addict. Okay, call me crazy, Jer. Okay, but we're going to go ahead.
I get you like him. I get
if that pick is Shazier, then there's no legends of Johnny Manziel even talked about in that room.
No, that's true. And hey, man, Ryan Shazier was a star until the unfortunate injury that happened with him that ruined his career.
I do think we have the best answer to the worst place being stuck.
Bathroom, porta potty,
poop cruise, bro.
Oh, that poop cruise is rough.
It's a very specific stuck situation.
but that would be rough.
But that would be really, really awful.
Yeah.
And how about this guy? The worst luck maybe of all time, 512, stuck on a ski lift at negative 17 degrees for about 45 minutes one time.
Yeah.
Also been evacuated from a roller coaster that was about 3/4 of the way upside down.
Okay, so
Now,
this guy's been in two situations. He's been in the ski lift, negative, and I'm sure at 17 below the wind was blowing and hit. That
hurts.
It hurts.
Your face looks like
Your
Tom
face
Coughlin's
hurts.
in the tundra.
Yeah, we used to wear bandanas and stuff, like around our neck, and then you pull the bandana up over your goggles, and that bandana because it gets wet because and your breath and it sticks to your face. It's that cold.
No.
And then you're trying to pull it. It's rough.
That's
man.
the ultimate battling the elements right there.
Yeah.
But once again, if you're skiing with me, you're probably
sandwiches, cold beers, or some Blue Dolphin, something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on. I'm like
Rolling
the one-stop shop for fun.
I think that really sucks about the ski lift is you're not. I don't know. Are you getting updates? Like in a lot of places, you're saying like, hey, about 30 minutes.
No.
When you're on the ski lift, hey, dude, is this going to be all day?
Ski patrol will ski under you and yell up. The ski patrol will come down and they're like, hey, we're working on it. Everybody stay calm. We're working on it. We're going to get this thing going. And, you're just swinging in that chair.
Awful.
And you're thinking like, please don't let me fall out of this chair, from this height. Please don't let me have it.
I take it back. We have a winner. 682 being stuck in a miserable marriage is worse than anything else.
Amen, 682. Amen. All right, let's talk all things Big 12 live from the Star in Frisco. Our buddy Ari Temkin, Big 12 Radio on TuneIn, joins us next in the Nation.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Let's catch up with our guy, Ari Temkin. All things Big 12 Radio on TuneIn, because we got Big 12 Media Days going down in our own backyard at the Star in Frisco. Hour number 4, live from Shell Shack here off Henderson in Dallas. We've got happy hour still for another hour. They got $4 beers and shot specials all day, every day. And having the Mexican candies $4. This has been absolutely fantastic. Sergio's hooking it up. The bartender over here, it's Wednesday, so they got the catfish special for $12.99. It's awesome. So as you're getting off work, make sure you come by, say hello to the G-Bag Nation. Gavin is out. Send him some well wishes on social media. He'll be back Monday after vacation with the family. Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius crushing it as always back in Master Control up the road here at 75 and Fitzhugh, and Carter Freeman coordinating your video. But without further ado, let's welcome in our buddy Ari Temkin, Big 12 Radio on TuneIn. Ari, how the heck are you, brother? Good to talk to you.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty bummed that I'm at the Star right now, because thinking about driving down there and down, in the traffic. Like, if you were closer, I'd love to come have some beers and be a Shell Shack with you guys. So I'm bummed about that. I'm all the way up north.
Yeah. We would love to have you out here, man. If the opportunity presents itself, get on over here. But I've been having some FOMO about what you're doing out there at the Star.
It's great that it's at the Star. It's never been closer for me, where I live in North Dallas, so that's fantastic. We've obviously were in Vegas last year and then Arlington in years before, so it's fantastic for it to be so close to me. And look, this is a great venue. It's a great city to highlight college football. When you think about the SEC having media days downtown, you think about the Big 12. I mean, this is very much a college football hub, and that's something that's amazing for the Metroplex. And I see Big 12 holding it here for the foreseeable future.
Hey, Ari, the question I have, and you've been doing this a long time with your Big 12 stuff, with the additions of the teams like the BYUs and the Utahs and the Arizonas, Arizona States and teams like that, how has this changed? Has it made media days more fun for you, or is it just more work?
It's just more work, Broaddus. I still get paid the same amount, and the league jumped from 10 to 16 teams. What happened there?
Yeah, but I was just wondering, with all those teams being with you now, are you enjoying that?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's great. Look, 4 years ago, I'd left Arlington after media days, and it looked like the Big 12 was going to go extinct.
Yeah.
Texas and OU were leaving, and we didn't know what the future of this conference was. And the moves to immediately solidify the conference, bring everybody together, and to fortify a future together now with Brett Yormark, like, the trajectory of the conference has never been better. The conference has never been better. The trajectory of the conference has never been better. When you look at recruiting, you look at money and what Texas Tech is doing. Look, Texas and OU were great for this conference. But I think they were not pulling in the same rope as everybody else. And we see what's happening with the ACC. It's the same thing that's happening in the ACC right now. And the conference did a lot to placate to Texas and OU for years. And that's exactly what the ACC is doing right now. That held the conference back. The conference is all together now. There's a unity in a way that's allowing it to grow in ways that it could have never grown with Texas and OU in the conference. That's the truth.
You brought up Texas Tech there, Ari, and it is crazy what is going on there with the NIL, with Joey McGuire's brewing. What have been the takeaways, being around Coach McGuire, and what Texas Tech's outlook is for this upcoming season?
Yeah, I mean, so we actually were able to sit down with Cody Campbell today, who's, becoming synonymous with Texas Tech, becoming synonymous with the Big 12, and quite frankly, becoming synonymous with college football, because he's very much the front and center of trying to get NIL more under control. And, so it obviously starts with having the resources, with the ability to use the money. And then, you've got to have a vision. You got to sell things. Like, you can't just be like, hey, guys, to get there. I mean, Rutgers basketball, good example of this. They had 2 top 5 picks on their team and didn't even make the tournament. And that's just, we've got money to spend, and we're going to spend it. I think BYU basketball, they're spending it strategically with the right coach. I think the same thing is true with Texas Tech and Joey McGuire. They're not just spending money. They're spending a ton of money, and they've got a lot of resources. But they're doing it with a plan in place with a guy named James Blanchard, who's recognized one of the best in the business, what he does in terms of personnel. He's kind of like, in a sense, a Will McClay to a degree. And, I mean, over the years, we've seen Notre Dame come calling for him, and Joey McGuire sold him and told us this. Basically, you know, will you have 100% say if you go to USC, which is another place that tried to get him? Will you have 100% say in personnel at Notre Dame if you go there? And that's, you know, so I think it's the right team, it's the right group, and the right timing for Texas Tech. And the reality is, guys, the blue chip ratio, which in the history of the college football playoff, the BCS, in the modern recruiting rankings, you have to have more than 50% of your roster be 4 or 5-star recruits to win a national title. It is not a predictive metric, but it is a tool of analysis. And that's the deal. You have to have more 4 or 5 stars than you don't. The Big 12 doesn't have that and hasn't had that. Texas and OU are teams that have it, and when they left, you thought that left with them. And so the Big 12 now has 2 5-star quarterbacks already committed for 2026, including the number 1 player in the country, Keyshawn Henderson, who's committed to Houston, and Willie Fritz, and the number 5 quarterback in the nation, and Ryder Lyons, who's committed to BYU. And then you add that to Texas Tech getting Felix Ojo away from Texas. And, I mean, that's, to me, the transfer portal is one thing, but it's proven in college football. You win a national title in recruiting, and that is something the Big 12 has never seen before.
Okay, Ari, I'm going to tell you this, and you're gonna shoot me down on this one. But the whole thing with this recruiting in this, you know, getting 5 stars and all that, I think this is so year to year now. I just think I hate it. I hate it that you recruit your ass off and you get these players. I think we got to have contracts. I think either you're committed to me for a year or you're committed to me for 3 years. But I can't continue. You're telling me that we're getting 5-star recruits. I guarantee you one of these kids is not going to be able – he's not going to be happy, and he's going to go somewhere else after a year.
Why do you think I was going to shoot this question down?
I don't know. I just kind of felt like, though, to me, I'm recruiting is so important, but I think like you're recruiting for 1 year. You know, that's really what you're doing, and you better damn well play these kids. You better not do things like – I mean, I was dealing with LSU baseball. There was all these – LSU had a great recruiting class in baseball, won a national championship. There's 4 or 5 kids that didn't play, all top 100 players, gone now, gone. Because in 1 year, they're like, well, I can't cut it here. Got to go somewhere else. I think recruiting is only good for 1 year. I just do. I'm sorry.
I totally agree with you. I mean, it's hard to disagree with you. There is very much a balance between recruiting and playing time and, I mean, expectation. And not only that, like, it goes so much deeper than that, Broadus. Like, you got guys – here's a good example. Rob Wright played at Baylor last year as a true freshman. Really good player for them. Had committed to another year basically had committed to a deal, like a 1-year contract for $1 million. Let's just say that's what it was, okay?
Right.
And then went to BYU. I mean, that's – you're going to agree to something and then turn around and go somewhere else? Sure. Like, that's not how you do business.
Yeah.
There were multiple guys that spent spring and, you know, somewhere else. Keon Burnett, who's a tight end at Arizona, spent spring football in Kansas after committing to the University of Kansas. You know where he's going to play this fall? The University of Arizona. That is bizarre. You're going to go spring? There's another guy, his name escapes me right now, did the same thing at Mississippi State. Went and spent the spring at Mississippi State and went somewhere else. Like, that's ridiculous. So, I mean, what you're talking about, absolutely. I also think there's also an element of, like, you kind of reap what you sow in many cases. Like, so in some of these guys that are going to stick it out, stick around, that are willing to fight through adversity, like, if they're not, like, you're going to find adversity everywhere you go. If you're trying to avoid adversity your whole life, you're going to fail.
Yeah, I kind of feel like it's a situation. And, all right, do you think it's harder to recruit kids or keep kids?
Keep kids. Yeah, I mean, and it's honestly, it doesn't stop. The thing that coaches will complain about the most, and I say complain for lack of a better way to put it, you have to continually be recruiting your roster.
No kidding.
Now, I'll defer to Lance Leipold here because I'm a Kansas grad, but not only that, over the last 4 years, Leipold has been at KU. Out of the Power 4, he's had the least amount of transfers. Jalen Daniels, you think about that guy, all that he's been through. He was a 17-year-old starter under Les Miles. He's on his 5th offensive coordinator at Kansas, and he didn't leave. I mean, he's had some high highs and low lows at Kansas. 9 times out of 10, those guys leave and want fresh starts. And maybe in some cases that works out for them, but it isn't the case everywhere. And so, like, there are, and what Leipold says is it's a cultural thing, which is hard to characterize, right? Because it's just a broad catch-all. Everybody has a good culture, wants to have a good culture. It's one of those funny things we used to laugh about all the time, Broadus, right? Like, but that, like, it's hard not to buy into it.
Yeah.
Identity,
Right.
culture. But, like, in college football, that's huge. And I think, like, it's hard not to take Lance Leipold at his word because, I mean, he walked into the worst Power 4 situation in college football when he took a Kansas job. And over the last 4 years, nobody has left, or very few have left. And a guy that did leave, a pass rusher, Gage Keys, came back this year. So he's been at Kansas twice in 3 years.
Ari, I'm curious. There's a lot of awesome coaches right now in the Big 12. If you were an AD and you had the pick of the litter, do you feel confident who would be your first-round pick in terms of coaches in the Big 12 right now?
Kenny Dillingham. No, I don't even think about that one.
Arizona
State, yeah.
Sorry, yeah. He's 35 years old. Anybody else that's been in that position, and I'm talking about a 35-year-old head coach that would be considered a savant, has had their careers derailed because of their egos. I look at Sark. I look at Lane Kiffin. Now, look, they're I shouldn't say careers derailed, but, I mean, fought through major adversity over the course of their careers. Kenny Dillingham is one of the most humble, genuine. He tells you what it is. He's one of the most unique coaches. Like, I asked him, I was like, are you not paranoid? Like, on one end of the spectrum, you've got Kyle Whittingham, who won't say anything about
That's what I was going to ask you. How is that dinosaur still around?
But like Kenny Dillingham, earlier this year, last season, Sam Levitt missed a game. It was the last game they lost to Cincinnati. And he said, like, on Monday, oh, yeah, Levitt's going to miss the game. No coach in football does that. Like, what are you doing? Why would you do that? He's like, well, you know, and he'll say, like, I don't think that gives me enough of a strategic advantage of getting my team ready to play with the guys we're going to play with that week. Like, what a breath of fresh air, just a different approach. You want to ask about NIL. Great. He had a great answer on NIL. Like, I pay the best players. If you don't like it, become one of the best players. I just love that. Like, that's how it should be.
Yeah, he's awesome. Ari Temkin, Big 12 Radio on TuneIn with us here in the G-Bag Nation. What about TCU and Baylor? Couple of quarterbacks there that have been in the system, Hoover and Robertson returning. What do you think their outlook is for 2025? Can either of them possibly win the conference?
Yeah, and I'll get to that in a second. I do want to add real quickly.
Yeah.
Kenny Dillingham said, and by the way, Kyle Whittingham, Kenny Dillingham, say that 3 times.
That's tongue twister.
Kenny Dillingham said during Big 12 Media Days, you know, just as a testament to the Big 12 coaches, Rich Rod is the most influential offensive mind in the history of college football. We can argue whether or not that's true. I think that adds some context, though, to just how good the coaches are in this conference. So TCU and Baylor. So I'm picking Baylor to win the Big 12 this year. They are the most underrated team in college football. They're the hottest team in college football. They did get blown out in their bowl game, but before that they had won 6 straight, including a win to end the season of Kansas, who was playing at that time as good as anybody. So those are the 2 hottest teams in college football, and Baylor just ran a train on them. And so I mean that trucked them. So they were a dominant running football team last year. Sawyer Robertson, who's their quarterback, who's from Lubbock, and actually was recruited by and played for Mike Leach for 2 years at Mississippi State before he passed away. How unique is that, as a guy that grew up in Lubbock especially? And he stepped into the spotlight last year and performed at extremely high level. And, I mean, we had Devin Gardner on, a former Michigan quarterback, played for Rich Rod, who's now with Fox, and he says Sawyer Robertson reminds him of Josh Allen. Big dude, 6'4", 215 pounds, has a cannon for an arm. So, like, they return everybody. They have, I mean, Dave Aranda, in terms of a defensive mind, so with everybody back on offense, and Jake Spavital, year 2, and then a brilliant defensive mind. Like, the only question would be, they gave up a ton of big plays. Like, that was their bugaboo last year. They really struggled against big plays. I trust Aranda year over year to figure that out. If that's the one hole they had, I trust Aranda to figure it out. But I think there are probably 5 teams that could win the Big 12 this year. I'd throw Arizona State, Iowa State, Kansas State, Texas Tech, and Baylor. My pick is Baylor and Texas Tech to get to the Big 12 championship game, and Baylor to ultimately win it. The reason I don't have TCU in that conversation is Sunday Night's walking right by me, so I better be more quiet about this.
Be careful.
Is
watch that train.
They have a ridiculously tough schedule, guys. I mean, they open up in North Carolina. So how about that? Bill Belichick. They randomly got Deion Sanders' first game at Colorado, and now they get Bill Belichick's first game at North Carolina. And I genuinely think that's going to be a train wreck based on what's going on with his girlfriend. But I digress. That's still a tough game. You're going up against Bill Belichick, who's won. And so, I would put TCU in that conversation. I struggle with their schedule. The Big 12 usually has a lot of parity or competitive balance, as they want me to call it. But I think when you look at teams that are going to be good, that will be good, like they have them all. 5 Big 12 road games. That's the thing that gives me pause about TCU. But great passer in Josh Hoover, who's a local kid. And they were in elite offense. He set a record last year for passing for TCU, passing yards in a season. Problem is they couldn't run the ball and they couldn't stop anybody. So it was basically all they could do is pass. And they have 2 NFL receivers because of it now, with Savion Williams and Jack Bash both going to the NFL. But I think TCU is going to be good. The thing that gives me pause about them is their schedule.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I thought the Baylor program stopped running trains after the Art Briles era, but here we are, still getting it done at a high level. Ari, you are the man. Thank you so much for the college football information. We look forward to a college football season in a big way with you being a heavy part of the G-Bag Nation. We love you, and we wish you were here right now at Shell Shack.
I did that for you.
Yeah,
we love you, dude. That was Brian's face. If you're watching on the fan cam,
all time.
We lost it. We lost it over here. You're incredible, Ari.
Love you guys. Take care.
Love you.
More. There he goes, Ari Temkin. Make sure you check out Big 12 Radio on TuneIn. Ari's awesome. And there's so much more. I mean, the Big 12 really is top to bottom. Super, super deep.
It is
and they can, that could end up being a negative because they just beat each other up.
They do.
So if you're looking at records at the end of the season, as some in the committee would do, incredible. All right, let's talk with Jared Sandler, get our Rangers preview brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing next in the nation.
But the number
forget something else? Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Those were babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Okay, Jared Sandler set to join us here as we enter the expressway, brought to you by the On-Time Experts, commercial free to the top of the hour. We got G-Bag of the Day with Lucius Alexander leading into L.A. live on a Butt Naked Wednesday. Fantastic as we broadcast live from Shell Shack here in Dallas. Come on and swing by till 7. We will be here, but the catfish special goes all day long. $12.99 for the best catfish in town. $4 beer and shot specials all day, every day here at Shell Shack. This is the place to be. Segment here in the nation also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Okay, I'm going to be honest with you. I really only think we have one question for Jared, okay? We got to get to the G-Bag of the day. He's a little bit late. Maybe he's still stuck on the bus. We just got a ding-dong question. We got to ask him about the ding-dong.
Yeah,
we get in, we get out. Boom. Jared Sandler, that's all we need. Brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
I totally agree.
Fantastic stuff here.
So who's got the ding-dong? Eric, you got the ding-dong question?
I got the ding-dong.
Okay,
It's fine. I mean,
go.
unless anybody else wants to present the ding-dong question to him. If anybody feels just
ask
personally.
it one time. Let's go.
Just a one-time ding-dong question. Wolchuk is very self-aware and vulnerable and honest this time of year.
Can I say?
He's here right now. Jared Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Jared, really just got a one-and-done question for you today, brother. First of all, hope the bus stuck situation has been situated. But the ding-dong call last night, can you just walk us through that a little bit? Jake Berger, top of the 7th.
Yeah, you got to be careful. First of all, the bus was stuck in traffic. It wasn't stuck, thankfully. I don't want to misrepresent anything. Yeah. I mean, there are a lot of ways you can describe a home run, and some of them can get you in trouble over the air. And Eric, as a matter of fact, I feel like you would describe it in a certain way using the second part of that hyphenated phrase and just add ball to it. And I'd love to just call them all dong balls. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on air, but I just did.
Absolutely.
But I don't think I could say that on the broadcast. So I don't know. I just every once in a while throw in a little ding-dong, and, I mean, I haven't had anyone complain about it, so if we get a few ding-dongs, we get a few ding-dongs.
I love it. Listen, I think you
We used to have the dunk call, Shamalama ding-dong or whatever, so, an NBA jam, so why can't we just have a straight-up ding-dong?
I'm with you 100%. Nobody's complaining about the call. We absolutely loved it. Brett Boone was asked about it with Sean and RJ this morning, and he's a baseball lifer. He loved the ding-dong, okay, and he had never heard it before. So I think you're sort of pioneering something, and I appreciate your acknowledgement because we all felt like there was that brief pause before you just jumped right into the ding-dong where we felt like you wanted to go dong there, but then you said, you know what, let me clean this up. You pivoted to the ding-dong. It was flawless execution. We're really just here to give you a tip of the cap. That was special stuff last night, bro.
Thanks, guys. I feel like, a show that has TD Tuesdays would appreciate a ding-dong.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah, 10 out of 10. You're the man. We love you very much. We do, of course, have G-Bag of the Day coming up. John Gray looks like he's going to Round Rock for the rehab stint. That's good news. Kamar Rocker's going to dominate tonight.
Yeah,
we put
he
in the
is.
call. He's going to go perfect. Would you go perfect game, Broadus?
Perfect game.
We're going perfect game. Jared Sandler will be listening to you tonight. Looking forward to the pregame and the post, but especially a couple of more ding-dongs. You give us a ding-dong tonight? A couple more ding-dongs?
Sounds good. Yeah. Hey, This is a great chat, guys.
Beautiful. We love you.
Love you,
Jared
buddy.
Sandler, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing, live from Anaheim. We're here at Shell Shack, but it's time to go
Consummate professional.
into the Pimp Cup with Lucius Alexander.
Big Godzilla walking through the building. Does my mic sound nice? Check 1, check 2.
Clear.
All right, let's get into it. This is G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up, man. Send it to me. We can play it right here at this time on this station at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. This is day 2 for this champion audio right here. Let me get to the folder. Sorry about that. Okay, blind man describes what it sounds like when he is watching tennis. Day 2 for this audio. This guy's a genius. It's like Stevie Wonder sound effects.
Okay, wait, what were you doing?
Well, I was just going to show you what a blind guy hears when tennis is on television.
Okay, let's see it. Let's hear
You
it.
got to close your eyes. You have to close your eyes. You can't watch.
Okay.
Okay. That's what a blind guy sees when tennis is on.
That's really good.
That's pretty good. They were so impressed.
Really good.
They were so impressed. There's this little party trick right there.
That's a good party trick.
Everybody close your eyes.
Yeah, close your eyes.
Close your
Okay.
eyes. Close your
You
eyes.
can see everybody closing their eyes.
Now, no peeking.
No peek.
All right, let's see what else I got for you boys. Hey. Oh, speaking of tennis, they were popping champagne during Wimbledon. Did you guys see that?
No. I missed it.
Yeah.
Dang it.
They were popping champagne. Oh, D-boy. I think it says Ether Boy right there. Yeah, they were popping champagne during Wimbledon, and they had to be told to chill out.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you could avoid opening bottles of champagne when the players are about to serve.
Oh, come on. I love that. It's warm. It's the most Wimbledon warning you've ever heard.
The most Wimbledon warning you've ever heard there, yes. As he popped his mellow.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Good.
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Eric played this one earlier. I love it. San Francisco Giants catcher Patrick Bailey had an inside the park walk-off home run.
Incredible.
Like a little league tournament or something. Let's wrap this up, son. We got to get on out of here. How about an inside the park walk-off home run? Let's go to Giants radio.
One out. Patrick hits a high drive. Deep right center field. This one is off the top of the wall. And it ricochets. And it's rolling on the warning track. 2 runs are in. Bailey coming around third. Patrick Bailey scores! It's an inside the park walk-off home run.
Amazing.
That is awesome.
So what, Lucius? Do you agree that is a SportsCenter top 10 play last night / this morning, and then on Friday on the other side of things, that's going to be a not top 10 play for the Phillies?
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Where is it? Where's the ball?
Yeah, I'm picturing it going between people's legs. Yeah. Guys diving and totally missing it. Some other fool was looking all in the audience. I'm just seeing all types of mistakes and mishaps. I tell you, that's one thing I pay attention to when I watch a baseball game.
The mishaps?
If I did not see the game, I'll look over in that scoreboard and see where those errors are.
Errors.
And I go, ooh. Ouch. What is that, 2 today?
We need to get that into all sports, honestly.
Yeah.
Like just give the errors where just honestly, everybody acknowledges this guy screwed up in a huge way.
Ooh. Yes, it's everybody acknowledges it. It's on the scoreboard. It's so bad, bro. What a shaming ritual that is.
It is, dude.
Shame. Tolo Richie, happy birthday, Tolo Richie. Shout out to you, bro. Come to the front of the congregation.
Oh, no. I wondered how this came across on the air. It was unbelievable.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah, it was fantastic, bro. My man busted his ass at the Shell Shack during the live broadcast. On his birthday, buzzing his ass, live broadcast. You can just hear it in the background. Pay attention.
And we mentioned a few on that survey, right? Pickens, Ferguson, Bland. Those guys are all. Richie, you okay, buddy?
Oh, wow.
Birthday boy just took a tumble. It's all right, Rich. It's all right, buddy. Sam Williams is in a contract year. Tyler Elam is in a contract year. Richie's up. There he is. But if you had to pick one, most approved in a contract
Looked like me at
season,
the parking lot at Avis.
I was just about to say,
It was a
man,
tumble. It was a
check
bit of a
his
tumble.
knee for some scrapes.
I felt so bad. I thought he was looking. I'm like, I don't want to draw more attention.
I thought he fainted. I did.
I
thought he passed out.
Yeah, from the angle here, Broadus is sort of like over his right shoulder.
Yeah.
He doesn't know exactly. He just hears the sound and looks over, and anything could have happened.
He was tangled up in our equipment.
There was a bar.
It definitely sounded like some equipment falling everywhere.
Yeah, it was the fan banner.
He sounds tangled up like a mother.
Yeah, he's into the fan banner. He's into the metal banner, and he's laying on his back. And I'm thinking, I thought the guy was like, I thought he passed. I thought he just blacked out.
Yeah.
I thought we were doing shots and stuff, and I thought maybe one got him.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he got tangled up in the fan equipment.
Yeah, and then there was a bar stool situation that kind of flubbed him
And
up a
nobody
little
was
bit.
helping him. Everybody around him was kind of backed up. It looked
Like it wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. The best part might be Walchuk trying to keep it on Sam Williams and some random sports thing.
All right, hold on. Y'all talked about it too much again. I got to play it over, bro. There was so much chaos in the background.
There was a lot of chaos, Lucius. And we mentioned a few on that survey, right? Pickens, Ferguson, Bland. Those guys are all. Richie, you okay, buddy?
Oh, wow.
He sounded like he dropped his phone. Richie.
I just saw him going
You okay,
down.
buddy? Oh, Richie.
Hope you're okay, Rich. But back to Sam Williams.
Somebody give that man a hand.
Oh, man.
God, Richie.
Lucius, everybody scattered at Moses in the Red Sea. He fell right on his
Credit
back.
to him, man. I mean, he popped up. Like, he really did.
And he's kept drinking, man.
Yeah, he did. Kept drinking. Everything was fine.
Good for Richie. He's the best. He really is a sweetheart.
True legend.
Stumbling and
Got my
fumbling.
vote.
All right, let's see what else. R.A. Timpkin was just on here, and I was alerted that he was using a weird little phrase.
He's phrasing.
Yeah, he was What you call it? He was phrasing?
He was phrasing.
He was definitely phrasing. He was phrasing for sure.
He was phrasing.
I think he was talking about Baylor. Let's pay attention.
So I'm picking Baylor to win the Big 12 this year. They are the most underrated team in college football. They're the hottest team in college football. They did get blown out in their bowl game, but before that they had won 6 straight, including a win to end the season of Kansas, who was playing at that time as good as anybody. So those are the 2 hottest teams in college football, and Baylor just ran a train on them. And so, I mean,
Brian's face.
I don't think that's
immediate.
That's not it.
Dude, kudos to you, bro. That was such a quick turnaround. That was freaking amazing.
Nice
job,
work,
Lucius.
Lucius.
You're
Yeah,
brilliant.
That's sports analysis right there.
Hey, and shout out to Carter, too, because, our thing saves in 15 minutes increments or something like that.
Yeah.
This was like 5:00 or 15:04 or something like that, bro.
Oh, you had to wait.
I mean, just a bit outside. But Carter saved me.
Yeah, it's Carter.
Carter came through, man. Yeah, I don't think that's how you use that phrase, bro. But listen, competition brings out the wildness in us.
No question,
Hold on,
dude.
here one more time.
and Baylor just ran a train on them. And so
Baylor too,
I did. My face was like,
Brian was hilarious.
Like, whoa.
Oh man, we're gonna get a phone call from Baylor.
Yeah.
Cease and desist. That's not what we're doing.
We're not welcome.
Sick 'em.
All right, man, that's it. I got some more for tomorrow, but run out of time, fam.
Incredible stuff right here live from Shell Shack.
I vote for everything.
G-Bag of the day here. 10 out of 10 as always. It's your one-time champ, the tennis sounds. That's impressive.
That's impressive.
Okay? I got a feeling he's not going to win today, but just another tip of the cap to that guy. That's quite the skill set. We also have the most Wimbledon warning of all time. We have Patrick Bailey inside the park, walk-off, first time in 99 years you've seen that from a catcher. We have the B-Day
from a major league catcher. You can see it any weekend at the River Bottoms here in Irving.
Yeah, good call. Good clarification there. We do have the B-Day boy, Richie, busting his ass here at the Shell Shack today. And then, of course, Ari's train run, brought to you by Baylor. This is tough, but I think we got to go ahead and give it to the birthday boy, 38th birthday, and took quite the spill today. I'm giving it to Richie. Lucius, what say you?
Come back to me. I'm going to eeny, meeny, miny, mo this one.
Yeah.
Okay. I love it. Okay, Wolchuk.
It's between Ari and Richie for me, by the way. Just want to let you know.
I know what I'm going to do here.
Is there any chance we can combo those? Can we combo platter that?
Nah. It's the Shell Shack combo?
The Shell Shack combo? Maybe. Lucius, you're
Go
the
ahead,
judge
man.
on
Come on. All it does is kill time for G-Bag and Dave. Talking about that's 2 clips. And I just got to get one clip after that, fam. Hell yeah, let's do it. Now I'm cool with that.
We got it right here. It's the Shell Shack combo. Broadus?
I'm comboing.
All right.
Combo. Okay, congratulations to the birthday boy, Richie.
Let's go.
Hovis. Congratulations to Ari Temkin. And, of course, congratulations to Shell Shack because we're getting it done. Yeah, Richie Hovis.
Hovis.
All right, let's keep it back in the Pimp Cup. It's LA Live.
Money for this banner, by the way.
Yeah, there's a tear in there.
Well, shout out to fellows John and Toy. They thought, I guess Richie thought the banner was a wall.
Yeah.
And so he tilted back a little.
And he leaned on it?
Yeah.
Oh, hysterical. He leaned on it and had no security. He just said, whoa. All right, let's get into a Butt Naked Wednesday right after the great Rick James, y'all. Shoot yeah, boy.
Well, all right, square. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. That's weed. Oh, man. It'll make you dance to some of everything.
They're all half buzzed out.
Everybody get high.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
You all right? Get me some oxygen. Better still, how about a big shot of Jack?
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
Yeah, Jerry was hitting that thing a little too hard.
Oh, Jerry.
That's that za. You got to grind it, roll it, and smoking, Jerry. That za getting all in your throat. This is LA Live for Wednesday, July 9th, 2025. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Shout out to the very elegant Miss Erykah Badu, Dallas's own Mrs. Erykah Badu, a legend right here in your own city. Yeah, she named today Butt Naked Wednesday. She predicted where we are basically at in female music. I promise you, she predicted it. Peace to the guys and earths out there. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Before I get into the proceedings this evening, this song has been in my head all day. Corey, my God, dog.
Everybody out there who believes in the true God understands what I'm saying. I ain't scared of nothing because God has put people out here to save me from all situations.
Let's go.
The obese single mom will always provide shelter
for me.
Got y'all.
The obese single mom will always provide shelter for me.
I mean, it freezes me up every time I hear that, bro. I can't believe that is an actual song. I'm like, yo, you did that. He did that. Let me change the vibe real quick, though. Hey.
We've got messages where people have been singing that for the last 24 hours, Lucius.
The obese single mama will always provide shelter. Oh, he goes, shelter for me. All right. Gotta hit it like that. Okay, I got a question for the Tolos here on a Butt Naked Wednesday in LA Live. Hey.
It's just that I'm an addict for.
Hey, the vibe. It's the vibe. In lieu of the upcoming Dallas Cowboys Netflix documentary, like last week I asked a question that was kind of in lieu of it. I asked, what would you title it? And I remember the old girl I lived with was telling me that was a terrible idea because they're not going to be creative enough to give you any titles to work with. But you guys, you did. You actually did. Now, not in my Facebook, but on the fan text, it was amazing. Too bad I didn't have access to the fan page at that time, but I seen it after work, and I was like, oh, y'all was smoking it, bro. I couldn't read any of those.
I think my favorite one, Lucius, was Jonesing for a title.
Jonesing for a title is good. Hey, there was some good ones out there. But this one right here is different. What is the wildest Dallas Cowboys scandal you remember? If I just say Dallas Cowboys scandal, what pops in your head? What is a Dallas Cowboys scandal we're not talking about? We don't remember. Might have gotten past the goalie a little bit. Yeah, what is the wildest Dallas Cowboys scandal you remember? Which is a great question to ask because we have the very own Brian Broaddus right here on the staff, on the show. So he can always back us up with this. I asked this to the Tolos to follow me on Facebook, fellas. By the way, just want to say that.
Trying to think of the ones I was involved in.
Okay, well, I'll give you some of they said. Well, we can not talk about those. I don't want to get you out.
Yeah, that's okay.
Get you, I'm going to light you up, bro.
Lucius, we're trying to do good here. We'll do whatever we have to do.
I don't want to light you up. All right, let's see. Yeah, wildest Dallas Cowboys scandals you remember. One Tolo said Michael Irvin cocaine raid at our Irving hotel.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, Mike was immediately him and Nate come to mind.
Nate.
And then the story that's now been circulating about Mike stabbing the guy at camp.
That's true.
That is wild.
I feel like that comes around every camp.
It is nuts.
Every camp it comes around. Once a year, here comes a Michael Irvin story going viral. But I don't remember the cocaine raid at the hotel. I don't remember that. And they said Alfredo Roberts was there?
Yeah, he was a tight end. Alfredo had the Cowboy Cafe, too. He was part of that over there.
The Cowboy Cafe.
Cowboy Cafe
I
in
know
Valley
where the
Ranch.
Cowboy Cafe is at.
Yeah,
yes.
Valley Ranch. That was a really a neat area over there. They had a lot going on there. Alfredo Roberts, I think, was part of that whole thing. I don't remember a raid at a hotel.
Neither do I, bro.
I could check. I'll tell you what, I've got people that I could check with right now, Lucius, but keep going.
We got to check them Googles, too, just in case the story, Check them Googles, fam. I think of Marion Barry, is that his name? D.C. mayor? And they got busted with the smoking crack in the hotel?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that a little bit.
Whoa.
And he became mayor again after that.
Yep.
Yeah, his hair was standing on his head like a Thundercat. He was looking ridiculous. She set me up.
Yep.
All right, how about this one? Clint Longley, sucker punching Captain America, Roger Staubach.
Roger Staubach, yep, absolutely.
Sucker punched him, bro?
Yeah, he did.
We've been informed to tell you to check your phone, Lucius, by somebody we all love.
Okay. I mean...
And by the way, Lucius with a new phone.
Yeah,
that's good to know.
Yeah, I like that one. Zeke fighting the DJ in Uptown.
Yeah. That is, there's some truth to that one. There's some truth.
Yeah, hit that DJ and bought him an Escalade, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Changed his name to DJ Escalade.